Hey guys, how's it going? And happy Thursday. Yes, I am back for 3 streams within a 24-hour period because this is a big deal. The U.S. House of Representatives is in the process right now of debating on the House floor the new budget reconciliation package known as the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, we started off yesterday streaming we streamed it for 12 hours of the Rules Committee, where they were talking about all of the different amendments and things that could be added. And then I added another stream recently, just a couple hours ago, talking about how the Hearing Protection Act has been added. It is on the table. This could literally pass in the House. The actual real Hearing Protection Act, removing silencers, otherwise known as suppressors, from the National Firearms Act. I also talked about in that previous stream my opinion of how that could end up by the time the Senate gets through. So go back and watch that. However, I'm going to share in just 1 second here the House floor proceedings on this channel. I'm going to be coming back and forth the next couple hours or whatever. It just occurred to me like, hey, there's a lot of debate going on in the House right now. This is a really big deal. And most people are watching it like on these news networks, and the chat's like super boring. So I thought, hey, I'll just host it on my channel as a watch party. So some Second Amendment people can join in the chat together. So without further ado, I am going to add this to the stage. This is literally the official U.S. House feed. But again, the chat kind of like, it kind of sucks to be honest, because these people are, you get all kinds, whatever. I just thought it might be fun for you guys to be in the chat together. So here you go. If you want to hear my opinions on this, check out my previous stream I did this evening. And by the way, they're debating right now on what's called HRes 436. And what that is they're now going to debate, and then in less than an hour, they're going to vote on the Rules Committee's amendments. So this exact debate and vote that we're watching momentarily here, this is debating. It's called HRes 436, I believe is the name. This is the part that decides. There's going to be an up and down vote after debate. This decides whether the amendments, including the Hearing Protection Act, whether those will be part of the greater package. So here you guys go. Enjoy the chat. I'm going to have to run out for a few minutes, but I will come back and check on all of you. And if anyone leaves any super chats, I will definitely read those when I get back. But just wanted to give it a place where the 2A community can hang out together. So here is the debate. They just started it a few minutes ago on the Rules Committee's package or amendments, which does include the Hearing Protection Act.
To my friend, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the time. I rise today in strong support of the rule and the big, beautiful bill, because this is not just a budget bill.
Let me know
this
real quick
is the
if you guys
beginning
can
of
hear
a great American comeback.
Just so if I step away.
That's what the people
just let me know
demanded
if you
when
can
they
hear
went to
them
the
good right now,
polls
real
last
quick.
November. They voted to take our country back from chaos, from open borders, from crushing inflation, and from a government that rewards fraud while punishing hard work. This bill answers that call. It puts working families first with expanded tax relief for families and workers and the hard-working men and women that are paying the bills in this
real quick,
country.
I'll stop interrupting.
This bill tells them,
Hearing
we
Protection
see
Act
you and we've got
is
your
on
back.
the table.
And at the same
They're
time,
debating
we go after
those
the rot
amendments
that's taken hold
right
here
now.
in Washington for far too
We
long.
will find out in less than
Just
an hour
last year,
if this moves
Medicaid alone
forward to the
paid out
next step.
$36
Okay?
billion in improper payments. That's
Thank you,
fraud.
Bruno.
That's
And
theft.
I'm going to come back and hang
that's
out
a
with you guys in
disgrace.
just a
That's
little
money
bit.
that's not
I just
taking
have to
care
take
of
care
our
of a
most
couple things,
vulnerable,
and
which
I'll
we
be
have
back
to
with you
protect
all.
at all
So
costs.
I'll see you soon.
This bill stops it
Meanwhile,
cold
enjoy the
with
chat
tough
with each other.
enforcement, eligibility checks, and a full crackdown on waste, fraud, and abuse. We also bring back work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. It's just common sense, and it's worked before. In fact, in the 90s, under a Democratic president, Bill Clinton, he worked with Congress and passed historic welfare reform that helped millions of people move from dependence to dignity. We've restored that principle now in this bill, and because in a nation that rewards hard work is a nation that thrives. and we stop throwing taxpayer dollars at failed green schemes and electric vehicle mandates that working families simply can't afford and don't want. Instead, we double down on American energy, oil, gas, nuclear, to lower costs and to make this country safer and to make this country stronger than ever. So let's be clear, this bill is more than just policy, it's a turning point. It's the beginning of the great American comeback that President Trump is leading and that this House Republican majority was elected to deliver. The American people are tired of excuses. They want results. They want accountability. They want a government that works for them, not for bureaucrats, not for special interests, and not for people gaming the system. The big, beautiful bill delivers. It protects taxpayers. It restores work. It ends waste, and it gets America back on track.
I'll be right
so
back,
I urge
guys.
my
Shout out
colleagues,
to all the
vote
awesome
yes
people
on
in the
this
chat,
rule.
though. I'll
Vote
see you in
yes
a
on the
minute.
big, beautiful bill. Vote to launch the great American comeback and vote to stand with the people who sent us here. Let's pass this big, beautiful bill and let the great American comeback begin. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, some people may be wondering, why are we debating this bill at 1:20 in the morning, which is prime time in Guam? It's because they are ashamed of what they are bringing to this House floor, and they should be ashamed. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Tran.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this reckless attempt by Republicans to force through a reconciliation bill that makes life harder for the working families in California's 45th district. My constituents deserve better than this budget. The American people deserves better than this budget. Republicans are taking money out of your pocket and giving it to billionaires and big companies. Over 250,000 people in my district rely on Medicaid, over 100,000 of them are children and seniors. Nearly 40,000 children, seniors, veterans, and families in my district will have less food on their tables because of Republicans' cuts to SNAP. Our constituents sent us here to fight for them. They are looking for us for answers, and all Republicans can offer are higher costs for less care. That's not okay with me. Our constituents deserve better, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, we now have a chance to deliver real, lasting change for the American people. The one big, beautiful bill is not just a promise that we as House Republicans and President Trump made. This is a generational opportunity to reset the direction of our great nation. Let me be clear. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like this bill because it puts hardworking Americans first, not the bureaucrats, not special interests, and not those who break our laws. Our friends on the left like to shout, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling." Enough with the Chicken Little mentality in this body. This bill stops the largest tax increase in U.S. history. This bill will increase take-home pay by more than $13,000 and grow wages by more than $11,000. It protects Medicaid for our citizens by removing more than 1 million illegal aliens from taxpayer-funded benefits. And yes, Mr. Speaker, this draws the clear line. No taxpayer dollars for sex change surgeries for anyone. I urge a yes vote on this big, beautiful bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, my friends are so proud of this bill that they're doing it at 1:25 a.m. in the morning. And the bottom line is, the reason why we don't like the bill is, we don't think billionaires deserve any more tax cuts, and we don't want to support a bill that screws regular people. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 233, offered by Leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. We spent over 20 hours in the Rules Committee today trying to stop this ugly, cruel Republican bill. Over 100 Democrats came to testify. We did everything we could to get them to change this bill so that it would not strip health care and food assistance from the most vulnerable people in our nation. Now we will give Republicans one last chance not to strip vital programs like Medicaid and SNAP away from millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out on behalf of millions of Americans who are about to have their health care torn away from them. Republicans have been working through the night to hand Donald Trump a massive tax cut to all those billionaires who are in the front row of his inauguration. It seems that nothing is off limits and everything is on the table to get that done, including meals for hungry families, working families' health care, and the incredible gains that we have made to get more families affordable coverage. Today, Republicans blocked my amendment to lower healthcare costs, refusing to accept a proposal that Donald Trump's own pollster said is the most popular way to make care more affordable. And the Medicaid and nutrition cuts that they're pushing, they will be devastating. Hospitals and nursing homes will close and they will not come back. Kids will go hungry. Millions will lose their health care and more people will die. We will not stop fighting for the American people to have access to high quality, affordable health care. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the gentlelady from Utah, Ms. Malloy.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, legislation that prioritizes fiscal responsibility while boosting America's economy. The Energy and Commerce Committee provisions provide $912 billion in deficit reduction. The Ways and Means Committee provision makes real tax relief. This bill reins in federal spending levels by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and strengthens our economy by ensuring that working American families can thrive without overburdensome taxes or costly regulations. We're moving the economy and the government in the right direction. The Natural Resources Committee title reduces the deficit by at least $18.5 billion while restoring common sense management to our federal lands and environmental programs. It will generate revenue through oil and gas leases, coal leases on federal land, leases for geothermal energy production, timber sales, and other activities that stimulate local economies while generating federal revenue. It cuts waste and strengthens resource development, all while achieving significant fiscal savings. This bill is good for Utah, and it's good for America. The bill helps all Americans by helping us keep our borders secure, by providing law enforcement with the tools they need. So I support the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, a man who is not afraid to speak his mind about fiscal responsibility, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 90 seconds.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that problem, we're going to give you a $1,600 tax break. Under the taxing and spending levels in this bill, we're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to $30 trillion of new debt in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we're not rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic tonight. We're putting coal in the boiler and setting a course for the iceberg. If something is beautiful, you don't do it after midnight. I oppose this bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight we have the opportunity to deliver on a promise made to the American people. Border security, energy independence, tax cuts for working class families. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, millionaires, many of them themselves may bemoan what it may do, but I promise you this, for folks back home in Iowa, this is a working class tax cut. I spoke to an Iowa mom, Sarah Curry, who used her child tax credit to help buy a new water heater for her family when it went out last winter and made sure her daughter got to speech therapy. I talked to Jolyn Reason, an Iowa farmer who was able to continue their family's legacy of a family farm because they didn't have a death tax slash cut that would have allowed a foreign country to buy their family's century farm. In fact, the average household will see a $5,000 increase in real income that goes straight back into our economy. And that, my friends, is how you not only grow the economy, but pay down a national deficit. This mechanism is something the CBO apparently doesn't understand with over $1 trillion in growth. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. The American people demand this bill.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you got to love these Republicans. The two things they don't want to talk about are tax cuts for billionaires, which are in this budget reconciliation bill, and the debt. And this bill adds trillions to the debt. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Leader. The Republicans may think that they can hide what they're doing to the American people by voting on this one big, bad, beautiful BS bill in the middle of the night. But they need to think again. I represent Las Vegas. It's a 24-hour town. My constituents are up. They're not asleep. They're working, and they are watching. They can see you cutting benefits for families while cutting taxes for billionaires. They can see you taking away food from children and health care from women. They can see you stripping funds from renewable energy, Medicaid, and public education. They are not asleep. They are not blind. Their eyes are wide open. So you can say whatever you want to, but they're watching what you're doing. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, we are here this late because our time has been wasted for the last 3 or 4 hours on the nonsense coming from the left. We were elected to improve our country, to work with President Trump, to improve our national security, strengthen our economy, bring fiscal sanity to an out-of-control budget, deliver accountability, and lead the world towards peace. And frankly, to bring common sense so people start trusting our government again. This big, beautiful bill is about caring about America. It's designed to strengthen our national security, fortify our now secure border, which was turned into a disaster by you all, responsibly grow our domestic energy supply, and create more opportunity for Americans. It also gives small businesses the type of tax environment and certainty they need and deserve. Not one where we're slammed by major tax increases, which would occur by voting no on this bill. Voting no on this bill will assure massive tax hikes and will continue the waste, abuse, and fraud that is just running rampant through our federal government. Mr. Speaker, this bill is just the beginning. It sets the stage for making America as great as it should be. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Boy, that was weird. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise against the cruelty of a bill that would take food from the hungry and medicine from the sick to give billions of tax cuts to billionaires who don't need it. I rise against a Republican Party that is too afraid to do town halls and face their own voters, too afraid to debate us in committees to support this terrible bill. I rise for the working people who are struggling under the weight of Donald Trump's tariffs, the largest tax increase on the middle class in a generation. They can't afford higher copays or higher premiums. For the seniors who will have nowhere to go when their nursing homes are shut down by the Medicaid cuts in this bill, and the children who will have to pay the tab for the trillions of debt that you are adding. To my Republican colleagues, you told your voters that you would change Washington, but Washington has changed you. Do better, vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which will cut rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in critical government programs so they're protected for vulnerable Americans who need them most for generations to come. With this bill, President Trump and Republicans in Congress are defending Medicaid, protecting SNAP, and eliminating fraud so taxpayers' dollars are spent on Americans in need, not stolen by illegal immigrants or other fraudsters. This critical legislation will also make Trump tax cuts, which benefit all American taxpayers, permanent. It will cut taxes for hardworking families while Democrats try to drive them up. The bill will also allocate $60 billion towards farm bill programs to support our nation's farmers, ranchers, and producers who so desperately need support. Remember this, Republicans are the ones protecting these critical government programs. When Democrats refuse to support this bill, they are choosing to hike up taxes on American families, allow fraud to run rampant and benefit programs, and cut off aid to our farmers who put food on our tables. Passing this America First bill is vital to our nation's future in both the long and short term. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Poe.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The massive cuts to Medicaid within this bill will unleash catastrophic impact across America and my district. Hospitals and nursing homes could close and healthcare prices will rise as a result of these cuts. More than 1.7 million New Jerseyans, including over 1/3 of all children in our state, get their health care through Medicaid. Our state will lose 1/4 of the federal funding if it receives for Medicaid. That's $3.6 billion. This is what this bill will do if it becomes law. These cuts will especially hurt families in our poorest communities. And that's why I offered an amendment to require continuous Medicaid coverage through pregnancy and a year postpartum. If you support women and working families, there's no reason to oppose this provision. However, my amendments was blocked along with 5 other common sense amendments. Please vote no
The
on this
gentlelady's
cruel
time has
amendment.
expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding. Right now, the Montanans that I represent are staring down the barrel of a 26% tax increase. If Congress does not act soon, the average Treasure State family of 4 will lose more than $1,400 per year. President Trump won a decisive victory on creating jobs, lowering costs, and making his signature tax law permanent. This resolution advances his full agenda that the American people overwhelmingly elected us to enact. This is a game changer for individual filers as well as farmers, ranchers, and small business owners that make up the backbone of the Treasure State's economy. Our reconciliation bill delivers permanent death tax relief, benefiting over 2 million family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses that would otherwise see their exemption cut in half. Our bill provides permanent relief for the small businesses around the country that employ nearly half of Americans, while honoring President Trump's promise of no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. Put plainly, a vote against this rule, or our One Big Beautiful Bill, is a vote to raise taxes on every single American. On that, I urge my colleagues to support this rule.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just said to the gentleman, the reason why the tax cuts for middle-class families might expire is because that's the way you wrote them in the 2017 Republican tax scam bill. You made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but those for working people you made expire. So it's your fault. I yield 1 minute now to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
So if you
Members
run a
reminded to direct remarks to the chair. The gentleman's recognized.
So if you run a company that's losing market share, you got three choices. You can go bankrupt, you can innovate, or you can come whining to Washington saying competition scares me. In this bill, the Republican Party is delivering that protection from competition to the fossil fuel sector. Some numbers. Last 15 years, coal use is down 50%, oil use is flat, gas is losing market share, and that's because people are transitioning to renewables. It's because if you don't have to burn fossil fuel, you don't have to buy fossil fuel, and people like cheap energy. That is awesome. In the IRA, we passed rules to make sure that everybody could access those technologies, not just ones with disposable income. Great for consumers. We prioritize those investments in red and blue states. The result of all that is that the oil and gas sector doesn't like competition for the same reason you all don't like DEI, because mediocre folks are scared about meritocracies. So they're now slashing those programs that were building out transmission, that were leading a renaissance in nuclear technology, that were building out wind and solar, not because they're clean, because they're cheap. So we're getting higher energy prices, a less reliable grid, more extreme weather, all so that the fossil fuel industry doesn't have to face competition. That's not capitalism, it's state-directed socialism, and you own your life choices.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And I had a great conversation with their interns the other day, and they said, I've been studying the tax bill. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. The new tax rate, so to speak, it will be 37%. And so they asked me, why do they keep on talking about cutting taxes for the rich? It's who is getting the cut. It is simple. It is the person who's earned Social Security. It's the person who's earned those tips. It's the person who's earned that overtime pay. The people who make America work have been suffering for the last 4 years from failed government policies.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. I rise tonight because healthcare is on the line, and so is the well-being and the dignity of the people I serve in New Hampshire. The phones in my office won't stop ringing because people I represent are beyond angry about the proposal to slash Medicaid. Last week, I sat down with a constituent, Donka Facciolo of Laconia. She lives with a disability, and thanks to Medicaid, she receives skilled nursing, transportation, and employment support. Because of that help, she can live on her own. And another constituent that I met, Kevin Brett, told me the same. Without Medicaid, he's not sure where he'd go. Parents of individuals with disabilities have told me that they could lose in-home care for their kids. And in doing so, they'd be forced to quit their jobs. What kind of choice is that for these parents? So slashing Medicaid is cruel. It would take away Granite Staters' ability to receive care, their chance to work. It would rob them of their independence. And we know that it's all being ripped away in order to give big tax breaks to billionaires and the biggest corporations. So I'm a no on this reckless scheme. I urge my colleagues to vote no as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the one big, beautiful bill that delivers on President Trump's promise to make America great again. The bill makes America energy dominant again by repealing the Democrats' disastrous green news scam, expediting permitting and unleashing all of the below, that's the ground, coal, oil, and natural gas. The legislation makes America safe again by building the wall, giving needed resources to enforce our immigration laws, and rebuild our military. We also make America prosperous again by providing the largest tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, slashing taxes on Social Security. Tipped workers will see a $1,700 increase in take-home pay in this bill. That's a win for the American people. Finally, This bill puts American families first by increasing and making permanent the child tax credit and enhancing the adoption tax credit and defunding, thank God, big abortion. President Trump made a promise to the American people, and this bill fulfills it. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear the name and the title of H.R. 1, I am stunned with how childish and immature it is to name a bill the way that the majority has. But truly, it is the cruelty that is the worst part of this bill. When I was first elected, I told the people of Ohio's 13th congressional district, it may be my name on the ballot, but we are all going to Congress together. And I made that promise because as a representative, it is my responsibility to make sure that my constituents' needs are being addressed here in Washington. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need lower costs. They need access to care, and they do not need this horrible, horrible bill. I have said many times before, the access to maternal health, to infant mortality reduction, to making sure that people have access to substance and mental health services is what is so important. And there was no Republican mandate to kick our grandmothers out of nursing homes. But the most important part about this is that when 30,000 jobs are on the line in Ohio's 13th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, what are you going to say to my constituents? Will you call them lazy, worthless, unworthy of food, shelter, and human dignity? I already know the answer because the answer is yes, because I've heard you talk about constituents like mine and all over this country with disdain
15 seconds.
as though they are not important.
Gentlelady's
and they are
recognized
totally
for additional
unworthy
30
of this
seconds.
horrible, horrific, mean, cruel, nasty bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it comes as no surprise that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are afraid of the truth when speaking about the bill before us today. We now have extensive reporting that the last administration kept the American people in the dark about the health of President Biden. They refused to call the flood of illegals coming across our border a crisis. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried putting lipstick on their inflationary economy rather than changing course. So it should come as no shock, Mr. Speaker, that these same folks are misleading Americans about the bill before us today. The One Big Beautiful Bill will be a major course correction, delivering massive tax relief, certainty for small businesses, a historic investment in border security, and we are unleashing American energy. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that too many in this body live their own truth, not the truth. The truth is, this puts America first, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking border security, and the same administration just let in our Chapo's family. Chapo's family. I rise today as somebody representing one of the poorest districts in this country. Individual median income around $30,000. 1 in 4 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. 1 in 4 people in my district receive Medicaid benefits. These are people who cannot afford to lose healthcare access. They cannot afford to lose access to SNAP benefits. And the truth of the matter is, that people will lose those benefits, all in an effort to make long money even longer. And so my question is their money being longer worth people in my district's lives being shorter? And it's not. It never will be. It never can be. We have to stand up for these people. I came to Congress to be a voice for people who need things like Medicaid, who need things like SNAP benefits. And every day I'm here, I will push back against efforts to cut back on those benefits. And with that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Dr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding of that time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a family physician, I've seen both the benefits and issues associated with Medicaid. Currently, there are 7.6 million people on Medicaid who should not be there. 1.4 million illegal immigrants, 1.2 million that are ineligible for Medicaid, and 4.8 million able-bodied adults that choose not to work. It's time we crack down on fraud, waste, and abuse in such a vital program for those that need it. As we assess the state of Medicaid, we find that roughly 1 in every 4 dollars are spent improperly, with more than 80% of these payments stemming from eligibility errors. Medicaid is critically important for countless Americans, and this bill will ensure that those who truly need it can continue to access the care they depend on. Medicaid was designed to support the disabled, the pregnant women and children, and those that are in need. It is ballooned with able-bodied adults who are currently not required to be working. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to fix Medicaid and preserve it for those that need it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I offered a simple but essential amendment to this slash and burn Republican budget. This budget creates red tape that would result in vulnerable seniors losing their health care. My amendment would have prevented that red tape unless the Congressional Budget Office certifies that this bill will not result in any senior losing coverage. Why did Republicans block my amendment? Because they know their budget cuts care. And that's why they're doing all of this in the dead of night. It's why they're rushing this through, because they want to eviscerate health care so long as they get tax breaks for their billionaire best friends. It may be very, very late at night, but it's not too late for my Republican colleagues to do the right thing. It's not too late to protect Medicaid. It's not too late to protect SNAP. It's not too late to protect their constituents, but I won't hold my breath. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Luna.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for everyone for being here today. I can tell you that I'm very excited to vote for this bill for a few reasons. Starting in November, when I was campaigning with our very popular president, who won not just the national popular vote, but also the Electoral College, who campaigned on ending taxes on tips, taxes on overtime pay, everything that would help the American people that have felt far too long left by Washington, D.C., and we are finally able to deliver. What are we delivering on? It doesn't just stop there. It's ending taxes on car loan interest, which so many people struggle with. It's going to end additional tax and bring additional tax relief for seniors. It makes sure that we restore border security, which, by the way, I'd like to remind the American people that it was our colleagues that were responsible for giving many of these program benefits to people that never paid into the program, to people that were here illegally hurting our very own people. We talk about defending seniors, we talk about defending the most needy, and yet these programs were literally at risk of insolvency had we not done this. So what I can tell you is I'm very proudly supporting this bill. That also includes an increase in the child tax credit and an increase to individual tax deduction. I ask everyone to join us in this. And with that, please support the very big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. I'm grateful for his leadership and the leadership of the Rules Committee Democrats who are fighting back against these massive tax giveaways to billionaires and corporations raking in record profits. Mr. Speaker, the American people are getting squeezed by reckless tariffs that are raising prices on every family, and it's only going to get worse. With prices still too high, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can justify taking food off of the table for women, children, and families. While so many working families are struggling, I don't understand how they can justify a tax bill that only makes life easier for billionaires like Elon Musk. In the dark of night, they want to pass this GOP tax scam. We saw today that the president has said that a vote against this legislation represents an ultimate betrayal. The real betrayal, Mr. Speaker, is to the working people of this country who will pay the price so that billionaires can pay less in taxes. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle said that they wouldn't cut Medicaid, and that's exactly what this bill does. They said that they would end taxes on tips, but they forgot to mention that the trade-off is that you'll lose your health care. The American people didn't sign up for these broken promises. They asked their elected officials to work together to lower costs. My colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are waiting for these so-called reasonable Republicans to join us. Let's focus on bringing down the cost of housing, rent, gas, and groceries, and let's stop rewarding billionaires at the expense of the middle class.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill on behalf of these people and thousands of others like them. They are not millionaires or billionaires. They're family farmers. Brent and Stephanie Baldwin farm wheat, sugar beets, edible beans, and soybeans in St. Thomas, North Dakota. They have 3 kids. They're 4th-generation farmers. And unless Congress acts, the tax relief they depend on, the 199A deduction, will expire at the end of this year. Our bill will permanently expand this and increase this deduction for pass-through businesses like the Baldwins. In 2020 alone, 67,000 taxpayers in my state, including many farmers, claimed the 199A deduction, putting $682 million in their pockets. That's real money for working class Americans. Our bill also eliminates the death tax for family-owned businesses. We can't have the big, bloated federal government stealing their hard work and wasting it on fraud and abuse. But for our family farmers and producers, the backbone of rural America, this is
Gentlelady's
urgent.
time has expired.
Let's make these tax cuts permanent and pass this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you so much, and I thank the ranking member for yielding his time. 13.7 million Americans. 13.7 million Americans are the number of people in this country whose health care are going to be stripped in this bill. Now, Republicans are going to try to tell you every single distraction in the book from that essential number. I want people at home to understand that Medicaid and the federal matching funds for Medicaid can make up 30 to 40% of some of the state budgets that we have going on back in your home. Republicans have put this bill together, rushed it together in a matter of hours on the back of a napkin, shaking it, walking out of the White House, and brought it right here to this floor. They are defunding Planned Parenthood. They are ending tons of Medicaid coverage for 13.7 million Americans, including Affordable Care Act coverage as well. And if you want to get an abortion and have a silver plan on a healthcare plan that you paid for, you will also be affected by this legislation as well. Also, allowing suppressors on guns to be deregulated to some of the largest amounts that we have seen since the 1930s. This is just a Christmas bill.
I yield the gentlelady to 30 seconds.
And so I want people to understand, for my Republican colleagues who are sure what is in and not in this bill, in this process that has been this rushed, when you wake up in the morning, you will realize that you voted to defund Planned Parenthood and to take away health care from 13.7 million Americans. And when this country wakes up in the morning, there will be consequences to pay for this. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to take a moment to ground this House in reality and make sure that everyone understands that words have consequences and that the violent political rhetoric that has been delivered over the last 48 to 72 hours by my Democrat colleagues have affected Americans across this country and the globe. It's been reported that 2 Israeli diplomats were shot leaving an event at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. by someone that yelled, "Free, free Palestine." And so I would like to spend the rest of my time that has been yielded by Ms. Houchin and ask respectfully my colleagues to have a moment of silence for these 2 people that were murdered by someone for political purposes.
Silence. Gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for your stamina, and to you for your values. Mr. Speaker, the Reverend Martin Luther King said, of all the forms of inequality and injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it also often results in physical death. He went on to talk about access to health care as a right. But this builds in inequality and inhumanity exactly what Republicans have in store for the American people. I was 5 hours at the Rules Committee. I know some of you were longer. And it was stiff competition as to what was the worst provision they came up with. But let's just talk about work requirements for a moment. You said with great pride, oh, if they have a 7-year-old child, they have to go to work. A 7-year-old child is a little child. I just recall for you a conversation I had with some moms. One of them said, if I have a work requirement to have Medicaid, this is what it means to me. If my child is sick, I can't go to work because I can't afford childcare. I can't go, if I miss work, I'll miss pay, and I can't afford to miss the pay. And if I miss going to work, I can be fired. So what I'll have to do is put my child on the school bus sick, because the child is sick and I have to go to work to have Medicaid. Then, of course, as has been mentioned about the silencers, is just beyond comprehension in terms of safety for our children. Because the Republicans' tax bill scam, millions of American families, seniors and veterans, vulnerable children and all the rest, and people with disabilities will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed, millions of jobs will be destroyed across America, and all of this to give another massive tax cut to the richest people in America. It is a Republican Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. I urge a no vote on the rule and on the bill.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Democrats are distorting the truth to smear a bill that protects working class Americans. They scream tax cuts for billionaires, yet not a single personal income tax rate from the Trump tax cuts is being changed. Tax cuts that pulled over 6 million people out of poverty and brought our country's poverty rate to a record low. What they don't want Americans to know is that without this bill, families face a 22% tax hike. House Republicans are making sure that does not happen. We're cutting taxes, boosting take-home pay, and securing millions of American manufacturing jobs. We're delivering on conservative promises, no taxes on tips, overtime, or car interest. We're strengthening the child tax credit, making the paid leave credit permanent, and repealing the Democrats' IRS overreach targeting gig workers with their $600 rule. This bill stands for working families, economic freedom, and common sense. The left can't spend all they want, but the facts don't lie. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this one big ugly bill. Instead of cutting costs, it imposes the biggest healthcare cut ever, forcing 14 million people to lose coverage. This bill makes the deepest cut to nutrition assistance in U.S. history, ripping food from the mouths of kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. It guts clean energy, hurts farmers, expands abortion bans, and explodes the debt so badly it will trigger $500 billion in cuts to Medicare. And its 1,000+ pages all boil down to this. $1.1 trillion is swiped from SNAP and Medicaid and stuffed right into the pockets of the richest 1%. It no longer, thankfully, gives tax breaks to tanning beds, although you tried that in the dead of night, yet strips Affordable Care Act coverage from millions of families and raises deductibles and copays for millions more. This is worse than the haves versus the have-nots. It's just one big giveaway to the have-yachts. And just like Trump did to all his businesses, this bill will drive our constituents and our country into bankruptcy. Any Republican with a spine, which you clearly lack, and a conscience, which you also lack, should join me in voting hell no. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am a new person in this chamber. And one of the things I've observed over the last 6 weeks is a fundamental question of who is it that we should be most worried about? See, Rome is burning, and it doesn't seem as though people realize that. It is not thoughtful, it is not generous, it is not compassionate to borrow money from our children and our grandchildren to give it to people who should not be in our country anyway. It is not compassionate to borrow money from them to give it to people for health care if they could work and they could provide it themselves. But what is compassionate is to tell someone who is a waitress working hard to support her family that she doesn't have to pay taxes on her tips. It is compassionate to someone like my father who is blind to know he might not have to pay taxes on his Social Security. There is compassion in this bill. There is compassion for the American people, and I hope that everyone will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has? Okay,
one more speaker,
then I will reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Craig.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of talk tonight about what happens if we vote for this bill. And what are my colleagues voting for if they vote against this bill? Democrats who aren't going to vote for this bill, they'll be voting for a $4.5 trillion tax increase. They'll be voting for waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. They'll be voting for illegal immigrants stealing from Medicaid. They'll be voting for continuing green energy scams. They'll be for allowing environmental extremists to continue to drive up the costs of energy for average American families. And what are they voting against? They're voting against a $150 billion increase for our military. And they're voting against a base housing allowance increase for our soldiers. That's in this bill. They're voting against tax relief for seniors and working Americans. Let's end the nonsense. Let's do what's right for America. Let's pass this rule and pass this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Gentlelady, have any other speakers, or is she the final speaker?
I'm prepared to close.
And may I ask how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes. Gentlelady has 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the previous Republican speakers got up and said Rome is burning. I hate to tell him, but Republicans are in charge. And Trump is your Caesar. CBO just did an analysis of this budget, and they did an analysis of how it impacts the bottom 10% and the top 10% income earners in this country. And guess what? The bottom 10% get screwed, and the top 10% get a big raise in terms of revenue, in terms of tax breaks. So let me end where I began, Mr. Speaker. This is about whose side you are on. Whose side are you on, Mr. Speaker? Because from where I stand, it looks like you and the entire Republican Party betrayed the American people to side with the billionaires. People are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. They are fed up and they want change. They want us to make things better for regular, hardworking people, not just the rich and the powerful. And what Republicans' big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. Our colleagues in Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate and despise. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for the rich and powerful while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You know, my state of Massachusetts funds states like Indiana, where the gentlelady is from. We get back less than we give. And so how dare she or anybody else vote to steal our tax money and give it to billionaires? So no, we will not go quietly. And no, we will not give up. We will fight this cruel, corrupt, immoral bill every step of the way because the people we represent are counting on us. And we will never stop fighting for them. I urge every member of this House to vote hell no, never, absolutely not on this terrible disgrace of a bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Rome is burning, but not because of the leadership of Republicans and Donald Trump. After 4 years of failed leadership under President Biden, our country faces many challenges. But Republicans, along with President Trump, are ready to address them head on and get our country back on track. The one big, beautiful bill is here, and the American people are ready to see us deliver on our promises. This is historic legislation that is a bill for working Americans. Here's 3 words I want you to remember: ineligible, illegal, and able. Those are the people who we don't believe should be taking Medicaid from pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. We've heard a lot about 13.7 million people are going to lose their health care. That number was debunked by the New York Times. That's a newspaper that doesn't write a lot of things that are friendly to our side. It's not that way. This is a bill that is going to support pregnant women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. It supports our veterans, our farmers, and our small business owners. It secures tax certainty, permitting reform, and our border. It quite simply, the one big, beautiful bill is America first, and I'm proud to support it. With this vote, we can unlock the golden age of America. I look forward to moving the one big, beautiful bill out of the House and delivering for the American people and who voted for the golden age to return. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I asked for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid.
Thanks for your concern. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution if ordered and passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 31. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 211. The previous question is not ordered, is ordered. And opinion chair, the question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the lady of New Mexico seek
Requesting the
recognition?
recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm gathered here today with colleagues from the Commonwealth of Virginia and others with a heavy heart to announce to the House the passing of our friend and colleague, Congressman Jerry Conley. I've had the distinct honor to serve alongside Jerry for many years. Jerry served in this chamber since 2009. And before that, he served 14 years on the Board of Supervisors in Fairfax County, including 5 years as its chairman. Jerry was a tireless fighter for his constituents, an unwavering advocate for the federal workforce, and a true steward for our democratic institutions. He loved America, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and of course, his beloved hometown of Fairfax. As the ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, he spent the last few months on the front lines as a chief advocate for our federal civil service workers. I deeply valued Jerry's partnership. We worked together to champion policies that strengthen our communities, protect workers' rights, and expand opportunities for all Americans. As his friend, I know I speak for all of us here to say that we will miss Jerry's infectious energy, his humor, and his unique ability to connect with people. This is a loss for this chamber, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and our entire nation. Our condolences go out to his wife, Smitty, his daughter, Caitlin, his staff, and the rest of his family and loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield to my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, I've had the honor and privilege to know Jerry Conley for over 3 decades. He and I served in local government together for years. We're part of the Virginia Association of Counties. Jerry had a deep passion for Fairfax County, for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and for this nation. And you wouldn't find anybody that had a deeper knowledge of issues and knew more about what was best to be done and knew more about trying to find a place to agree, about getting things done. You know, it was really something special about Jerry. I remember us having discussions back in the day when we just started out in local government, because we both learned from each other. He came from a big county there in Fairfax County. I came from a small county. I live in a town today, population 350. We couldn't have been any more different in how we reflected on the counties that we represented. But you know what? We had a deep commitment to doing what was right. And you know, I learned a lot from Jerry in his perspective on Fairfax, but also his perspective on the Commonwealth and perspective on the nation. And he was always looking to find solutions. He was always very passionate about people, about making sure he understood the policies and understood how to get things done. Jerry was always committed to doing that. Jerry's legacy is going to live on forever in all of us. It'll live on forever in his family and live on forever in the things that he's done for Fairfax County, for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and for our nation. We will miss Jerry, but we will remember his legacy through the things that he has done and through what he did to reach out to others and to look for common ground to get things done in the best interest of not only his constituents, but of our Commonwealth and of our nation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask all of us to join in a moment of silence in honor of Jerry Conley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
It's really Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 31, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 31, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The joint resolution without it is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution. Clerk will suspend for a moment. House will be in order. Members, please take conversations from the floor. Clerk will read the resolution.
House Resolution 435, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Gerald E. Connolly, a representative from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Who are we going to first? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 436, I call up Bill H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 78, H.R. 1, a bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14.
Pursuant to House Resolution 436, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee Print 119-3 modified by the amendment printed in House Report 119-113 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget on their respective designees and the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee of Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
They're going to debate for 2 hours.
Material on
This is
HR
it.
1.
Without objection.
Big bill.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 years, the American people have suffered one self-inflicted crisis after another, from the chaos at our southern border to our crime-ridden streets to a cost of living crisis that decimated working families from sea to shining sea, leaving Americans weaker, our country more divided and more vulnerable than it's been in generations. Colleagues, lest we forget how we got here and why this moment is so important and so consequential, in the life of our country, let's reflect on the recent history. Under the leadership of Biden-Harris and congressional Democrats, our federal government failed to enforce the laws of our land and unilaterally surrendered our sovereign border to terrorist drug cartels. On top of that, our military mission was reduced from warfighter readiness to ideological indoctrination. We lost the confidence of our allies, the respect of our enemies, and America's influence on the world stage. Unbridled spending and failed fiscal policies sent our country's economy into a tailspin. Trillions in deficit spending, trillions more in regulations, cradle-to-grave welfare without work, and an all-out assault on American energy independence wreaked havoc on our economy and created the worst inflation crisis in 40 years. In November, the American people gave President Trump an historic mandate and unified Republican leadership in Congress to reverse course on these failed policies and their disastrous consequences. And that's exactly what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act delivers the greatest single investment in border security and national defense, the largest tax cuts for families and small businesses, the most significant commitment to unlocking America's energy resources, and the largest reduction in spending in the history of the United States by twofold. But in an attempt to derail our efforts, you can be sure of this: our Democrat colleagues will use their tired old tactics of fear-mongering and false claims. They like to lead you to believe that this reconciliation bill is a, quote, tax cut for the rich on the backs of the poor. Their narrative throughout this process has not only been misleading, Mr. Speaker, and completely untrue, it preys on the fears of our nation's most vulnerable. Here's the truth. The 2017 tax cuts lowers tax rates for every American household at every income level, with the lower income families benefiting the most, while actually increasing the amount of taxes paid at the top 1%. 3 out of every $4 in the Trump tax cuts didn't go to corporations, they went to individuals. Workers experienced a record 25-year wage increase. Families received an additional $5,000 in median household income, and income for the bottom 50% grew 3 times faster than the top 1%. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, a record 6 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. This won't stop our Democrat colleagues from scaring you with fallacious statements that, quote, children will go without food, seniors will be stranded without health care, and the disabled will be left to die in the streets. All of this is just a cover for what they really want to do. They want to protect health care and welfare at any cost for illegal immigrants, at the expense of hardworking taxpayers and our citizens who depend on them. And crazy enough, Mr. Speaker, they also want to abandon the common sense Clinton-era work requirements that reduce government dependency by 80%. And instead, they would trap millions of people in poverty and rob them of the dignity of work. But by the overwhelming results of this last election, it's abundantly clear the American people see through this too. And they have totally rejected the Democrats' radical agenda. Their message to Washington was clear, Mr. Speaker. They want competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment from all of us to put America and Americans first. Now, let's give the people what they voted for. I reserve my time.
Reserves the balance of his time, gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr.
I just want to thank you guys.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Thank you for the super chats. Logan Barnett.
Mr. Speaker, by my calculation, I have now been up 43 of the last 45 hours, and I'm not quitting yet.
Thank you guys kindly here. We have Bruno Bars with a $5 super chat. Says, let them cook, chat. Well, thank you, Bruno. Logan Barnett again. This revote smells. We should still win, though. Yes. Yes, the vote did prevail. God willing, we shall have the HPA in short within a year. Also, what should I run on my Glock 21? Give him suggestions, guys. I am not an expert on suppressors. That's for sure. Rudy Finney with a super chat. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate you, man. And Bruno Bars again says, don't forget to keep the pressure on, boys. Senate. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the Byrd rule in the Senate and the Senate period, but we're getting closer, guys. We are one step closer. This is the full vote on the full package coming up, which includes the HPA, just to make this clear.
Over $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare. All told, given the cuts to the ACA, the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to Medicare, the largest loss of health care in American history as a result of this bill. Not even during the Great Depression did so many people lose their health care as will lose it in this bill.
Good night, Vince.
And there are even more cuts beyond that. Cuts
Good
to
night,
nutrition assistance programs, cuts to Head Start, cuts to other education programs. The list goes on and on. Why? To help pay for over $5 trillion worth of tax cuts.
Yes, if everything passes,
most of which that go to the top
will
1%.
Be off the NFA.
But here's the thing. As draconian as these cuts are,
if it passes,
they actually don't even
amended.
come close to paying for the size of the tax cuts. So how is the rest subsidized? With more debt financing. So much so that we have finally
Dude, I'm going to buy cases of oil filters if it
the
completely
Moody's
comes
Credit
off
Agency
100%.
on Friday downgrade the quality of the credit of the United States. Today, we saw more market churn. Markets are worried. Now, most ordinary Americans, most people I call as neighbors and friends back home in Northeast Philly,
Logan.
a very
Super
working class and middle class place. Most people I know aren't paying attention to the credit agencies and what Wall Street is doing. But here's the thing. It will affect interest
Let me know,
rates.
Chad.
In
Do you
fact,
want me
it
to
already
pause this
is.
guy for a summary
Mortgage
to bring you
rates
up
have
to
gone
speed?
back
Let
up
me know.
over 7% and
You guys
set to
want me
rise
to
by
pause
more.
him? Not pause, but I'll
Not
mute
just
this
mortgage
phone
rates,
for a minute.
auto loan rates.
If you guys need a quick
the
summary
rate
of
that
what
your
happened.
credit card company charged you. At a time of increasing unaffordability in America, this bill doesn't make the situation better. It makes it far, far worse. Mr. Speaker, this is not the kind of bill that is worthy of the Congress of the United States. This is class warfare. It makes the poor poorer,
Okay.
the rich
Chat, just
richer,
chime in
and
for
the
one
middle
more
class
second here.
left behind.
I'll bring you up to speed
and
if
again,
you want to know.
these aren't Democratic talking points. These aren't coming from progressive organizations. Last night, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office released the distribution tables in terms of who will get what from this tax bill. They found the bottom 10% will be 4% poorer in household wealth under this bill, with most of the benefits going to the top 10% of Americans. And of
Okay.
that top 10%.
Let me mute this jackwagon for 1 second, guys. It's still live, so we'll come back in and pick up in a minute. But trust me, I was listening to him in the Rules Committee for 8 hours. He ain't nothing you're going to miss too much. So here's where we're at right now. The Hearing Protection Act was added as an amendment in the wee hours of the morning to the House Rules Committee. Representative Cloud of Texas. I believe it was item number amendment 487, which you just watched a few votes ago. There were a few other things in the meantime, but the big vote, I don't know, half hour ago or so, was H-Res 436. That was the resolution to adopt those amendments from the Rules Committee. So as of right now, there is a good version, like a real version of the Hearing Protection Act, if you will, in this big, beautiful bill package, H.R. 1. All right. Now, so if it passes the House, which they're going to vote on that in a little less than 2 hours, that's a big deal. It means it has passed the lower chamber of Congress. However, it has to go to the upper chamber, which is the Senate. Now, since it's under the narrow guise of budget reconciliation, there will be no Senate filibuster at play, meaning it will just take a simple majority of 51 aye votes to pass it out of the Congress and then sent to President Trump. However, there's a couple things to think about with the Senate. First of all, they have to be, these bills and all the amendments have to be very narrowly crafted, very specific, in line with budget reconciliation. There is what's called a Byrd rule, Senator Byrd rule. I'll read you guys a synopsis in 1 second of that. Look, I'm not saying for sure that the Byrd rule is going to neuter this Hearing Protection Act. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's going to kick it out altogether. I'm not saying that either. But we could run into a situation where it reduces the tax down to zero, but still keeps silencers, that's the legal terminology, as most people call them, suppressors, on the NFA, just lowering the tax down to $0 for both transfer and making. Don't for 1 minute think, and I think some people get the wrong impression when I say this could happen. I think it might probably actually will get messed with by the Senate a little bit. I'm being serious. Doesn't mean I want the Senate to mess with it. Doesn't mean that I'm negative on what's happening right now. You guys are witnessing huge, huge wins as we speak. This is all true in the moment. Also, they're going to have to go through committees in the Senate where this can be marked up, messed with, whatever. If the Senate decides to disagree with the House entirely or in part on this, they can send parts back to the House, like maybe the Short Act. People are saying, well, where's the Short Act? Not in the Big Beautiful House version, the Big Beautiful Bill House version. However, it can be procedurally added into the Senate. But then the House will have to take up that portion, and the House may or may not agree to that. My guess would be probably will, but we can't take these rhinos for granted either. So the Short Act is still a possibility, just not on the table tonight. That would be deregulating and removing short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns from the National Firearms Act. So the floor vote's going to be here in a little less than 2 hours. We will find out in the wee hours of the morning, about 5 a.m., if H.R. 1, otherwise known as the Big Beautiful Bill Act, will know if it passed or not. Okay, that means that it's cleared the House. That means we've got the HPA in the House. Senate could mess with it procedurally. They could mess with it in committees, or the Senate parliamentarian could mess with it and with pursuant to this Byrd rule. I'll read it real quick. The Byrd rule is a procedural rule in the United States Senate. Restricts what can be included in a reconciliation bill. That's what this is. Don't forget that. A special legislative process used to pass budget-related legislation with limited debate. Specifically, the rule prevents extraneous items, meaning those not directly related to budget impacts, from being included. This rule, named after Senator Robert Byrd, was adopted in 1985 and amended in 1990. So here's an argument that could be made, and I hope it's not. Okay? They could say, well, you know, the tax itself can be reduced down to zero because that's budgetary. However, the actual other provisions of the NFA, even though it's all built around a tax, those are considered extraneous. They could mess with things. So that's something we need to keep our eye out for. So hopefully that's a good summary. If anyone has any other questions, we will see what's going on with the debate. Yeah, make oil filters great again if this passes, right? Now, I will say this. They did pass. They did add on to this near the end, okay? Like near the end of the House committee and all that, just before we went live tonight. I'm sorry, this is all running together. The GOA put up a post, and I did retweet it on my X account, so make sure you're following 2AEDU on X, that said, like, in the alternative, as a backup, they did add a provision in that would just simply reduce the tax to zero. That was the original neutered version that we were stuck with in the House Ways and Means Committee. Representative Cloud of Texas was able to get the real Hearing Protection Act in. Okay? Got that in. It's now been adopted via that HRES 436 that we saw voted on an hour ago. That's where we are. If the Senate messes with it in the alternative, we may likely end up in a scenario where it's just simply a zero tax for the transfer of the suppressor, silencer, and $0 for the making of it. These are two separate legal things. Transferring and making are different. So we'll see which version ends up getting sent to President Trump's desk. Very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. This is the closest, like I said earlier tonight on my other stream, this is the closest in our lifetime that we've seen to anything getting repealed or removed or altered from the National Firearms Act. Hopefully that helped you all out. Good to see you all tonight in the chat, by the way. Oh, I got another super chat here. Scar44, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. He says, just found your channel. Thank you for being up this late and streaming this. Much appreciated. Well, you're welcome, man. Here's the deal. This is my third stream in the last basically 26 hours. I did a stream for a couple hours reacting earlier tonight, and I'm like, dude, I'm done. And then I was watching this hearing, right? And I'm like, the actual official House YouTube page and some of these news places. I'm like, dude, this chat sucks. So why not open it up here so we could have a two-way community chat where you guys could actually like talk about guns and do this stuff. So yeah, guys, the short act's gonna have to be added in the Senate at this point. That's possible. Okay, that can actually happen. It depends on what the will of the people are. Trust me. We had a Republican trifecta back in the beginning of the Trump 45 administration. This didn't make it this far. Y'all have been pretty loud about this. It's made it this far. All right? It's made it this far. All of you that have been making noise and calling and writing and trying to win this war in the court of public opinion, yeah, that's why we're here. I mean, really. That's why we're here. Word Up Russia says 2A EDU's #1. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Dude, things are changing, man. People are tired of the NFA. They want it gone. Let's see if these clowns have anything to say. I tried to give you guys a brief summary. Want to say hi to you guys. That's my nature, just to be like, what's up, guys? I've noticed my viewers have dropped like by 100, though, since I stopped broadcasting this. So I'll put it back on, not because I really care about viewer numbers, but clearly the average audience would like to listen to these guys a little bit more right now. But I'll be here to chime in a little bit.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's
Today
crazy,
I rise
man.
in
I got
support of
on
the
here and
One
talked
Big
for like
Beautiful Bill Act, which
5
includes a
minutes
title
and I
from
lose
energy
100
and
viewers.
commerce
People love Karen.
that unleashes American
That's
energy,
awesome.
promotes American innovation, and protects care for our most vulnerable Americans. In 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson created the Medicaid program to protect low-income families, individuals who are disabled, and seniors. And House Republicans share this commitment to this vulnerable population.
Dude, thank you,
This
Dark
bill
Mavis.
protects
Welcome to
coverage
the
for those
channel, man.
individuals by ensuring
Welcome to the
ineligible
channel. Good to see
recipients
you.
do
I
not
hope you
cut the
subscribe.
line in front of our,
Let
our
me
most
know.
vulnerable Americans.
Let me know if you know of any
The
knife
decision by
companies
left-leaning state governments
want
to
me to
spend
check out their
taxpayer
stuff.
dollars on people who are ineligible
If you
for
know,
the
if you would
program
let
is
me know of anybody
indefensible.
like that.
Medicaid should not cover illegal immigrants, deceased or duplicative beneficiaries, or able-bodied adults without dependents who choose not to work. Let's be clear. What my Democrat colleagues are prioritizing when they say they oppose our bill, what they're
Hold on, quick second here. I want to read this super chat. Durkey09 with a $10 super chat. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Says, you're the only person I can find covering this in detail. Keep up the great work. Well, thanks, man. I'm trying. And look, guys, I'm just like a dude that happens to have a channel right now that is right there with all of you, dude. I'm thinking about oil filters and all this kind of stuff. You know, American Sentinel, because some of us are poor, man. You know what I mean? Load your boy up right here with some major super chats, man. And I can buy myself a proper can if this gets repealed. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I'm a landscaper. Like, I buy, like, oil filters for my trucks and mower, and I'm thinking, dude, like, I'm being honest. That's probably all I could afford if this passes. So, heck yeah, man. It doesn't pass some people's gun snobbery test, right? But yeah, if this passes, I'll probably go with an oil filter with a simple threaded adapter, you know? I mean, why not? I might go with the old 2-liter bottle wrapped in rags too. You know what I'm saying? Do it like they used to do in the inner city back in the day, like in the 1930s. Crazy Heathen, what's happening, man? Dude, I hear you. He says, just imagine what problems we could really solve if we didn't have to always consistently focus on protecting our actual rights. Yeah, dude, it is a joke. I mean, look, man. I mean, I get it, dude. Some people have some cash. I mean, I get it. My man's got more cash than me. Maybe he will load the channel up with a nice super chat. What do you guys think? I ain't got that kind of money, guys. I'm going to go with a Super Tech oil filter. Fram's too expensive. I run a small business in Michigan under Gretchen Whitmer.
Trillions of dollars to the
This
deficit
nutcase.
and pass those financial handcuffs off onto our grandchildren. What kind of nation are we when they choose to make those deficits force $500 billion of cuts to Medicare? What has happened this week is shocking. It's unconscionable. It's not leadership. It's moral failure. Kicking the poor in the teeth while rewarding the richest among us. My colleagues, Americans deserve
Get
so
on with
much
it, woman.
better
You
than
still got to
this.
wash the
So
dinner
much
dishes
better.
tonight.
And I urge my colleagues to reject this cruel, cynical bill. I yield back.
Man, food's getting stuck
Gentleman
on
from
them
Texas.
dishes. Get back in there and
Mr.
get in the
Speaker,
kitchen, woman, and get out of here.
91% on average of my colleagues, voters, constituents, friends, and families, they paid the standard deduction. Their opposition to this bill, if they were successful, would actually cut the standard deduction in half. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Missouri, our T&I chair, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of one big, beautiful bill which fulfills President Trump's agenda by securing our border, keeping taxes low for families and job creators, and restoring the nation's energy dominance and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee's portion
Malcolm
of today's
Palm with a
legislation
$10 super chat.
provides
Thank you,
critical
Malcolm. I
investments in
appreciate
border
you, man.
security, national defense,
He
and
says, I
modernization of
appreciate your
America's air
insight
traffic
into
control
all
system while
the
eliminating wasteful spending and other
machinations
deficit reduction
with
measures.
these processes. There's
Specifically, this
more to
bill
know than I
addresses
realized. Dude,
long-overdue
it's like
needs of the
mega
United States
complicated.
Coast Guard,
I've been living
which
and
for over
breathing this
2
stuff.
decades has received
It's like
less than half
kind of
of the capital
crazy,
investment
but
necessary to effectively
dude, this
implement
is cool. We're
and
witnessing
effectively
something
carry out
cool
its
right now,
critical
guys.
missions. The T&I
Glad
committee
to enjoy it
included more
with
than
all of
$21
you.
billion to
Thank you, Raven
recapitalize
Black.
Coast Guard assets, including the acquisition of cutters,
Like the stream and
aircraft,
give him a
polar
subscribe.
icebreakers,
Heck yeah.
along with the facilities
YouTube
that
says I
remain
haven't
to
gained any
support them.
subscribers off
In light
this
of
stream
serious
yet.
operational
That's
and
okay.
financial
We will
challenges facing
eventually.
the FAA, the T&I committee provided $12.5 billion down payment for finally modernizing our outdated air traffic control infrastructure. Finally, the bill addresses the chronic shortfall in the Highway Trust Fund by instituting a $250 annual fee on electric vehicles and $100 on hybrid vehicles, ensuring that all drivers contribute their fair share to
Probably,
maintaining our roads
heathen.
and bridges. In this measure, the T&I committee prioritized core federal responsibilities, which included national
Thank
defense,
you, Raven.
transportation safety, and infrastructure modernization, while also responsibly offsetting these investments with cuts to wasteful spending. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to support the legislation.
Just remember, Massey
And with
is a
that, I
no
yield
vote
back the balance
right
of my
now.
time.
Massey's spoken that he's
Mr.
a
Speaker,
no.
I just want to correct a disingenuous argument that has been offered repeatedly. Folks on the other side throughout this past week and a
Thanks,
half, 2
Malcolm.
weeks, and we hear it tonight, say, well, if we don't pass this bill, most Americans will face a tax increase. Completely false.
Dude, if you guys want to check out
Time and
Blackout
again over the
Coffee,
last 2
20%
weeks,
off your first purchase.
both in Ways and
Link
Means
code's
and
in the
Rules,
description. Just saying.
Democratic members offered amendments to protect
Follow
and
me on
extend the
Locals and
tax
X as
cuts
well.
for every
if you want to.
American making under $1 billion a year. Every single Democrat voted for those amendments. Every single Republican voted against them. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio,
Quick question,
distinguished
guys. Let your
member
boy
of
know.
the
Let me
Budget
know.
Committee,
What
Ms.
oil
Catherine.
filter, what
Gentleman,
super
ladies,
tech
recognized
number
for
do
1
I
minute.
want? An ST2, a
Thank you. Ranking Member
4917?
Boyle,
Tell me
federal
what's going to be the
budgets
best for my
are moral
AK if this
documents.
passes.
They tell the American
Need your
people
advice.
who we value and who we leave behind.
This budget is a bonanza for
Yeah, that guy,
billionaires.
yeah.
It's paid for by cutting health care and food for millions of working families and seniors. The U.S. national debt stands at $36 trillion.
No, you're right,
And this bill will
Republican opinion. You're
raise
right.
it to over $40 trillion.
He's right, guys.
Historically, Republican administrations have ballooned the debt. Reagan,
Dude, which
both
oil
Bushes,
filter do I
and
want,
Trump
man?
through tax cuts to the very rich, coupled with endless wars. It's clear where the debt has come from. Trillions added, unpaid. Now they're coming after health coverage and food
Rochford,
assistance.
what's up, my
President
man?
Trump
Mobile
already has
One.
added
Dude, I
$8.4
was
trillion
thinking
to the
super
debt
tech, all
from
right,
his
dude?
last tax cuts. Meanwhile, as billionaires use their tax
did leave me a
refunds
super
to
chat
do
earlier.
stock
I
buybacks,
might be able to buy
American
one 'cause of
workers
you,
are
man.
left behind. Let's call it what it is, another Republican budget buster, betraying working people while causing prices to rise. 40,000 people across the district I represent and nearly 14 million nationwide will lose coverage for health care to pay for these bonanzas for billionaires. Mr. Speaker, this bill must be
Gentlelady's
benched.
time has expired.
Vote no.
Mr.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleagues over the last 4 years, their failed economic policies, their unbridled spending put a 20% inflation,
What's up, Shine
regressive
Pro, AZ?
inflation tax on
Thank you for
working
being a
families all
subscriber,
across this
dude.
great land. With that, I
I'm gonna
yield to
do
my
some
good
more
friend
Taurus
from
videos
Ohio,
again
our
soon.
GOP chair of the Judiciary
I've
Committee,
been doing
Mr.
all my
Jim
gun
Jordan.
stuff on locals.
For
I
how
think
much?
I'm
For
gonna
2
do
minutes.
some gun YouTube
Gentleman's recognized
videos
for two
soon
times.
again.
First, 2
Maybe.
minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good bill because the left hates it. The left that defunded the police, the left that let 10 million people illegally enter our country
yeah,
in a
Durkee.
4-year time span, the
Yeah.
left that wants men to compete against women in sports, the left that lied to us about Benghazi, lied to us about the Hunter Biden laptop,
Yeah, man, get me
lied to
loaded
us
up with
about
the
President Biden's
$250
health,
super chat. I'll buy one right
the
now,
left that
man.
lied to us about COVID. You remember that. They got to go to
We
the
protect
fancy
oil
restaurants,
filters,
but all the
$3
people
a
we
piece.
represent, they couldn't go to church, couldn't go to work, couldn't go to school. The left doesn't like this bill.
Go, Jim.
That tells you it's a good bill. This bill's about fundamental conservative principles, regular things that the American people appreciate. This bill cuts taxes. This bill requires work for able-bodied adults in our welfare system. This bill gives school choice to parents. This bill secures the border. We're the party that believes in letting moms and dads keep more of their money
I know you're
to
trying to
spend
help
on
me,
their
Southern
goals and their
Frank, but I
dreams.
just can't do that right
We're the party
now. You know
that
what I mean?
says if you get taxpayer funds and you're able-bodied, you should work. That's fair to the taxpayers. That's good for our economy. Most importantly, it's good for the recipient. We're the party that says parents, regular moms and dads, should get to pick where their kid goes to school so they can get the kind of education that will allow them to achieve the American dream. That's in this bill. And this bill secures the border. The primary issue of last fall's election, the issue that decided the election, the issue that put President Trump in the White House and Republicans in control of the Congress, this bill helps secure the border that President Trump's already got under control. That's why we should support this legislation. It cuts taxes, requires work for able-bodied adults, empowers parents to pick the school where their kid's going to get the best education, and secures the border like the American people want us to do. This bill is doing exactly what we told the voters we were going to do, and that's why we should support it. I yield back to the budget chairman and thank him for his good work on this
Dude, I'll be
legislation.
testing this. We're telling people diesel.
I would remind the gentleman this bill will kick
Conventional for first
404,000
stop
people in
pop,
Ohio off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the
This will be
gentlewoman
synthetic
from
versus
Washington,
conventional
as
versus
distinguished member of the
blend and
Budget
oil
Committee,
filter
Ms.
for first
Jayapal.
shot pop.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I need
This
suggestions,
bill is
guys.
a massive betrayal of working people and poor people across America. It strips at least 14 million Americans of their health care. It slashes food for the hungry, and it cuts basic needs for Americans across the country. And why? So that you can give a $5 trillion tax break to the wealthiest billionaires like Elon Musk. If you had a giant corporate lobby outside, you get a tax break. If you're in the top 0.1%
0.1% of billionaires, you get a $398,000 tax break. If you're a millionaire, you get an average $83,000 tax break. But if you're a
I
working
think she
person
called me
or a
earlier
poor
from
person,
Best Buy
you
asking
are
for Amazon gift
SOL.
cards.
You get kicked
Fix
off
my
your health
computer.
care. You don't get the
I think that was her.
$2 a meal in SNAP benefits, and you get hungrier, you get poorer, you get
I
sicker.
think she works
And
at
here's
Best
the
Buy
thing, if
and
you're
wants
so
Amazon
proud
gift
about this
cards.
bill, why are we debating it at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning? Why are these schedules getting rigged so that people don't actually get to see what we are doing here in this chamber? I yield back. I'm a hell no.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for my ranking member, but he's rattling off numbers saying this many people will come off of the welfare rolls in my colleagues' districts. Let's remind the American people, the people he's talking about are folks who are in this country illegally, or they're able to work and they're not working. They're able to work and they're not working. So, Mr. Speaker, order, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
So for the record,
Well, I did gain 5
thank you,
subscribers
Mr.
off this.
Speaker.
Thank
For
you,
the
guys, and
record,
welcome.
they are opposing the common sense policy and what every American's expectation is at a base level, that people who are able to work. It's good for their soul. It's good for this country. It's the right policy, and they're fighting us on it. And with that, I yield to my friend and vice chairman of the Budget Committee from the Keystone State for 1 minute, Mr. Lloyd Smucker.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill. Today, we are charting a bold new course for American prosperity. This bill not only builds on the pro-growth legacy of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it prevents the largest tax hike in American history. Across the country, years of inflation have taken a bite out of everyone's paycheck. Groceries, gas, housing all cost more.
I'm in the mood for some
Americans
toast
feel
with
left
jelly now
behind,
for some
and
strange
this
reason.
bill is the solution.
Anyone
It
craving
delivers
toast and
immediate
jelly?
relief for working families. It locks in permanent tax cuts, unleashes economic growth, and puts American workers first. We're talking about saving 6 million jobs, cutting red tape, securing our borders, and supercharging made in America manufacturing. And we do all this while achieving historic federal savings. It is possible to reduce spending, provide tax relief, and protect core services for Americans all at once. This is real, responsible leadership. Mr. Speaker, this bill is bold, immediately effective, and above all, it's common sense. It's time to pass this act and get America back on the path to prosperity.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I
Thank
have
you,
good
Jonathan
news for my
Belize, with the
friend, the
$2
chairman
super chat.
of
Thumbs are
the
just
Budget
repeating
Committee.
the same talking
We just
points.
verified with the Congressional
Again.
Budget Office.
I hear
And
you,
of the
man. Thank you.
13.7 million Americans who will lose their health care because of their bill, exactly 0 are undocumented immigrants. So the complete artifice that the other side is attempting to convince you is that almost 14 million Americans
Dude, this
will
guy
lose their
just looks
health
like a
care, but
tool.
don't worry about it. They're all illegals. They're all people who are defrauding the system. It's completely false, and every independent source has verified that it is false. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
Distinguished, you know we're in trouble. May love you a long time.
I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' unbelievably ugly bill. This bill is worse than we thought. By ripping Medicaid and food assistance away from many millions of vulnerable Americans while slashing taxes for the ultra wealthy, the nonpartisan CBO found that it would make
Duty
the
two.
poorest
Ta- ta-
10%
tamu.
poorer
Ta- ta-
while making the
tamu.
richest 10% richer. This bill would also increase the debt so much that it will trigger cuts to Medicare benefits by almost $500 billion. So to my
Shop
Republican
like a
colleagues, think of my
billionaire.
constituent
Shop
Maria.
like a
Maria
billionaire.
needs Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security to care for her daughter who resides in a nursing home,
Representative
uses a
Tamu.
feeding tube to eat, and can't recognize her mother.
Maria asked, if Medicaid is cut, where would my daughter go? Tax cuts for the wealthiest at the expense of
Sorry,
Maria's
guys, I
daughter
can't,
getting
but
the
I
care
couldn't
she
help it.
needs
Okay.
to survive is despicable. Vote no on this bill.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr.
Oh,
Speaker,
man.
according to Numbers USA, over the last 4 years when the Democrats were in charge of this town, and millions of people were flooding into this country from across our border, we were spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant on social services, taxpayer-funded social services. Mr. Speaker, that's more than we spend on our own citizens who depend on Medicaid. That's more than we spend on military benefits for our veterans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from California and fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this bill fails, an average family's taxes will rise 22% next year, about $1,700 a year, the biggest tax increase in American history. But if it succeeds, working families will be able to keep more of their earnings. We'll be able to complete the border wall and protect our communities from the violent cartels the Democrats allowed into our country. We'll relieve pressure on Medicaid by requiring able-bodied adults on it to look for work. And we can free up America's vast energy resources. You know, the most important economic indicator is how Americans answer this question next year. Are you better off today than you were 2 years ago? By this time next year, Americans could be enjoying one of the most explosive periods of growth in our history. And all that means: secure borders, safer communities, lower taxes, abundant energy, more and better jobs, a higher standard of living, and a better quality of life. A big, beautiful future for all Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would kick 1.98 million people in California off their health insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. One of the very first bills I ever voted on as a representative in Congress was passing the Affordable Care Act and bringing historic access to health care to millions. That action reflects what Congress should be all about: helping everyday Americans, serving our communities, and fighting against the forces that seek to make us sicker, hungrier, and poorer. Unfortunately, today, those forces are the Republican majority, the President of the United States, and the richest people on the planet. On top of constitutional crises, in the throes of a housing and cost of living emergency, and in the face of catastrophic climate change, Congress is set to make the largest cuts to health care, food assistance, and environmental protections in American
the amendments,
history.
including the Hearing
Families in my
Protection Act,
district
were
and
added to
across
the
our
bill.
country
This
are
is
hurting.
debate on the bill
You don't
itself,
fix that
so.
pain by further ripping away
Pretty good news
the
while
basic
you were
needs
gone.
programs that help those struggling to get by. For me, the choice is clear. I will never stop fighting for my constituents and all Americans whose lives will be destroyed by this monstrosity
I agree,
of a
Dark
bill.
Mavis. That's
With
so
that, I
terrible
yield
for
back.
self-defense,
Gentleman
in
from
my
Texas.
opinion.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute
nine go
to
2000
my fellow
vote per
Texan,
second,
Mr.
yes.
Gill, who's also on
Would
the
I
Budget
carry
Committee.
it?
Gentleman's
No.
recognized for 1 minute.
It's my
Mr.
opinion
Speaker,
now.
so much of what we have heard tonight from the other side of the aisle is nothing but shrill and hysterical calumny from a political party who has nothing to offer the American
I'm more of a
people
BPLE guy.
but confiscatory
115 grand
taxes,
plus
open
T+.
borders, and
That's
men
over
and women's
1400
sports.
FPS.
They talk about cruelty, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what is cruel. Cruelty is deliberately facilitating the mass importation
really, I carry
of millions of
HFPs
illegal
usually,
aliens,
usually
many of whom are
124 plus
murdering
P
and raping
in
and
real life.
pillaging our people on our soil. Mr. Speaker, this bill will fund border security, it will fund ICE, and it will fund the largest deportation operation in American history. Mr. Speaker, we are taking our country back, and for that I encourage my colleagues to
Dark.
vote yes on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from
Guys,
Pennsylvania.
I'm going to be honest
Well, you're
with you.
really
I'm more
cheery,
of a
aren't you?
25 ACP guy.
The reality is,
You know?
this bill,
25
not according to our
ACP,
numbers,
actually,
according to the independent,
defeats all y'all.
certified, nonpartisan authority on this matter, verified at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health insurance. And you know why they want to talk about every subject under the sun other than this? because they know it is going to have devastating consequences for the American people, and it will have devastating consequences for them next November. With that, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Dude, I like my 25. Come on, guys. 25 with an oil filter on it if this passes. Just think about it, boys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care. We're going to gut America's premier anti-hunger program. It's going to add trillions of dollars to the nation's debt. You don't believe me? The Congressional Budget Office says it. My colleagues, Mr. Schweikert, Mr. Roy, Mr. Massey, they all say this is going to add to the debt and to the deficit of this country. And for what? So Donald Trump's small circle of billionaire donors get a tax break. So we know who it helps. But let's talk about who it hurts. 40% of the people who get Medicaid in this country are children. That's whose health care we're taking away.
Heck yeah, Dark, my man.
Those
Look at this.
kids who rely on this for life-saving care, they're the ones, like my constituent, June, who has quadriplegic cerebral palsy. She's had 3 spinal cord surgeries in the last month.
P+.
This enables her to stay at home with her family and to have a life. It will hurt children across this country. We shouldn't do it. We should vote no. Mr. Chairman,
dude, I'm in a good mood tonight.
Gentleman from Texas.
Hanging out with 2
Mr. Speaker,
AP,
I'd like to
Protection
reserve.
Act's getting
Gentleman
closer.
reserves. Gentleman from
I'm thinking
Pennsylvania.
about oil filters and 25
Mr.
ACP.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the
Heck yeah,
gentleman
man.
from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
2 world wars right here, guys.
Mr. Speaker,
shout out.
Budgets are a statement of values.
Let's go.
And Republicans have made
2
their
world
values
wars.
crystal clear.
Oh, yeah.
They value those who can buy crystals over the working class.
Crystals?
They value putting the needs of the wealthy few over the vulnerable. They value making the rich richer, the sick sicker, the hungry hungrier, and
Dude, this
yes,
is
the
getting
poor poorer. It's a moral inversion, a reverse Robin Hood scheme to steal from the poor and give to the rich, and it is just plain wrong. This big, bad bill is an abomination that will hurt tens of thousands of Rhode Islanders just to give billionaires a break on their taxes. Republicans have made their values clear, so will I. My Rhode Island values are healing the sick, feeding the hungry, and uplifting the poor, ensuring that there is opportunity in this country for everyone, especially the working people in the middle class. You have my word that I will never stop fighting for vulnerable Rhode Islanders and against this dangerous bill. And if I thought they had it, I'd urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to show some backbone and do the same. But I know they will fall in line. I yield back.
Imagine 6
I
plus
agree with
1
the
of
gentleman.
25
The
ACP
budgets
element.
do reflect values, the values of the Republican Party, and my colleagues are to protect 40 million families
you, Malcolm.
From having their child tax credit cut in half. 26 million small businesses who would have the highest marginal rates. They'd lose the 20% deduction. 2 million family-owned
Dude, I actually got to shoot a real Tommy gun
farming
once.
families
Those are
would have
actually a
the
rough ride.
death tax
Just
exemption
the way they
slashed in
recoil,
half.
they're a handful.
Mr. Speaker, those are our
Anyone
values.
shot one,
We want
chime
people
in.
to keep more of their money. We want this economy to grow. We want people to have better opportunities and bigger paychecks.
Those things will actually
we want to
put
give
down a
folks
roller coaster
hope
ride. A true
for a
Tommy
better
gun.
life, to come up and out of poverty, out of welfare,
Lotto.
and put their God-given talents to use. So with that, my dear friend from Georgia and fellow member of the Budget Committee, I would like to yield a minute to Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The American people are suffering. They're suffering from 4 years of government overreach and out of control spending that has put us on the edge of fiscal ruin. That stops now. This bill will make President Trump's tax cuts for American families permanent, remove taxes on tips and overtime, unleash American energy dominance, and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse from key federal programs. Passing this bill means preserving Medicaid for generations to come, and keeping our promise to ensure it's there for Americans who truly need it. This bill will allow families still feeling the pain of inflation to take
I
home
know vets that
tax-free
were
tips
issued
and
both in
hard-earned
World War II.
overtime. This bill will rein in out of
I have
control
heard of
spending
that.
by government agencies such as EPA that
I
had
don't know who
little
you're
or no
talking about, but I have heard of that. I'm just saying.
oversight under President Biden. Let me be clear. This is a bill
I
that
knew a guy
works
that was
for
carrying
America.
both into
It will
Normandy,
put us
France.
back to the
Well, I
path
used to know him.
towards
He's
fiscal
deceased now.
responsibility.
Just
Keep
saying.
money in the pocket of those Americans. Unleash American energy dominance and preserve key programs for those who need them.
Gentleman's time is
Thank you,
expired.
Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Dark.
Mr.
Tommy
Speaker,
Guns
this
like
bill
super
will kick
fast. It just has like this
494,000 people
choppy
in Georgia
feeling to it.
off
It's
their
hard to
health
explain.
insurance. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington State, the distinguished ranking member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee,
Yeah,
Mr.
man, those were
Larson.
tough
Gentleman's
guys to win
recognized
in
for 1
Normandy,
minute.
dude. That's no
Thank
joke
you,
from what I've heard.
Speaker. Speaker,
I've been
Transportation
told
and
some pretty
Infrastructure
intimate
Committee
stories of that.
Democrats are for bills that invest in
And God bless
job-creating
those guys,
infrastructure.
you know?
We are against jamming through fiscally reckless bills that rip health care away
Probably
from
about
13
5
million
a.m., Joe.
Americans and take food assistance away
About
from
5
millions of
a.m. or
families
so.
that we can hand out tax breaks to billionaires.
Eastern
Democrats
time.
want to continue historic funding for transportation infrastructure and stronger and healthier communities. Unfortunately, this reconciliation package leaves very little room for those investments. To make
I
the
think I've got
needed
something to show you
safety
45
investments
history buffs.
for
Give me a
the
minute, guys.
entire air traffic control system.
I think I have
the
something here
safety
you might
investments
like.
that we need to tackle the highway safety crisis, the investments that we need to meet the Coast Guard members' healthcare, housing, and childcare needs. And this bill causes immediate harm by yanking money from locally selected projects that our constituents in Republican and Democratic districts alike are counting on. And for what? To help pay for the tax cuts for the richest Americans and largest corporations. I look forward to a future where the members of this body work together on priorities for transportation infrastructure, but this big, ugly bill ain't it.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's telling that President Trump and his cult followers have chosen to name their bill after its size and its looks instead of its contents and its values. They don't want anybody looking inside this monstrosity. There's nothing beautiful or big about stripping 14 million Americans of their health care or removing food security from 11 million people, including 4 million kids. That's ugly. That's small. I know Donald Trump has increased his net worth by more than $3 billion since taking office from his global crypto scam, and that yesterday he brought home a $400 million jumbo jet from the monarch dictator of Qatar, a flying constitutional violation packed with threats of espionage and surveillance. But there's nothing big or beautiful about plundering the wealth of the people of America to give to the people who have already profited from Donald Trump's prior schemes. Let's vote this whole monstrosity down.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's big. The $900 billion in tax breaks, special interest tax breaks to green energy corporations that my colleagues passed unilaterally in the quote Inflation Reduction Act. That's big. And so the billionaires that got rich off their tax
like a good
breaks
channel. I'm going to go check that guy
got
out.
a big break. And we aim to phase them out or repeal them so we could bring the energy costs down, so we can strengthen America's energy independence.
sounds like a
With
good
that,
idea,
I'd like
friend.
to yield a
I'm gonna go
minute to
find
my
that channel.
friend from Indiana, Mr. Marlon Stutzman.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. I rise in strong support for H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Despite the claims from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this bill will give
I've been kicked
huge
off over that
benefits
twice in
to
the
everyday
past,
working
and I wasn't
Americans
even touching
in
one,
all
Tim.
of our districts. This bill includes many tax benefits, including a Made in America auto tax break, which will not only support American families trying to buy a car, but it will further support new jobs in manufacturing facilities like General Motors and Toyota in Indiana. On top of this, the One Big Beautiful Bill supports building America's Golden Dome defense system, securing the homeland, and bolstering America's capabilities that will start with the skilled workforce in my district in Northeast Indiana. This bill also puts money back into working Americans' pockets. It supports those who work tirelessly in restaurants and supports nurses and factory workers who work overtime to support their families by establishing no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. This bill supports every American from small business owners to hourly wage workers and propels America's economic performance. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Sure. One challenge with doing this massive bill, literally in the middle of the night, as I look up, it's 3:40. If I'm reading that correctly, it's 3:45 a.m. right now. And there are all sorts of provisions that we're discovering in this massive piece of legislation being rushed through.
Let me know, guys, if you want me to mute this clown for a minute. I'll show you something kind of cool.
Troubling provision
something that's history related
in this bill,
if you'd like.
A provision that blocks states from regulating artificial intelligence for the next 10 years. AI has the potential to be transformative, but only if it's developed and used in a safe, responsible way. That requires strong guardrails. This bill does the opposite. And the fact this was quietly tucked into this budget.
All right. So I actually have a box of this ammo, but we'll have to show you that in another stream. But this is cool. Speaking of World War II 45 ACP, this is a book called Bullets by the Billion. And it was put out by the Dodge Corporation, Chrysler. And if you look at here, this specific one that I bought this used. It has a little card that it was actually given by the Chrysler Corporation of Detroit, Michigan, which is a local thing from here. So this is crazy, dude. It literally details, and I'm not going to read the book to you, but this is cool stuff. It literally talks about converting like former automotive facilities into making billions of bullets. And I do have a full case still, original sealed case of World War II 45. And I also have a loose box that's unopened that I wanted to show you all, but I just can't find it right this minute. But you think about World War II, and we were just talking about the Tommy gun. Here's the Chrysler Evansville facility. And I do actually have some sealed, new in the box from 1945 ammo from this Evansville. And when you want to talk like a complex and the military industrial complex, this is the epitome of it. We're talking like facilities that would span a small town, right? How many is a billion? Yeah, they literally go through here. We're actually talking billions, like literally billions of rounds of ammo. There you go. There's some classics. We got the 1911, the Tommy gun, M1 carbine. It literally goes through, and what was common practice in World War II was actual steel-cased ammo. Brass as well, but lots of steel-cased ammo, where the steel jacketed ammo as well, like different things. It wasn't all one thing. It just literally depended upon the time, what was being run. Cartridge cups entering the normalizing furnace, where by means of heat, the strain set up and the blanking were healed. Now, I've actually seen a full tour of AAC ammo in Columbia, South Carolina, and actually watched ammo being drawn from brass cups. So I've gotten to witness a lot of this in modern day. But look at these old ammo machines. Isn't that cool? You can see different stages there of the formation of components. I know this book review might be boring, but you guys were talking about history, and this is actually some cool stuff here. I'll just kind of go through this pretty quickly. Many, many women working in the war effort while the men were off to war fighting overseas. You're going to notice a common theme here. Women, and more women in these factories. Just literally lined up as far as the camera could focus. Making bullets, cases, primers, just everything. And here you go. This is pretty cool. It's literally showing you all the stages. And for me, this adds some perspective. Because like I said, I have actually watched this done. And to an extent, this is still actually like how it's done today-ish. The machines have changed, okay? Of course, the methods have changed. But strip, blank and cup anneal, Cuprodine, first draw, Cuprodine. I mean, it just literally goes through every single step of the process here, right? Propellant powder, load and insert bullet, primer waterproof, caging. Here's your scrap foil. We're literally talking like that. This is the primer process. Foil or coil, I'm sorry, scrap, anvil, charge, foiling paper, scrap foil, foil and tamp, primer assembly. I know some of you guys reload. You know, PTR 32, 760 by 39, someone said in the chat. And look, I know I'm kind of giving a teaser without showing it to you, but I promise I have an unopened box of this ammo and a case. I can see the case of the ammo over there, but it weighs like 100 pounds. It's over 2,000 rounds. It's going to be hard to show while live. Visual inspection of 45 caliber cases after the first trim. Women sorted out defective cases and bits of trim which had escaped the separators. I mean, this is what it looked like to make literally, as they call it, bullets by the billions. Man, look at that history there. This is like old school. You know, this was the beginning of the military-industrial complex, ladies and gentlemen. This production is just insane to even like fathom it. This book is talking about it. I'm not going to read you the whole book because I don't want to put you all to sleep before this bill passes, but just the magnitude of this. On it now, 120 special purpose tracer buildings were going up. This Tushy stuff required a special cell for each loading operation. It's just funny, like the whole wording, like how much vocabulary has changed now. Look at touchy stuff, not touche, touchy. This touchy stuff. See, I am getting tired, guys. This touchy stuff. I thought it said touche. Stuff requiring a special cell. It's just weird. You don't really hear people say touchy stuff anymore. And I was reading it backwards too. But yeah, look at this. I found this book of all things on eBay years ago, and I'm like kind of trying to be gentle with it, but this thing was like in unread condition. It's pretty cool. There's some more pictures. There you go. I know some of you guys are just listening, so I'll get back to the Congress critters in a minute. But if you're watching on the screen, I'm showing you some pretty cool stuff right now. Firing fixed rest guns at an enclosed target 50 feet away for accuracy testing. Tell you what, man, the AAC factory today in South Carolina, yeah, they have fixed rest guns in an enclosed target, and they do shoot them like right there in the building. Hey, lay off the all caps there, buddy. Don't be shouting in the chat. Let me go ahead and calm you down for a minute, my man. We'll calm you down for just a little bit. And some of these people come in here. It's like, dude, we're trying to chill and talk for a minute. Dude, check this out. This is pretty cool. I like this picture. Look at that. Shooting right into the old bullet trap. Test firing the .45 cartridge from an automatic pistol. Men who loved guns did this, marveling that anyone could be found to pay them for shooting. Yeah, that's their job, to get paid to shoot. There you go. There's the women there with their framing squares, and they're doing some math. Target sheets. Dude, drawing target sheets out by hand. Wow. And here we go. Here's the old classic, shooting it with one hand. Remember, I said this in a stream earlier, right? I said this in a stream earlier. Like a pistol, a handgun by definition is designed and intended to be fired with one hand. That's literally what the NFA says. I'm being serious. Where can you get paid to shoot? I'll tell you a secret. You can get paid to shoot, become a YouTuber, do a video. Let's hope it's successful and it gets 1,000 views. You could earn about $3 in ad revenue. Unless they demonetize it, then you'll earn nothing. But that $3 you might earn on 1,000 views, it might have cost you like $50 or $100 or $500 to make the video. So, probably not, unless you're wildly successful, a very good prescription. Well, there's more to this book. We'll do a video talking about maybe this and the actual ammo, which I do have. I'll show you one more picture. But I see that like 30% of the viewers have left since I started showing this. So we'll get back to the Congress critters. I can see what the people want. You know what I mean? But look at this. They're showing them in a survival raft. Check this out, dude. You know that sealed primer? Look at those fish. They're literally like going to shoot a fish to survive. And you can see here's a special, and they literally actually like issued this. It says flyers downed at sea or in the jungle, killed fish and small game with little shotgun charges and a 45 pistol cartridge made by Chrysler. So they would literally issue, you guys familiar with this? This is so neat. They would issue like these little shot shell 45s to military men, pilots. They call them flyers. That was the nomenclature back then, right? And that was a way they could survive off of small game in the woods. If not fish, whatever. I mean, there's more to this book. If you guys enjoyed it, subscribe to the channel. Maybe we can get into it a little bit more. Now, on my Locals and Rumble streams, I actually bring some of these real-life guns out. I did a video a lot of you would probably love that not many people saw on Locals and Rumble just a little over a month ago, where I showed you like a whole slew of rifles from World War I and II. So if you guys are into this history stuff, I've been doing a lot of it over there. I'm going to read this chat and then jump back over to the Congress critters. Production from other companies during World War II was insane. It was amazing. Oh, I know, dude. Amazing and insane. Because I have a 1903 made by a typewriter company. That'd be a Smith Corona, right? I enjoy my 1903s as well, but I don't have a Smith Corona. And an M1 carbine made by a jukebox company. Rockola, yeah, and International Business Machines and U.S. Postal Meter. All kinds of different off-the-wall companies. And that is really, really interesting. Look, you had Mosin Nagants made by not only Remington, but Westinghouse. The company of Westinghouse in World War I and Remington made M1891 Mosin Nagant rifles on contract for, at that time, the Tsarist Russians that were then overthrown very shortly, which I was showing you guys in the stream yesterday, by the Bolsheviks. Bolshevik Revolution. Never made good on the contract. Most of them were sold off cheap as surplus to American civilians. They did use them, though, in military service, the American Mosins, on an expedition to the North Pole. A little piece of trivia if you guys didn't know. Yeah. Oh, well. We'll get back to the 2A stuff. That's what we're here for tonight. But I'm a huge history buff, and I love milsurps. And I like modern guns, too, but my milsurp collection's actually my passion, in case some of you guys didn't know that. All right, let's get these Congress critters back up here. This one's a darling. Let's get her up here.
Hospital, and the cost will go to the rest of us. This big bad bill is a bust, and I urge
Fired, gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from North Carolina, also Budget Committee member, Mr. Chuck Edwards.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one
I'll be right back. I'm
beautiful
gonna make
bill
myself some
delivers
coffee.
on two of our nation's most urgent priorities: securing our southern border and
Stinger
unleashing
1911,
American
dude, those
energy
are like worth
independence.
millions of dollars.
It invests
You know?
nearly $70 billion to
finish the border wall,
Singer sewing
expand
machine.
surveillance technology, and to hire thousands of new border agents, giving Customs and Border Protection the tools that they finally need to stop illegal crossings, combat drug trafficking, and to protect our communities.
Real quick, DLD. This
At
is
the
my
same
favorite gun
time,
lube.
we're rolling back the Biden administration's reckless energy mandates and cutting red tape to expand American oil, gas, and
Classic
infrastructure.
Lily White sewing
By
machine oil.
restoring the free market and prioritizing domestic production, this bill
My wife
lowers
used it
costs
for
for
the sewing
American
machine
families in this way
and the
also
guns.
and strengthens our national security. It's just common sense. Secure the border, empower America with American energy. Let's get this done for our agents, for our workers, and for the future of this country. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Kamlager Dove.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
With this backstabbing billionaire bill, House Republicans are selling their soul and constituents to the highest bidder, Donald Trump. First, he crashed the economy with his temper taxes, driving up the cost of groceries and down our credit rating with Moody's. Now, Trump and Republicans want to steal even more from hardworking Americans to provide tax breaks to those who kiss the Mar-a-Lago ring. They are stealing your food, your health care, your security. My district in LA has the 4th highest Medicaid enrollment in the entire nation. 225,000 of my constituents rely on food assistance to feed their families, and nearly 1 million people in my state live in subsidized housing. My constituents call my office asking me to protect their Medicaid. They don't ask that their life-saving benefits be taken away and given to the 1%. Daylight is the best disinfectant, which is why all of their dirty deeds have been happening at night with this bill. I urge my colleagues to listen to their constituents instead of tasing them at town halls and vote against this dangerous bill. I urge America to keep the receipts on the vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentleman from Georgia, a great champion for the Second Amendment and a good friend and Budget Committee member, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Democrat colleagues have challenged why the deregulation of silencers is in this bill and why are we removing the $200 tax. Well, under the law, they are firearms and therefore protected by another law enacted in 1791 called our Second Amendment of our beloved Constitution. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and neither shall it be taxed. Chief Justice John Marshall in 1819 declared that the power to tax includes the power to destroy. If you can tax it, then you can destroy it. You can raise the tax so high that almost no one can afford it, and then you really don't have a right at all. But the Second Amendment is an unalienable constitutional right, God-given, that governments are required to protect, not to tax. The Supreme Court in the Heller decision of 2008 declared the Second Amendment to be an individual constitutional right, further protecting it from taxation, just like the right to speak and the right to vote. This bill simply restores that right from over 90 years of draconian tax. My Democrat colleagues have asked, how did this get in the bill? What was the deal and who asked for it? No deal. I believe the Speaker, with the purest of motives, simply wanted to restore a constitutional right. And who asked?
Time has expired.
Me. I asked. I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
See, I told you guys that
Speaker,
HPA
perhaps
was
it's
on the
because it's
table.
now past 4 a.m., but I feel like I've entered the twilight zone. We have 13.7 million Americans, at least, who are going to lose their health insurance because of this bill. Another $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare on top of that. And what is one of their last speakers talking about? A tax cut if you buy silencers.
Heck yeah, let's go.
This is bizarre. The reality is millions and millions of Americans are going to lose their health coverage, all to help subsidize tax cuts for billionaires. Oh, yes, and also tax cuts for those who buy gun silencers.
Go lay down.
And with that, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Riley.
Go lay down.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Look, guys, I'm just going to say it once, man, but I couldn't help but to notice there was someone in the chat for an hour straight earlier being like, guys, there's nothing Hearing Protection Act related left. There's nothing with the HPA in this. Come on now. Come on now. What have I said? What have I said? This was still part of it if it wasn't? I mean, come on.
You would do anything to rein in the profits of the drug companies. We could have used this opportunity to close the carried interest loophole, make Wall Street finally pay its fair share. That's common sense, but you know where all that super PAC cash comes from. So you'd rather close rural hospitals than close tax loopholes. And you wonder why the American people hate this place. You really want to drain the swamp? Start by killing this bill and working across the aisle to deliver real tax cuts for the middle class instead of your handlers. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman
Mr.
reserved.
Speaker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close on this side.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a long debate. I think we started, I don't know, 48 hours ago or whatever it is by now. But make no mistake about it. This is not a debate that should have been happening in the middle of the night. It shouldn't have happened in the middle of the night last night in Rules Committee. Shouldn't be happening in the middle of the night tonight. Frankly, if I had a bill that I was proud of, I would want to put it on when people are most paying attention. I can understand, however, why there are some folks on the other side who might want folks to not quite pay attention to what's in this bill. You have heard speaker after speaker on this side, however, expose the damage that this bill for billionaires will do. 13.7 million Americans, at least, to lose their health insurance because of devastating cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Another $500 billion more cut in Medicare. All sorts of cuts to nutrition programs, food assistance, education programs, Head Start. The list goes on. And why? To subsidize tax cuts for the top 1%. And for the bottom 10%, we learned in the last 24 hours, they won't even get a little bit of a tax cut. In fact, when all of the components of this bill are factored in, they will be 4% worse off than they were before. And oh, by the way, for the side that always talks about deficit and debt, boy, they really care about the national debt when there's a Democrat in the White House. But then when there's a Republican in the White House, they go about adding more to it. Don't take my word for it. The nonpartisan CBO shows, the bipartisan Committee for Responsible Federal Budget shows, the right of center Cato Institute shows, left of center group shows. They've actually united the right, the center, and the left, all in agreement that this bill adds trillions more to our national debt. We can do better. As I said at the very beginning, this is one of the most important votes we will ever cast in this chamber. I am proud to stand here on behalf of this side of the aisle and say hell no to this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, the nonpartisan CBO was off by $1 trillion in projecting the annual deficit back in 2022. They were off by $1 trillion in projecting what the revenue would be. It was record revenue after we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So I just thought I'd say that for the record. Not the remainder of my time, I want to say thank you to my ranking member. He is a great guy, and he is a good friend and an excellent partner in this endeavor. I know he loves the country. We disagree today. We've disagreed along the way, but we've also worked together to have record bipartisan legislation for the Budget Committee, and I'm just grateful for you. So I want to thank the ranking member, and I now urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time, which I don't think I have any, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate by the Budget Committee has expired.
All right.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I thought they said.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we embark on a golden age for working families and small businesses with the one big, beautiful bill. We make permanent the 2017 Trump tax cuts. We add a $1,300.
Hey, hold on real quick. I must have heard wrong, guys. I literally thought that I heard earlier that they were going to debate for 2 hours on the actual bill. I thought we were going to see a vote here. I must have not been listening good enough. We'll see. I'll hang out a little bit longer with you guys. We'll see what's going to happen here.
Increase the child tax credit, the standard deduction, and the death tax exemption. President Trump promised no tax on tips, overtime pay, and car loan interest. Hard-working Americans working overtime get up to $1,750 more in their pocket.
I hope not.
Under
Not
this
that
bill.
I know of.
Those working for tips get $1,700 more. And families buying U.S.-made cars can deduct their auto loan interest. President Trump promised no taxes on Social Security. And in this bill, we deliver
Fire
low
router.
and
I
middle
heard 2 hours
income
too, man. I
seniors
swear
on
I
Social
did.
Security will now have their tax liability erased within.
Dude, I wouldn't lie to you guys, man, on purpose. Like, I guess I literally heard them say 2 hours, 2 hours ago. I guess. I don't know, man.
Increase in their standard deduct and the deduction for interest expense. But we also deliver on President Trump's promise to revitalize American manufacturing with 100% expensing
I don't know. Maybe
for
we'll
new
never see the vote,
factories
guys.
and
Really.
improvement of existing facilities. Small and
Man.
medium-sized manufacturers also
What's up, Mike
win
McClune?
with
How's it going,
greater
man?
tax benefits. We replace bad tax policy with good tax policy, ending Biden-era tax breaks and special interest giveaways to the wealthy and well-connected and China. We hold accountable woke elite universities and tax-exempt organizations that abuse their generous tax benefits. President Trump stopped the flow of illegal immigrants over our borders. This bill will stop the flow of taxpayer benefits to their pockets. After the October 7th attacks on Israel, rampant anti-Semitism stormed college campuses. The Ways and Means Committee investigated. Given the school's massive tax benefits, Jewish students testified about living in fear as administrators failed to condemn the behavior. No longer. Some of the worst offenders, colleges with endowments reaching into the tens of billions, will now face the same taxation rate as corporations. The one big, beautiful bill gives America a big, beautiful raise, with the average American household seeing real take-home pay go up by as much as
He's the Ways and Means Committee chairman, right?
$300. We will
Jason
save or
Smith.
create 7.4 million jobs and 1 million new small business jobs annually, and unlock 1.5 trillion in additional small business economic growth, including 284 billion in growth just from manufacturing alone. We can boost short-run real GDP by as much as 5.2% and long-run real GDP by over 3%. Renewing the successful Opportunity Zones program will help distressed communities, especially rural ones, by spurring over $100 billion in new investment. Parents win with expanded education savings accounts to choose the education that best fits their kids' needs. Americans, they get greater control over their health care with expanded health savings accounts. Working families, they get better access to child care and a permanent paid leave tax credit. Supporting the working class is deeply personal for me. I was raised in a single wide trailer in a town of less than 5,000 people.
I just dropped my exit count
grandparents
down in the
didn't ever
chat,
have
guys.
running
I'm only
water.
70 away from 1,000
The average
over there.
income in my
Just
hometown
saying.
of Salem, Missouri is just over $24,000. My priority is the working class
Heck yeah, Chuck.
because the working class raised me. I urge my colleagues, support the one
Mike
big,
C.
beautiful
Man.
bill. Make
gotta
American
win this in the
families
Senate,
and
dude.
workers thrive again. Make rural America and Main Street grow again and help America win again. I reserve the balance of my time.
Time is
Mike, I
reserved.
think the
Gentleman
Senate's
from
going to be
Massachusetts.
tough, man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's going to be tough. We really
I
better
yield
keep
myself
going.
as much time as I might consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, this big, beautiful bill must be so
Dude, I'm buying
beautiful
oil filters if this passes.
that we're debating it at 4:15 in the morning to avoid the scrutiny of the public for a piece of legislation that was altered just hours ago. I would challenge some members on the other side to take an exam on what was added to this legislation before we have a chance to vet it. And my friend, the chairman, he said that his modest youth, how challenging it was. I share a similar story. So you know what? We can both thank Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal for those opportunities. And when he was
Excuse
talking
me?
about growth rates,
FDR
I
passed the
thought he was going
NFA,
to
guys.
say,
He's
bring
signed
back
the
Bill
NFA.
Clinton. Because that's where those growth rates came from.
Commie.
So the cat's out of the bag. $2.3 trillion was
Cat in a
borrowed
bag.
in 2017 to pay for a tax cut that overwhelmingly went to people at the very top.
Heck yeah, dude.
So what are we about to do this evening?
Court of public
or
opinion. Heck
this
yeah, to
morning,
your comment.
or last night? We are going to borrow $4 trillion, and with interest payments over the next 10 years, $5 trillion to justify a tax cut for the billionaire class. That's what this is about. Or as the gentleman from Kentucky said, and no raving liberal, you're talking about adding $30 trillion to the debt over the next few years. 14 million people are going to lose their health insurance to pay for this tax cut for wealthy people. We got Medicaid, we got food assistance, child care, health care. And you know what?
Wealthy people.
Everybody in this chamber,
Still
every
not being
member of this
friends.
house, you should call your local hospitals and ask them to lay out the formula for how their pay works in terms of reimbursements. Overwhelmingly, it's almost 2/3 from Medicare and Medicaid, and this is going to lead, in particularly in red states, to closure.
I doubt it.
So let me give you some numbers I think that are really intriguing, despite that argument that we heard from the other side about how all this money is going to go to people at the lower end.
You might
Their
need an
slogan ought to
FFL
be,
for
we're
that.
rich and
I
we're
don't
not going
know.
to take it anymore. That's where this argument is headed. So let me give you some numbers. If you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $81,000 of tax relief. If you made less than $50,000, guess what? Not quite so lucky. But you know what? $1 a day goes a long way, because that's where the numbers land. When they talk about broken promises, I listened to a Republican tonight on TV, a younger guy. He said, well, we reject what CBO has had to say. In the Ways and Means Committee in the tax world, this is scripture. That's how important it is. We might not like the answers we get from time
Hold
to
on a
time.
minute.
We might be upset about it, but we know that the people who have delivered that are not Democrats. They're not.
Did he just say the CBO report is scripture? That shows you a lot about the spirituality and why we're in the shape we're in this country. Just think about what he just said. These guys worship this as though it's a deity. You heard him say it.
the CHIPS Act. That cost money. They voted for the infrastructure bill. That cost money. 30 of them voted for the Butch-Lewis Act. That cost money. How about the PAC Act for our veterans? That costs money. The Inflation Reduction Act, despite their efforts to deride it, their members are going to groundbreakings and taking advantage of it right now. One piece of testimony the other night in the committee said that there's one congressional district that is receiving $6 billion of investment. Boy, I hate to explain that to my constituents that I was sending $6 billion back to Washington. I call attention to this because they supported these issues along the way, and now they want an excuse to cut taxes for people at the very top. And that's where these tax cuts are going, to people at the very top. That is not to be denied. I hope as we listen in the next few minutes to the contrast that we would offer if we were in the majority, where we could agree tonight on the very basic fact that I'm going to offer. We could agree with 98% of the tax legislation if they kept the number at 400,000 and fewer. So people under $400,000 would keep their tax cuts, and people at the top would go to 39.6. Those are Clinton-Obama rates, and they work fine for the country. We all have some degree of honor to keep here. How about those soldiers from Afghanistan and Iraq? They deserve our care. Closing veterans service offices? I just did a town hall with veterans. They're astounded by what's happening already. I'm looking forward to the next 25 minutes of debate on this side and the next 25 minutes of debate on the other side, because I'm telling you, they're trying to sell you at 4:22 in the morning a bad piece of legislation.
Looking forward to it.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this package, which fulfills commitments to secure our border, rein in waste, and strengthen the economy for American families. In the Ways and Means Committee portion of this bill, we build on the success, huge success, of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by further increasing the standard deduction, increasing the child tax credit, and further reducing taxes on income earned by family-owned farms, ranches, and small businesses. We also make a landmark investment in educating kids with the inclusion of my bill, the Educational Choice for Children Act, which creates a tax credit for scholarships to meet the needs of K-12 students and puts more parents back in control of their child's education, regardless of zip code. In addition, we are bringing an end to the unauthorized, wasteful, and redundant IRS direct file program, which directly contradicts taxpayers' best interest. This moment is years in the making, and we now have the opportunity to deliver on the job Americans elected us to do in a fiscally responsible way. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
No, dude, bigger
Thank you,
pants,
Mr.
'cause he's
Speaker.
gonna
I
be
yield 1
jocking a
minute to
huge
the
oil
gentleman
filter.
from California,
A big oil filter
a recipient
silencer
of the
at
Purple
Fiscal,
Heart,
you
who
know what
knows
I'm
something
saying?
about veterans issues. Mr.
We're
Thompson.
talking big
Thank
oil.
you. California is
Mr.
recognized
Neal,
for 1
yielding.
minute.
Mr. Speaker,
You know what I mean?
I rise in strong opposition to this big, terrible bill. This bill takes health care away from 14 million people. 9 million people lose food assistance with this bill. And it adds $4.3 trillion to the debt. And that's before the interest on that. This bill also advances China in the race for renewable energy superiority at a time when energy demand is soaring off the top of the charts.
Heck yeah,
All
man, it's
of
been good to
this
hang out
to give
with
a
all you
tax
guys the
cut
last couple
to the
days
Musk
here. I
billionaire
really mean
type
that.
donors.
Lots of good people in the chat tonight.
Mr. Neal talked about the distribution charts. The distribution charts are the coin of the realm. That's what we go by. And you look at those distribution charts, they tell the truth. If you make under $50,000 a year, you get a tax cut of about $260. If you make $1 million a year, you get a tax cut of about $81,500. All of this to give a big tax cut to the richest people in the country. Our constituents lose, our hospitals and our clinics close, our veterans community lose. This is a bad bill. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the gentleman from California that a family of four making $96,334, the median income in California's fourth, would see a $2,167 tax increase if the Trump tax cuts expire. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support our one big beautiful bill. First, let me outline what this bill doesn't do. It doesn't take away Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security from Americans who need it. And it doesn't give lavish tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Here's what it does do. It ends benefits for illegal immigrants. Instead of giving Medicaid to able-bodied adults, it prioritizes the benefit for children, seniors, and low-income Americans. It provides a tax credit for seniors, exceeding President Trump's plan to end taxes on Social Security. It provides funding for more border security to keep our country safe. And perhaps more importantly, it extends the pro-family, pro-growth policies from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that even the New York Times and Washington Post admitted giving tax cuts to middle-class Americans. And how do we know this will work? Because we saw TCJA boost wages, job growth, and tax revenue, despite the CBO's biased and inaccurate scoring in 2017. Mr. Speaker, I urge our colleagues to vote in favor of one big, beautiful bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey,
Ranking member of
recognized for
Energy
2
and
minutes.
Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, President Trump and congressional Republicans have been promising that they would not cut Medicaid or Medicare. The reality is that Republicans are cutting both Medicaid and Medicare in this bill. They're essentially repealing parts of the Affordable Care Act, and this bill will destroy the healthcare system in this country. And it keeps getting worse with each GOP amendment. The GOP tax scam takes healthcare away from at least 13.7 million Americans so they can give giant tax breaks to billionaires and big corporate interests. It's a shameful reverse Robin Hood scheme. They're stealing from you to give to the rich. And Republicans are stripping healthcare away from people by putting all sorts of burdensome and time-consuming roadblocks in the way of people just trying to get by. The vast majority of people on Medicaid are already working. This is not about work. It's about burning people in so much paperwork that they fall behind and lose their health coverage. And if someone loses their health coverage through Medicaid, this GOP tax scam also bans them from getting coverage through the ACA marketplace. It's just one of the cruel ways that this bill basically repeals the ACA and makes it more difficult for people to get affordable health insurance. Now, I just want to say the Republican bill also makes it more difficult for states to finance their share of Medicaid costs by preventing them from implementing new provider taxes. This will be catastrophic for states as their health care needs change over time and will force them to either increase taxes on their residents or cut healthcare services. And for those of you who say it doesn't impact Medicare, the GOP tax scam will also cut Medicare. I repeat, Medicare. And it basically
That would be
$500
correct,
billion
Matt Brewer.
cut to Medicare because of the sequestration under the PAYGO. And the Medicare cuts
Don't
will
forget
lead
to
to
hit the
reduced
thumbs up on the
access to
stream,
care for
guys. If you're
seniors,
new here,
longer
welcome,
wait
and
times for
subscribe if
appointments,
you'd like
and
to.
increased costs. Mr. Speaker, the GOP tax scam destroys the healthcare system by cutting over $1 trillion, and this bill should be defeated. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the one big, beautiful bill. For the past year, Republicans on the Ways and Means Committee have worked to craft tax policy legislation that delivers on our promises to the American people and will provide rocket fuel to our economy. By making President Trump's historic tax cuts permanent, expanding the child tax credit, expanding tax on tips and overtime pay, delivering tax relief for seniors, permanently expanding the small business deduction, and putting in place the research and development tax credit, and much more. The bottom line is H.R. 1 will give a vital boost for our families, workers, farmers, and businesses nationwide. I am proud to say that this package also includes language from my bipartisan legislation, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. I've heard from constituents and local leaders across Illinois' 16th congressional district that have expressed that a lack of available affordable housing is one of the most significant barriers to economic success in their communities and across the country. By expanding and improving the low-income housing tax credit, H.R. 1 will jumpstart the development and construction of affordable housing nationwide and support the needs of our growing workforce. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois whose work in the adoption space is a model for America, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I behold no beauty in cutting and seeing cut the heart out of health care in America. I see no beauty in children not being able to take care of themselves because their parents don't have the resources. I see no beauty in a bill that promotes wealth for the wealthy, decreases services and resources for those at the bottom. It's a bad bill. It's not good for America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill delivers on the promises that we made to Iowa workers, manufacturers, farmers, small businesses, and our families. The bill increases the small business deduction, helping Iowa small business invest in their workers and grow their operations. It also doubles 179 small business expensing, which means better paying jobs for every Iowa worker. President Trump promised a manufacturing revival in our country, and Iowa will be the first to deliver it. We restored R&D expensing and 100% bonus depreciation to rebuild domestic manufacturing, creating new jobs and bringing investment back to our.
I will say, from a small business owner's perspective, if it doubles the amount you can expense, it's a pretty big deal. Instead of having to schedule a piece of small equipment and get the tax deduction over many years, if you can expense it, write it off in that year, that would help small businesses.
A lady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
The lady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
The bill that we are debating this morning is an insult to every American who works for a living. American families are struggling. Under President Trump and Republican leadership, they've seen nothing but chaos. Prices for everyday necessities like food, clothing, diapers, and formula keep rising because of Trump's tariffs. Premiums for health insurance, car insurance, and housing are going up, making it harder to make ends meet. Americans are worried about their future. People are afraid about losing their jobs, their health care, student aid, and food assistance. And this bill brings that pain. Almost 14 million people will lose their health care coverage under this Republican bill. And for what? So billionaires can get even richer while the rest of us drown in debt. This is outrageous. Republicans are doling out tax cuts for the wealthiest while destroying the means of survival for hardworking families. This bill assaults those seeking the American dream by stealing tax benefits and services from working people who are paying taxes. It would deny the child credit to 2 million children who live in the United States. Here's an idea. How about you start working for the people that you represent, not your wealthy donors?
Time has expired.
But I guess that's asking too much from people who have lost their moral compass.
Show your papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Trump tax cuts expire, in the Congresswoman's district, 95,070 of California 38 families would see their household child tax credit slash in half. That is helping your constituents. I'd love to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this one big, beautiful bill. The American people have heard a lot of lies about this bill. The left and their friends in the media have settled for demagoguing and fear-mongering to try to stop President Trump from delivering on his promises to the American people. Fortunately for all of us, the bill that they conjured up just simply doesn't exist.
What does exist is a bill that champions working class families. It strengthens the middle class and provides much needed support to small businesses. It's thanks to President Trump's leadership on this big, beautiful bill that we have something we can all be proud of. I'd like to thank all of the committees and the chairs who worked on this legislation, but in particular, our chairman of the Ways and Means, Jason Smith, who knew 2 years ago that this might happen, this might occur. And we'd be exactly in this position. And he spent those years ensuring our committee was prepared, educated, and empowered to be ambassadors for the president's tax policies. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Before I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, let me remind both sides, direct your comments to the chair as we continue through debate. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I always do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, whose hospitals I have visited, Congresswoman Sewell.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the one big billionaire boondoggle bill. We are here because, according to President Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans in Congress, billionaires and giant corporations don't have enough money. We could be working to help Americans deal with the high cost of living. We could be working to make sure that healthcare is affordable for all. But what are we doing? At 4:35 a.m. in the morning, we're preparing to vote on a bill that will provide a $4 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthy, well-connected, and well-off. And how will we pay for it? We'll pay for it by kicking 13.7 million Americans off of Medicaid and cutting $300 billion in SNAP benefits from hungry families. The people that I represent in Alabama's 7th Congressional District
Man, these
are
people
good
love their
and honest
wigs. Have you
Americans.
noticed that?
They work hard every day. They make
think the
enormous
wig parties come
sacrifices to
from
support
pay.
themselves and their families, but they are hurting. They are hurting and being crushed by high cost of living, and they live paycheck to paycheck. Meanwhile, my Republican colleagues are hell-bent on providing and making life much harder for them. It's outrageous. It's simply unacceptable. This is a sad day in Congress. I strongly oppose this bill, and I give this warning. Hands off Medicaid and hands off SNAP.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Hands
Gentleman
off
from
my
Missouri.
wig.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Miss Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of
Gavin,
one
short
big,
act?
beautiful
Not
bill.
yet.
Ways and Means
HPA
Republicans have
is
worked
in the main
tirelessly
bill
for
being
2
debated right
years,
now.
traveling across America
It is
and
in
hearing
if it
from
passes.
real people about the impact of the 2017 Trump tax cuts had on them. Working families got more money back in their paychecks from a simplified tax code. Main Street America was able to utilize the small business deduction to weather the storm of high inflation during the Biden years, and larger businesses were able to invest more of their money domestically because of a globally competitive corporate rate. This one big, beautiful bill builds on all of that successful tax policy and then some. This bill gives the average working family a $1,300 tax cut. It delivers on President Trump's promises of no tax on tips and no tax on overtime pay. It makes permanent the 199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming. It provides relief to gig workers by ending the Democrats' ridiculous $600 1099K reporting threshold and reverting back to the time-tested standard of 20,200 transactions. This legislation will undoubtedly make the life of the average American better. And thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Congresswoman Del Bene, who really knows something about the child credit.
Hey,
Gentlelady from
Jeremiah,
Washington is
welcome to the
recognized for
channel.
1 minute.
Glad you found it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump and Republicans love calling this one big, beautiful bill, but it's really one big broken promise. Republicans swore they would lower costs on day one. Instead, families are paying more for groceries, energy, and healthcare bills. Republicans have spent months fighting over how many Americans they're going to kick off of Medicaid.
Woman, get home and have breakfast ready for your husband when he wakes up in an hour or two.
Another massive round of tax breaks to pad the wallets of the ultra wealthy and big corporations. A mom from Kirkland told me recently that she was horrified to see what Republicans are doing to these programs. She raised 2 kids with the support of Medicaid, SNAP, and the child tax credit. She said the supports Republicans are cutting help real people live real productive lives. I've urged you to listen to your constituents and vote no on this big broken promise. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, this is what the one big, beautiful bill is all about. This is what 77 million Americans voted for. Make the 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime.
Real quick, guys, do you notice how scripted this is? Whenever somebody from one side says something, which they read completely off a script, then the other side of the aisle responds to it while also reading completely off of a script. Like, so you guys know, it's becoming clear. This is all completely scripted, and like both sides shared scripts beforehand because they're reading from scripts that counters the previous person's script. Tell me if anyone else has noticed that besides me. You know?
Farmers, families, and small businesses. I yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, we are providing real tax relief for hardworking Americans, for middle-class families, for us senior citizens, not the billionaires like the Democrats claim. We increase the state and local tax deduction, the standard deduction, the child tax credit. The last two would be cut in half if we take no action today. We provide tax relief by including my legislation to provide a bonus deduction to reduce the taxes that our seniors pay on their Social Security income. We fulfill President Trump's commitment to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime, and we stop the return of the alternative minimum tax that crushed middle-class families. We allow Americans to fully deduct auto loan interest on their American-made vehicles, and we help young graduates with student loan debt get reimbursed by their employers tax-free. All of that is for working class, middle class, not billionaires. We also make sure that this bill keeps our borders secure and funds the deportation of criminal illegal immigrants, and we increase and strengthen domestic energy production and security.
Good night, Mike.
And
Take it easy,
we
man.
safeguard Medicaid.
I'm gonna hang out for
our
maybe 20
seniors,
more
for our
minutes, guys, or I'm
disabled,
gonna
for our
cry
children with
too.
disabilities. And we crack down on the fraudsters by targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. The Democrats can continue to fight for the fraudsters. They continue to fight for the illegal immigrants, but we're going to deliver for the working families, middle class, and senior citizens. Thank you, and I yield back.
Wrong,
Gentleman from
P-Flux,
Massachusetts.
WWF
Thank you, Mr.
is
Speaker. I
actually
remind the
more real,
gentlelady
right?
that the SALT deduction that we offered in our tax bill on a secret ballot would have gotten all the Republicans from New York and New Jersey and California. With that, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore, who nobody has ever walked away from saying, I think she's undecided.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
If you're up late
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just say this, that the greatest trick that the devil plays is to convince you that it won't be you who he devours. It will be those others, those so-called illegals, those trans people, the welfare queens, and the boy in the basement who won't work. So you justify slashing hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid, undermining the ACA, cutting $500 billion in Medicare, adding trillions of dollars to the debt, facilitating the dismantling of care from hospitals, community health centers, nursing homes to finance billionaire tax cuts. And then the bell sounds and you screech. For whom does the bell toll? It tolls for thee.
Give me
and
a break.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield back, but I will not yield my soul. Do not vote for this bill.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak in favor of the one big, beautiful bill. My colleagues and I on the House Ways and Means Committee on the Republican side have been preparing for this moment for 2 years.
Our demands,
Mr. Speaker, we have traveled across the country and conducted field hearings, meeting and hearing from individuals, from manufacturers, from farmers, and from small business owners. And the message that we got from them was clear. Make permanent all those successful provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. There is no doubt that when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, we ushered in a red-hot economy that created jobs and opportunities for all Americans. It's essential that the House of Representatives pass this bill today to cement a pro-growth tax code and usher our nation into a new era of prosperity for all. The American people in November voted overwhelmingly for this. And now it's
Wasn't
our
this
time
the guy
to deliver.
against the HPA?
Thank you. I yield back.
Hold on.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
That guy almost stopped.
Thank
the
you, Mr.
HPA,
Speaker. Let me
didn't he?
yield 2
The
minutes to the
Republican?
gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the
Thought
Oversight
that was
Committee,
him.
my friend, Congressman Lynch.
Gentleman from
Traitor.
Massachusetts, recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah, traitor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Springfield for yielding. I rise this morning
Yeah,
on
that
behalf
was
of our
him.
friend and colleague, General Jerry Conley, the gentleman from Virginia, with the hope of infusing this debate with his passion and his wisdom on behalf of the federal workers for whom there was no greater champion. Jerry was
Yeah,
especially
Kevin,
grateful for
allegedly,
the
yeah.
federal workers at the VA and the Walter
Allegedly.
Reed Medical Center, especially the nurses and therapists and physicians and support staff that cared for our veterans and active military. In all honesty, Jerry was furious at the way the federal workers and veterans are being treated under this bill. He was angry that Donald Trump purged 325,000 federal workers, including at least 3,000 workers at the VA, and that the cuts in this reconciliation bill will require the firing of 80,000 more workers at the VA, at least 27,000 of those workers veterans themselves. While the termination of these workers at the VA is outrageous and disrespectful, it's only half the story, because it is the mission of those workers at the VA to care for our veterans that will be ended as well. We should each of us remember that veterans' benefits are different. They are special obligations taken on by our country, our society, and our Congress. Veterans' benefits are obligations owed to our veterans for courageous service previously rendered. And the promise to every son and daughter who puts on that uniform is that if you come home from service with the scars of war, visible or invisible, we will take care of you and your family. That promise has been maintained throughout this nation's history by Democrat and Republican administration without pause. Until now, until tonight, until Donald Trump signs this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a disgraceful way to treat both workers at the VA and the veterans they serve. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Like, hold on
I
a
yield
minute.
2
The
minutes to the
Democrats have
gentleman
love for
from
the veterans
Arkansas,
all of a
Mr.
sudden?
Westerman, the chairman of the Natural
When?
Resources Committee.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, for yielding, and also thank you for your leadership, your patience, and your unwavering dedication to put this tax policy and this budget reconciliation bill before us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the opportunity we have to not only provide historic tax relief for hardworking Americans, but also to spur investments in our economy by developing the resources of our land. This is our unique opportunity to do something truly worthy to be remembered in our day and in our generation. The Natural Resources Committee is proud to have played a key part in this legislation. Our title far exceeds our $1 billion instruction. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it will generate over $20 billion in savings and new revenue for the federal government, primarily by direct royalty and lease fees from the sale of oil, gas, timber, and mined resources, while curbing wasteful spending.
John
But
Cornyn
CBO's direct
spearheaded
revenue
the
evaluation
Bipartisan
is
Safer
only a
Communities
paragraph in a much larger story.
The very anti-2A
Mr. Speaker,
Senator
it is
John
impossible
Cornyn.
to utilize
It could be
billions of
tough in the
dollars of
Senate, guys.
resources without massive investments in oil
John
rigs,
Cornyn's a
pipelines,
rhino,
LNG
man.
facilities, mines, refineries, sawmills, mobile equipment, machinery, workforce development, and the list goes on with the upstream and downstream economic benefits of resource development. Our title reinstates onshore and offshore oil and gas lease sales, holds annual geothermal lease sales, and ensures a fair process for critical mineral development nationwide. We've also directed the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management to utilize long-term timber sale contracts. We're putting our fiscal foot forward by using America's resources to generate wealth for America, while restoring American energy dominance and giving Americans the opportunity to make products from America, in America, for America
I hope
and
Ken
the world.
Paxton wins
I
that
urge my
fight.
colleagues
You
to
know what I
join me in
mean?
kickstarting this new golden age of America by voting yes, and I yield back the
If I
balance of
lived
my
in
time.
Texas,
Gentleman from
I'd vote for
Massachusetts.
Ken Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Congressman Byer, who really knows something about the bond market.
Gentleman from Virginia,
Really
recognized for
knows
1
something
minute.
about the
Thank you,
bond
Mr.
market.
Speaker.
I would bet
Mr.
on
Speaker,
that.
our dearly departed friend and
Pelosi knows
colleague,
about the stock
Jerry
market.
Connolly, used to say our job was to comfort the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. This bill does the opposite. My Republican friends say this act is about helping the working families in America, but nothing could be further from
God
the truth.
bless Texas. Vote
This
him out,
monstrous
Texas.
bill
Cornyn's a rhino,
working
man. He's
Americans,
got to go.
while giving a temporary head fake to those working on overtime and those working for tips, it actually raises taxes on the poorest 20% of Americans, exactly the folks my Republican friends pretend it helps. The overwhelming benefits of H.R. 1 flow to the wealthiest Americans, the largest transfer of wealth from working Americans to rich in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Jerry Connolly was a devout Catholic who studied to be a priest, and he and I agreed that the essence of this bill sends the opposite of the message of the New Testament, which is to give our lives to help the poor. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Bible says, "Saw your
I yield
cloak and
1
buy a
minute to the
coat or
gentleman
two."
from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Why
Mr.
don't you
Speaker,
pick some
today I rise in
Leviticus while
strong
you're up
support of
here,
the
huh?
one big, beautiful bill. This bill is our opportunity to deliver on the promises we made to the American people. It's our chance to put working families, small businesses, and communities back at the center of our economic future. In the 1st District of Texas, the median income is just $62,000. And if we fail to pass this bill, a family of 4 at that income level will see their taxes go up by over $1,100, a staggering 22% increase. That's not just a number, that's 6 weeks worth of groceries. That's money that can be used to fix a truck, invest in a small business,
Just
or
remember,
save
guys,
for a
even the
child's
devil
future.
believes in
But if
God
we
and
do
he
pass
trembles.
this bill, we protect that $1,100 of hard-earned income. In fact, we protect every American's money. At its core, the one big beautiful bill is about more than dollars and cents. It's about liberty and empowering the American people. It's about giving families, workers, and small businesses the freedom to thrive without government taking more of their money. We have the chance in this moment to expand opportunity, restore dignity in work, and strengthen the American dream. That's worth fighting for. Let us not fail in this task. Let us pass the one big beautiful bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 13 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the very thoughtful gentleman from Illinois and a member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from
Congressman
Illinois
Snyder.
is recognized for 1 minute.
Thoughtful. This is
Thank
gonna
you,
be a
Mr.
tool.
Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill and in support of America's working families, families who are trying to provide health care to feed their children, to secure their future. My Republican colleagues continue hiding under the cover of darkness as we sit here at almost 5 a.m. in the morning wrapping up. What are you trying to hide? I asked them. The largest cut ever to
AM in the
Medicaid,
morning, yeah.
14
AM's
million
morning, dude.
losing health care,
I'll
the
be a
largest cut ever to fighting child hunger, adding $5 trillion to the nation's debt, all to line the pockets of Trump's super rich family and friends. Just yesterday, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office assessed that the bottom 10% of taxpayers will be
they love
poorer because of
scripture
this
right
bill,
after they
while
get
the
done
top
killing
10%
babies.
will get richer. Not only that, the CBO determined that the Republican plan to explode the deficit will trigger mandatory cuts to Medicare totaling $500 billion. My Republican colleagues are attempting to hide the truth of this bill because they know the pain it will inflict on American families. This is not one beautiful bill. It's one awful deal for the country. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. Stand up for your constituents who will be worse off if this bill passes. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri with 11 3/4 minutes remaining.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the one big beautiful bill. The pro-family, pro-worker, pro-growth bill before us. We keep hearing the same tired claims from my friends on the other side of the aisle about giveaways to the rich. They said the same things about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. But you know what? It wasn't true. Even the New York Times admitted that most payers got a tax cut, but many didn't believe it. Why? Quote, to a large degree, the gap between perception and reality on the tax cuts appears to flow from a sustained and misleading effort by liberal opponents. So I ask the American people, Are you going to believe your bank accounts? Or will you believe the same people who told you it was a racist conspiracy theory that COVID originated in a Wuhan lab, who censored Hunter Biden's laptop as Russian disinformation,
You
who
know
insisted that
Apex
the
in the
former
back
president
room, like
was
right
doing
now.
cartwheels in the Oval Office? Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I might say that the former president was writing historic legislation in the Oval Office and at least signing the products that came from these committees.
A little bit here.
With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a very important member of the Committee on Ways and Means, Congressman Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
This Republican partisan tax bill will be the largest self-inflicted wound on America's working families in our nation's history, with the largest cut in health care and food assistance to pay for the largest tax cuts for billionaires. Now, I get that this bill is about fulfilling the president's promises, but like the president, you can't rely on it for working families, as the bottom 10% would lose basic services so that the top 10% can increase their wealth. What's worse is that in order to pay for this bill, you're relying on not just the cuts, but fabricated economic growth
Save the
numbers,
children's
ignoring
hearing,
costs
pass
of
the
the
HPA.
TCJA, and hoping that there's revenues from tariffs. Yet even with all of that, you stick it to our children by adding trillions to our federal debt. Look, not
Stick it
only
to
are
your
our
children.
creditors
Your
and our
party wants
allies
to kill
losing faith in our
babies,
nation, but Americans
unborn
watching this
babies.
tonight are losing faith in Congress. If we work together, we could have helped working families bring down prices and bring down our national debt. Ultimately, we could have restored faith in this institution. Instead, I'm voting no on
I
this
think that's
partisan
referred to
bill
as like
because
a
it gives
mauve.
into the president's
Mauve? Is
politics.
that
It breaks your promise to working families, and it gives up on our promise to the future of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speech.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Over the past 2 years, my colleagues and I on Ways and Means have traveled around the country listening to working families, to small business owners, and job creators. North Texans have been very clear. They want relief, certainty, and a tax code that works for them, not against them. Last week, we delivered. The bill that we passed out of committee reflects the needs, the real needs of our communities, and the promises that we made to the American people. It is a strong, common sense compromise that builds on the success of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This bill expands the child tax credit, makes the small business deduction permanent, and boosts the standard deduction with a new enhancement for seniors. It restores
Man, I need
immediate
that small
expensing
business
for R&D
deduction, guys.
and
That's a big
increases
deal.
access to tax-free health savings accounts. In short, this one beautiful
That
big
small
bill
business deduction
stops
is
the
big, man.
largest tax increase in American history and delivers historic
It's
tax
tough for the
relief
small business
instead.
right now.
I
I
look
think you
forward to
guys
its
know
swift,
that. A lot
swift
of you own
passage
one.
and to President Trump
You
signing
work
it
for
into
one,
law.
right?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, a valuable member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Gomez.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Richie. So let's get straight. This is one big bill, but it's a bill that steals Medicaid, it steals SNAP, it steals all the assistance
your
for working
papers.
people in order to give tax breaks
Show
to
me
the
your
billionaires
papers.
in this country. If you're making less than $30,000 a year, you will pay $20 billion more in taxes over the 10-year period. If you make $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance
Thank you,
of
Wes.
seeing any kind of change in your taxes, while the billionaire establishment gets a cut
Hopefully
of
soon here, man.
$270,000. This is the biggest transfer of wealth in our nation's history. It is literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich. And they want to talk about how they went around the country to listen. Well, they didn't listen very hard, because what they
Does he
are
need a towel
doing,
for his
the
back?
Republicans are
I'm just
hurting
asking.
average working people. They're not helping when it comes to housing. They're not helping when it comes to
Give the man a
childcare. They're not
towel.
helping. And when they do talk about housing, it's 20,000 units a year for 10 years. That's a drop in the bucket. So we need our Republican colleagues to actually do something besides the cheap talk and the theatrics of going around the town, but only listening to the billionaires in the end of the day. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, if the Trump tax cuts were to expire in Mr. Gomez's district, a family of four making $62,008, the median income in California's 34th district, would see a $1,000 $139 tax increase
See,
if
how's
the
that on the
Trump
script?
tax
How did
cuts
he know what he was
expire.
gonna say?
I yield 1 minute to the
It's on the
gentleman from
script.
Florida, Mr. Bean.
Gentleman from Florida is
all
recognized for
script.
1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's a scary time to be a taxpayer in the United States or those that own a small business. Both are facing a tsunami of tax increases, the largest in U.S. history. But, Mr. Speaker, I've got good news. Help is on the way. The one big, beautiful bill is real tax relief for real Americans. It's for those that are paid in tips, hourly workers that are working overtime, for families and seniors who've been struggling under the weight of inflation. And it's for the 91% of Americans who use the standard deduction. The bill expands the child tax credit. It secures our border, enhances education and health savings options. It unleashes American energy. It will encourage production on U.S. soil. Made in America will mean
Shout out to
something
Florida.
once more. So buckle up, America, and put your seat in the upright position, because with the passage of this bill, the golden age of America is ready for takeoff. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Right on the land.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to the time remaining on both sides?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 10.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Missouri has 8.5 minutes remaining.
With that, let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, who is a terrific advocate for the people of his constituency.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairman. This is no way to govern. In the dead of the night, congressional Republicans are passing this partisan, big, ugly bill for billionaires. Who are you here to serve? Billionaires or the constituents that elected you to bring down costs and to make life more affordable? Your constituents, like mine, rely on Medicaid and public education, veteran
the
programs,
interns and the
SNAP,
managers.
child care, Head Start, Medicare. But yet Republicans claim to be for working people, and yet the meager tax relief that middle-class workers and
I will
families
find out how to
receive
do
under
that.
your plan, about $1 a day, are temporary. But the tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations are permanent. That is a choice.
Take loafers light
I'm
again.
for permanent tax cuts for moms and dads, for small business owners. Who are you here to serve? The GOP budget cuts from the masses to give to the few, to billionaires who barely pay taxes to begin with. I know who I'm here to serve, the 750,000 people who elected me from Nevada. And I'll continue to fight for them to make their lives better, not worse. I urge my colleagues to stand with your constituents and against the billionaires.
I doubt it.
Speaker, let's talk about who benefits from this bill. A single mom, a waitress in Nevada, working long hours. She's raising one child. She's living paycheck to paycheck. She gets a bigger standard deduction underneath our legislation. She won't pay tax
They
on
made that
tips
chart
on
that
our
quick.
legislation, and she gets a boosted child tax credit. That's a $4,891 tax cut. Not pennies. That's real money for working Americans. This is what it means to stand with the working class and millions of tipped workers. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for
Dude,
1
does this
minute.
mean I won't have to
Thank
pay
you, Mr.
tax on
Speaker.
super chats?
And thank you, Chairman Smith and the Ways and Means Committee
Seriously,
for all the
chime
hard
in,
work that
chat.
we put
Will I
into
have to
this
stop paying
legislation.
taxes on super
Mr.
chat?
Speaker, strengthening our economy starts at home.
'Cause that's
And
one
I'm
of the main
proud to
things that
rise in
funds this
support of the
channel,
One
and they
Big
tax
Beautiful
the living
Bill,
snot
which
out of it
delivers
right
much
now.
needed tax relief to the American workers, farmers, and families.
Accountants in the house,
This
let me know.
legislation builds on the foundation laid by the 2017
This
tax
channel might
reforms,
not go bankrupt
allowing
if this
families to
goes
keep
through.
more of their hard-earned money, empowering them to invest in their futures, support their children, and build brighter lives. I'm especially pleased that this bill includes making the increased standard deduction levels from 2017 permanent. Simplifying the tax code has been transformative, especially for
Word Up.
working class communities where most taxpayers claim the standard deduction. The guaranteed standard deduction has made tax season faster, easier, and
To
far
me, it
less
seems like a
stressful
tip
for
when you
millions of
all,
Americans.
throw me a
Mr.
super
Speaker, the
chat, that's
facts
a
are
tip.
clear. Over 93% of my
Out of
constituents
the
claim
kindness
the
of your
standard
heart,
deduction.
that's
If
a
we
tip,
fail to
right?
act, millions of Americans will see a tax hike of nearly $2,000 per household. Permanency gives
Yeah, I
working
got it,
families the
Becky.
certainty they need to plan ahead, whether it's saving for college, investing at home,
That's
or
funny.
simply trying to make
But
ends
no,
meet
for
with
real,
confidence
I
and
think
greater
that's a
financial
tip.
security. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Dude, they
Mr.
tax
Speaker,
us
let
like
me yield
royalty.
1 minute
That's
to the
how it comes
distinguished
in on the
gentlelady from
1099,
Massachusetts, Ms.
just so you
Presley.
guys know.
Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give
I
Sen go
rise
though,
in
right
vigorous
there, Maya.
opposition to this bill that is
Give Sen
callous
goes a
and
little more.
cruel
Whoa.
and clueless about what the
No
American people
wig.
are dealing with. This bill, if passed, we're talking about generations of harm, lives lost because of defunded cancer research,
Diana Pressley.
pregnant mothers denied essential health care, school lunch programs gutted, our
No
babies hungry,
wig.
and for what? To line the pockets and stroke the egos of a few petty billionaires? I believe in the promise of this nation.
Yeah,
I
dude, I
believe
get
in
a
the possibility that
1099
government
for my
can and
income on here,
can do
guys.
right by people and help us through our most vulnerable
Like, for
moments.
real.
This bill is the antithesis of that. This bill is a threat to the lives and livelihoods of so many people. The mood up here is somber. Y'all are gleeful.
You silly
It's
woman.
somber because this is shameful. Republicans, we just need 4 of you to be people of conscience to stand up against this. And in exchange, you can save lives. You can look your kids in the eye and you can say that when the world,
Y'all are
when
funny tonight.
everything was at stake, that you had clarity and you did the right thing. I'm not begging you for benevolence. I'm asking you for decency. Do right by the people that sent you here.
It
I
does.
yield.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to
Dude,
the
I just
gentleman
been
from
keeping track
Virginia,
of,
Mr.
like, the
McGuire.
HPA
Gentleman
and
from
Florida,
Virginia is
right?
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, President Trump and the Republican trifecta were elected this November to deliver results for the American people. This one big, beautiful bill we are considering tonight pinpoints waste, fraud, and abuse, secures
This
our
guy has nice
borders,
hair.
and reignites economic growth. These are impactful tax cuts, reducing Social Security taxes, eliminating tax
you
on
serious,
tips, and
Turkey?
eliminating tax on overtime
Tell me you're
will help the
serious,
middle
man.
class American people. If the 2017 tax cuts are allowed to expire, 56,000 small businesses in my district alone would experience a 43.4% tax
Thank
hike,
guns for
and over
Armageddon.
8,000 family-owned farms
Dude, I
would
think
have
the
their
vote's
death
coming
tax
soon, man. I
exemption
hope. I don't
slashed in
know.
half. I came to Congress to deliver real results,
The
and that's what
HPA
this bill
is still
does.
on the
In the
table.
defense
It's in the
portion of the
bill
bill,
right now,
$34
guys.
billion is allocated for shipbuilding and the maritime industrial base in my district, Virginia, and the United States. This bill delivers on the America First promises President Trump and congressional Republicans
I wanted
made to the
Rob
American
Cloud to
people.
speak.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the
It's
balance
his
of my time.
amendment, the HPA.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 8
I reported on
and 1/2
Rob
minutes
Cloud like
remaining.
5 years ago.
Thank
on
you,
the
Mr.
channel,
Speaker.
guys.
So what I intend to
Been around
do
a
here
while.
is to close
I've
my
done
time
videos
before I
on
yield
him.
to the Democratic leader. And I want to talk a little bit about what I began with. First of all, let me just say as a courtesy and as a member of the Ways and Means Committee for 33 years, this debate should be taking place during
No,
the
man,
day.
I'm not panhandling, dude. I'm
And I
like
know the members on the other side feel the same
passionate
way.
about the Second
There is
Amendment.
no reason at 10 after 5 in the morning to be debating a bill of this consequence. It's as simple as that. These
If
were
I worked for a
legislative
company
courtesies that
doing
we
this,
once
it would be
extended to each
illegal
other.
because I make way less than minimum wage.
And there is no reason for it to be
If you're
playing
talking
out
to me, that
at a
is.
time when most Americans can't dial in to hear the debate. So there's
I
no
don't
getting away
panhandle.
from the fact
I haven't
the
even.
Republican
There's no
Party,
sponsors
the
of this. I
party of
haven't
fiscal
even done an ad
rectitude,
read.
the party that has lectured us
Maybe you
for
weren't talking
decades
to me. I don't know.
on spending
You
patterns,
might have been talking to someone
who are
else.
about to borrow $4 trillion for a tax cut that is overwhelmingly going to go to people at the very top, including the billionaire class. What's troubling about it is that if you look back at these tax cuts, as I noted, $10 trillion of tax cuts since 2021. I'm sorry, since 2001 to the moment.
I don't even have ads.
In
turned on right
2017,
now, guys, while
it's
live.
borrowed money.
It might be
$2.3
ads
trillion.
on replay. There might be. Maybe not.
This is
It's up to
$4
you.
trillion, and when you get done paying the interest on it
I
over the
literally
next
didn't even
5
turn on
years, as the
ads
bond
for
market
any of these
reminded
live
us
streams while
again
they were live.
today, it's closer to $5 trillion.
You know?
The party of fiscal rectitude.
Oh, okay, court of public opinion.
I
Thanks
call
for
attention
clarifying.
again to this
I was
because
hoping you weren't talking
we would
about
say that if you kept these tax cuts for people under $400,000 a year, you'd get a buy-in from us. We're okay with that. We object to the idea that people who are about to derive the biggest benefit don't need it. And you know what? In most instances, weren't asking for it as well. The theology that tax cuts pay for themselves is nonsense. We've heard that forever. But it is that continued effort that Republicans have to suggest that no matter what happens, a tax cut should be the most important consideration. 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, and 2 tax cuts during those years? The collapse of Wall Street during those years of $2.3 trillion of tax cuts? Ronald Reagan had the good sense when he found out what the tax cuts meant against spending cuts, he reversed the position during that time. But the current Republican Party subscribes to this notion that you can be for infrastructure, you can take defense spending now that's headed over $1 trillion. You can vote for the infrastructure bill. You can vote for the CHIPS Act. You can vote for postal reform. And yes, 30 members voted on that side for the Butch-Lewis Act. You can do all of these things and simultaneously cut taxes. No, you can't. And we know that. We're in a position to argue, I think, with great force for the American people, because I know what happened. For all their talk about what happened in the tax cut of 2017, we easily won the House the next year. The American people don't buy this.
Good night, man. I'm going to hang out for a few more minutes.
Because they know where these tax cuts are going. And intended...
What's happening, Fluffy? How you doing, man?
To help people at the top when it is really the people at the bottom and then the middle who need help. So hospitals are going to close. Children are going to go hungry. Healthcare is going to be denied. But the billionaire class is going to pick up a considerable number
What's
of
up,
dollars.
Matt Schaefer?
And again, the number that I cited earlier, if you make $1 million, you pick up $90,000 additional dollars. It's almost 10%. And if you make under $50,000, Mr. Speaker, you're getting $1 a day. That's what this tax package means. Defeat this bill, send it back to the Ways and Means Committee, compel the committee to negotiate, and we'd come up with a plan where the middle class would get the tax cuts.
What's up, Buttercup?
And then we would address subsequently the debt that is plaguing this nation. This legislation will take us to $40 trillion worth of debt. And they're going to lecture us on debt. It's the old story. On Monday,
you're welcome.
They
Matt.
blame us for debt, and on Tuesday they add $4 trillion to it.
Lots of good people in here tonight, man.
So I'm going to reserve what I have left of time. I'm finished, but I will yield at the appropriate moment to the Democratic leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the fair manner in which you did this as well.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, when I ran for Congress, I said I would never support a tax bill that did not adequately lift the cap on salt. This bill does that. It increases the cap on salt by 300%. And I would remind my Democratic colleagues, when they had full control in Washington, they lifted the cap on salt by exactly $0. Zilch, zip, nada. Not $1 of increase in tax relief for hardworking New Yorkers. So to all my New York colleagues on the other side of the aisle, before you speak out and say that you don't support a 300% increase on the cap on salt, the fact is that this bill adequately addresses the cap on salt and provides tax relief to hardworking middle-class families.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I had not intended to rebut, Mr. Speaker. However, our tax bill had an $80,000 cap on salt, and it passed the House of Representatives.
Oh, I didn't know salt was part of this. Salt's a big deal for the salt removal industry.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Missouri.
I'm alone with a super chat and a channel member. Thanks, man.
Gentleman from Missouri.
You have a great day too, man.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
House will be in order.
Okay, the speaker's right there. I think a vote's coming. I just saw the speaker, Speaker Mike Johnson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as a small businessman who started his business career under H.W. Bush and operated that business
Ethan, the
all
Hearing
the way through
Protection
all the
Act
administrations up to and including the
is
Biden
in this
administration,
bill right
I
now.
can
That's coming up for
unequivocally
vote.
say
Short
that the
Act
Trump
is not
tax
in it yet.
policies and the Trump administration was
Maybe
the
in the
best
Senate.
for small business,
Hopefully in the
period. That's why I joined the majority of the Americans across this country to vote to make those Trump policies permanent. You see, it doesn't matter. If you have 2 college degrees, no college degrees, brown, black, white, Trump's policies lifted all boats. That's why I encourage my colleagues to join me, pass this bill, and vote for Main Street. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, time is reserved. Gentleman from Missouri.
We've only had one rep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana,
This is
the
part
leader
of this
Scalise.
vote coming
Gentleman
up.
from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Missouri for his leadership in getting us to this point. So many other chairmen will talk about that too, but I want to rise in strong support, Mr. Speaker, of
It's
this
a miracle
one
this guy's
big,
still
beautiful
alive.
bill.
Remember
This
how
bill
bad
that's
he got
going to
shot up?
deliver on so many promises that the American people
Scalise
asked
almost
us
died.
to do for them. You know, we have elections in this country, and we had an election that had a lot of crystal clear messages sent in November. And we had a contrast, maybe one of the sharpest contrasts between 2 candidates for president. And if you read this bill, and maybe some of my friends on the other side haven't read it by some of the comments they've made, because you would think it's 2017
Okay, we're
all
looking at
over
about
again
90
when you
days
listen to the
after
things
and
that they
if
said.
it passes
The
the
same things
Senate,
they're saying
okay?
tonight that they said in 2017, none of which turned out to be reality. And so they had an
Yeah, Red
opportunity to
Flake
make
got it
their
right
case
there.
for raising taxes on the American people.
What Red
In fact,
Slate
their
just like
candidate for
Joey.
president was for a lot of the same things they're for tonight. Letting the Trump tax cuts expire.
It's got to get through the Senate.
To punish
okay?
those
Remember
middle
that.
class and low income workers who
This is
benefited
still great news
the
tonight,
most
guys.
from those tax cuts.
But we've got the Senate.
Benefited tremendously. President Trump said that he was going to lock those tax rates in, not giving all these tax breaks you're talking about to millionaires and billionaires, but in fact, to help the working families of this country who are struggling.
Durkee, there's been
They
like
struggled
two
after
versions of this
4
in the last
years
24
of the
hours,
last
you know?
administration.
So we'll have to,
The weight
yeah.
of the failures of their policies that raised inflation, raised interest rates, made home ownership
Guys, look,
unachievable,
this is history
made the
in
ability to
making right
fill
now,
their
but
own
we ain't
grocery
there
carts
yet, okay? Just
unachievable.
remember that, but stay happy.
And President Trump said he would reverse it.
Don't
How else
fall asleep, though. The Senate
did he say he was going to
coming up
reverse
next.
it? President Trump said
that's
that
if it
we were
passes
going
tonight.
to
Matt's even
produce
know.
more American energy.
Unless he changes his mind.
Now, the other side of the aisle has been very clear for years with an all-out assault on American energy. They've carried it out. They voted for it. They campaigned on it. And the voters rejected that false premise, that failed approach. Now, maybe they're upset that the voters said we want to produce more energy in America. But President Trump was crystal clear. You elect us, elect President Trump, elect a Republican House and Senate, and we will deliver for you. We will open up more American energy. From Anwar in Alaska to the Gulf of America. That's what he campaigned on. And maybe they're upset that he's actually
Trump can't
delivering
line
on
item
those
veto the
promises.
HPA.
And this
I
bill
don't think he can do
delivers
that.
on those promises. A promise
think
that
that
will
can happen
lower
in this bill.
prices at the pump. When you go to the gas station, you'll be able to fill up your car. And so that's in this bill, but it also creates more
Yeah,
jobs.
Trump will sign it. I promise
Now,
you that.
there are
Trump's
some
gonna
people
sign it.
clearly who don't like that. Not just my friends on the other side of the aisle don't want to produce more American energy. You know who else doesn't want those provisions in this bill? Countries like Russia, countries like Iran, who have been making billions of dollars a month selling their energy on world markets because of the failed Biden policies. The policies that allowed them to enrich their countries and use that money for evil, to fund the war in Ukraine, to fund wars on terror around the world. terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, funded by the billions of dollars a month that those countries got from selling their oil on world markets because America was shut down. Well, America will be shut down no more when this one big beautiful bill is passed into law, because we will be able to produce our own energy here in America. You know, my friend Chairman Smith worked incredibly hard to make sure that this bill delivers for the whole country to get economic growth again. You will see an American renaissance, a golden age in this country that we haven't seen in generations. Why would people vote against that? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, the press talks about the other side being a party in disarray, and maybe you're seeing on display right now why, when they are vocally opposed to these kind of policies that'll get the country back on track. Why do they say tax cuts for the millionaires, and the billionaires, when they know it's not true? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Because not only do they know that's not the case, but they know who benefits the most from this bill. You know, one of the great new provisions of this bill that President Trump campaigned on, that Chairman Smith made sure to deliver on, was no tax on tips. Now, the last time I checked, Elon Musk does not get paid in tips. But you know who does? A lot of hardworking people across this country. Any restaurant you go to, talk to the waiters and waitresses. Ask them about their hopes and dreams. Ask them about their families. And what would they do with just a little bit more money in their paycheck? Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that big provision that every Democrat is going to vote against? The average tip worker makes $32,000 a year. And every Democrat will vote no on that benefit while they hide behind the lie of the millionaires and the billionaires. Because they know that's not the case, but they also know if they're going to vote against every hardworking waiter and waitress who averages $32,000 a year, how do they get away with it? They've got to create some fake boogeyman that they can point to and say, gee whiz, look at the billionaire over there, as if class warfare, dividing Americans, is their way to try to get more power in Washington. How about we give people in America more power? Take it away from Washington. Empower the people in this country who have been struggling for too long. If you want to live
the software
the
does
American
something weird.
dream,
It's hard to hear me while they're talking.
it can still exist. For a lot of people, they thought it was going away. President Trump ran and said, I will renew that promise. But it only happens if Congress delivers. Now, the other side will vote against it, every single one of them in lockstep. And they will root against the success of this bill. And then if it were to fail, they'd just go, look at that. The country.
So if I turn his volume down while I talk, you can hear me more?
Against it every step of the
Is
way.
that true?
We saw this play out, by the way, in the State of the Union just a few months ago, right here in this chamber. And America watched in shock. They want to see us come together. Can't we at least come together on things we agree on? And so there stood President Trump right at that podium, Mr. Speaker. And he talked about
Okay, I
so many
understand.
of
I'm
the
just kind of
great things
manually
of this
turning it down
country.
on YouTube.
Not partisan things, things that we used to all celebrate. Mr. Speaker, the President Trump, pointed over there.
Sorry, guys. I didn't
speak
mean to
to the
be
balcony,
annoying. I just want to do some commentary
where
on
not
this,
only was
'cause
the presidential family
I'm here at the edge of
seated,
my
but
seat
they
like
also
you
had
all.
some
I'm
special
into this
guests.
just like
He
all of
pointed
you,
to a
trust me.
13-year-old boy who had just beaten cancer. You want to talk about something that can unite the whole country, that can bring us all together to say, yeah, you know, we might disagree on issues, big and small, and that happens. That's America. But we can all celebrate a 13-year-old boy who just beat cancer, Mr. Speaker. And what happened when he said that? We rose up and applauded, as we all should have. But what else happened? The other side sat down, grumpy, angry.
This is Majority Leader Steve
I don't know
Scalise.
why. I wouldn't
He used
even
to be
say,
the
Mr.
whip. He was
Speaker,
the
the
one
House
that was
is not
shot
order,
up
Mr.
really
Speaker.
bad, if you remember, at that softball game that they played.
House should be in order.
The Congress softball game.
Mr. Speaker, I would
by
not
the Bernie
say,
Sanders supporter with an SKS,
I wouldn't
I
say it was
believe.
because
If you remember that one.
that he beat cancer. but it was just because
This
President
guy was
Trump
literally
happened to
within
point out
inches of
that he
his life
beat
a few years back.
cancer. We should not root for or against a person like that based on what President Trump says he's for. Just because the talking points of the party went out and said anything President Trump's for, be against. That's not a party platform. This country wants direction. President Trump ran on a direction, and their party did too. Wasn't like it wasn't laid out in the campaign.
I'll give you guys a quick analogy. If you go back to my channel, or if you're new here, go back and check my videos. I did a nice long conversation with Michigan House of Representatives, Majority Floor Leader Brian Posthumous. So remember I was saying in the stream last night, there are some analogies and things that are comparable between the way the state legislature works
come
and
together
the
and
U.S.
address.
Congress.
And it
So
didn't matter what part of the
you guys
country
can
you
see
went
me
to.
doing a video
They all
face to
said, for
face.
goodness
It's
sake,
a
can we
long format
secure
video
America's
talking all
border?
about the Second
Millions of
Amendment with
people
Brian
coming in illegally.
Posthumous, Michigan
Many of them
House of
really bad
Representatives,
people.
Floor Leader.
Gang members,
Same title as this
violent
guy.
people that were harming Americans. We saw it over and over again. Laken Riley murdered. We finally brought, by the way, the first bill President Trump signed into law was the Laken Riley Act. To say if you come here and harm an American citizen, you're gone.
This is the
You're
House.
deported. And this bill allows for the deportation of violent criminals that come here illegally and harm American citizens.
redneck.
We should all support that. The other side doesn't. They'll fly to Venezuela and El Salvador, Mr. President, to try to get out of prison a gang member who beats his wife. But in this bill, it allows President Trump to continue.
Guys, I'm
securing
serious. Make those
America's
calls.
border.
Talk to your
He's done
friends.
phenomenal work
you
on his
pray,
own through executive
pray about
action,
it.
protecting America.
Pray about freedom, right?
But he needs money to build the wall. He needs money to let our Border Patrol agents have the ability to compete with the drug cartels of Mexico. It's embarrassing that today the drug cartels of Mexico, have better technology than America's Border Patrol agents.
Dude, in Europe, you
And
can
we
buy
said
them
we're
like
not
over the
going to
counter.
allow
I
that
know.
to happen again like the other side did. We're going to do something about it. We're going to give them those tools, night vision goggles, drones, other things, so that they can actually do the job that they came here to do. They put their lives
As of
on
right
the
now, the
line to
Short
keep
Act
us
is not
safe.
in.
The least
The
we can
Short
do
Act
is
is not
allow
in this
them
package.
to have the ability to be safe
Hopefully in the
themselves,
Senate.
to go home at
Maybe
night
in the Senate,
to their
right?
families while keeping our
Enough
country
people
safe.
feel like it's
It's
worth
in
their
this
time
bill.
to
We deliver
convince these
on
critters.
that promise, and so
Congress
many
critters.
others. We're making America competitive again in our military so that we can finally confront the threat that China poses militarily. We all talk about it. We all know what it means. But are we going to talk about it or do something
Marcus?
about it? President Trump wants to do something about it. This Republican majority wants to do something about it. In this
What's up,
bill, we
Brett?
deliver on that promise. Everybody who votes no is saying no to that. Again, hide
So
behind
far,
the
they
millionaires
voted
and
it through up to
billionaires,
this point.
but you're voting against
There has been
strengthening
voting
America's
tonight.
military because that's
think
in
the
the
big
bill. You're
vote's
sure not
coming any
talking
minute,
about
guys.
it on
I
the other
really
side,
do.
Mr. Speaker.
If I'm
We
wrong,
haven't
I'm
heard
sorry.
them
and
talking
we'll
about
still
it
go to bed,
because they're
you
about
know?
to vote against that. So let's be
The
honest
Speaker of
about
the
it.
House is right there, guys.
But when
See
you
it just
think
over
about
on
those
camera,
benefits,
right?
you
Writing
also
down
got to
in the notebook,
recognize what a
there's the
no
Speaker
vote
of the
means
House.
today.
If the
Because we've got
Speaker's
two
on the
buttons. You
floor,
can
that
press
tends
yes
to mean they're
and you
getting
can
ready
press
to vote.
no. And if you vote no, you're voting against American energy. You're voting against securing America's border. You're voting against helping those middle-class families. You could run all the numbers. 22% tax increase on low and middle income families. We're not talking about the millionaires and billionaires. We're talking about a family making $70,000 a year combined, who's struggling to get by, would like to make a little bit more investment maybe in their
Look,
kids'
guys,
education,
I'm
might want
tired
to
of
take
them
a
all
family
speaking.
vacation.
I wish they could
and
have
this bill
reserved
gives
a
them the
minute
opportunity to do it.
for
And it also gives
Representative
every
Cloud
small
of
business
Texas.
in America
Cloud.
the opportunity to make
C-L-O-U-D,
investment in America
Cloud of
again.
Texas. He's the one
199A
that
provision
put this amendment in.
that's locked in
It's on the
permanently
table to
so
be
there's no
voted on.
uncertainty. So we can grow
And it
more
is literally
jobs
on the
in
table.
America.
That's why I keep saying
It's a
that.
good
To be
thing.
laid upon the
It's a
table.
good
You
thing
notice
for a
how
lot
they
of
said
us
that a few
here.
times tonight.
That's what a yes vote
It's on the
gets.
table.
A no vote tells
I
every
would
small
recommend you
business
all
in
call
America
Congressman
that
Cloud's
they will
office
be
and
at a
thank him.
competitive disadvantage with the big corporations.
You know, I
So
think
you
that would
hear
be
them
in order.
rallying, Mr.
Representative
Speaker, against
Cloud
the
is his
fat
name.
cats and
Also
the big
Representative
corporations.
Clyde,
Yet if they
who
vote
spent his
no,
time talking about
these are the
the Hearing
facts.
Protection Act.
The big
here
corporations,
tonight.
the global companies get a 21%
Just remember
rate,
Clyde and Cloud.
and your local
and
small
others,
business
and
would end up
others.
with a
Just saying.
43% rate. More than double. They would be non-competitive. Your local small businesses with the big corporations. We said that's not fair. We want to allow our small businesses to compete on a global stage with the big national corporations.
Dude, I'm
And we
trying
do
to
that
stay
in
up,
this
man.
bill.
I'm here for the vote too.
No vote doesn't do that.
Here's what I promise you guys. If they're
And
voting
yes,
in the
we
next few
root out
minutes,
waste,
we're
fraud,
here.
and abuse, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm mistaken, and there's
Waste,
another
fraud, and
2
abuse,
hours of
so that
debate,
vital
I'm gonna have
programs
to
in
step
America
out,
actually
okay?
work better for the people who
But I
deserve
wouldn't do you
them.
guys like that. I'm gonna hang out.
Why would somebody come up here and
We'll just see what
defend
happens here.
hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington when hardworking families are barely struggling to get by and pay their taxes and are infuriated when they find out
See, they
some
said
of the
the
waste
Republicans had
that's
8
going
minutes.
on up
Well, you
here
left like
and
20
saying,
minutes
when
ago.
is somebody
though.
going to
So,
finally do
I don't
something
know.
about the fraud so that I feel comfortable that if I'm funding my government, it's going to go to help the people who deserve it and not some 35-year-old kid who's fully able-bodied who's sitting in his mom's basement playing
Seriously,
video
call
games,
Cloud, guys.
getting over $40,000
This is
in
the Cloud
taxpayer-funded
Amendment.
benefits while you're working 2 jobs. While the waiter or
I talked to
waitress
Representative
averaging
Cloud probably 5
$32,000 a
years
year
ago.
is
He
struggling
was
to
trying
get by.
this through
We help them.
6 years ago.
That's who we're
When
helping.
Trump was in
Those
office the
families
first
who are
time.
struggling. And we will get this economy
Chip
moving
Roy
again.
has also helped.
You can vote yes or you can vote no. I wish
Well, thank you,
everybody
Chris.
would vote
Welcome
no.
to the channel, man.
A yes vote gets America's economy moving again. Allows President Trump to continue
You might be
fighting
right,
for the
Turkey.
hardworking
Get him in the
families
room. Wake
who
up.
elected him all across this country.
Wake up and vote.
Every swing state, majority of the American population want
I hear you,
this
Kenneth.
kind of relief. So we're going to keep moving forward, Mr. Speaker. We're going to deliver for those families.
Dude, these guys are
who
so boring. That's
deserve
why I've been doing
this
these
help,
streams so
who
2A
want
people
to
can
see
get
America
together.
come back.
Look, politics is
And they know
downstream from
America can
culture.
come back.
You guys
They know
being
America's
together
been
in this
held
chat for
back
this is a
for
big
the
deal.
last
It's
4
important.
years.
That's
The
why
same
I've been
people
here
who have
doing
been
this.
telling you that President Biden's health was just fine
Because these people are
are
super
now telling
boring.
you all these other things about millionaires and
And politics
billionaires.
sucks.
We're going to get this right.
And I'm not a Republican
This
or a
bill
Democrat.
finally starts to
Okay?
right the ship.
I'm a
of
2A
state.
supporter.
We all should come together and do that, Mr. Speaker. We've got so many great people who have worked so hard to get to this point, and we're still at the early stages. Let's send this bill over to the Senate, give them the opportunity to have their say as well. But ultimately,
Come
let's
on,
go
Steve.
deliver.
Let's go, man. We're
Let's go
getting tired.
deliver for that single mom who's working the night shift at a diner right now.
You're
who's
welcome,
going to have more
Jeremiah.
money in her pocket because of this bill, who's maybe going to be able to send her kid to college because of this bill. We're going to deliver for those families. You could say yes or no. America's absolutely watching. America went to the polls in November and said, we want and are calling on Congress
right.
to
We're
provide
watching.
this relief. We ran and said, we'll do something about it and we'll fix it. And we're actually following through.
How many of you
Mr.
guys
Speaker,
watched all my
on
streams in the
that
middle of the night
promise
from
made to the
Michigan? My
American
Michigan
people.
middle of the night
Mr.
stream.
President Trump
Sound
is
up
leading
in
the
the chat
way.
if you did.
President Trump is going to turn this country
Dude,
around.
we saw
And this bill
crazy
gives
stuff
him the
going
tools
on in the
to
Michigan
do
House in the
just
middle of the
that.
night.
I urge everybody
over
to
the past
vote
2
yes.
years.
I yield back the balance of my time.
All right.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
He's almost out of time, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say to my friend, the majority leader, everybody on this side was cheering for the success of that young man defeating cancer. The way we're going to defeat cancer is not to cut NIH.
Heck yeah, man. There's a lot of good people in the chat, Marcus. I've seen a lot of good people in here for years, quite frankly. Last few days.
Let me
Oh,
yield
yeah.
the remainder of our time to the very capable and distinguished minority leader, Mr. Jeffries. for
Lots of
1
smart people in here too, which is
Gentleman
refreshing
from
for
New York,
once.
the minority leader is recognized for
Uh-oh,
1 minute.
yep. Here's
Thank you, Mr.
Hakeem.
Speaker. Let me also thank the
Here's
distinguished
Hakeem.
gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who's done a tremendous job leading the Ways and Means Committee on
Guys, I
our
think there's a
side.
vote coming.
Congressman
The
Richie
minority
Neal. I also
leader,
want to
then the
thank
speaker's coming.
Ranking Member Brendan Boyle, Ranking Member Jim McGovern, all of the members of the Ways and Means.
Look, I ain't an expert at
Committee,
believing
the Budget
liars, and
Committee,
these
the
guys
Rules
lie about
Committee,
everything they
every
do.
single member of the House Democratic
I'm pretty
Caucus
sure the vote's
who
coming.
stood on this floor, stood before the Rules Committee, participated in markups on behalf of the American
What do you guys
people
think?
in
The minority
defense
leaders out
of
there,
the
the
American
speakers
people. Mr.
in the,
Speaker,
in
I
the
rise
building?
today in strong opposition to this reckless, regressive,
this.
and reprehensible GOP tax scam. This is one big, ugly bill that House Republicans
just go
are
lay
trying
down.
to jam down the throats of the American people under the cover of darkness. This legislation will not make life better for the American people. The GOP tax scam represents
What's up,
an assault
problematic?
on the economy, an assault on healthcare, an assault on nutritional assistance, an assault on tax fairness, and an assault on fiscal responsibility. There are more than 100 other reasons to vote against this one big, ugly bill that can be found by
Vic and anyone else that joined, look, dude,
more than
the Hearing
1,000
Protection Act is on the table.
page
I believe we're going to have a vote here in a few minutes.
Those reasons are too
Still
numerous
has to get through the
mention,
Senate.
but
It
this
ain't over yet,
legislation
guys.
also undermines
Let's get through the House.
reproductive
It's going to be the
freedom,
closest we've come in
undermines the
91
progress
years.
that we have made in combating the climate
91
crisis,
years. This is the
undermines
closest
gun
we've
safety,
ever come
undermines the
to
rule
even
of
thinking
law
about
and the
repealing anything
independence
from the
of the
NFA.
federal judiciary. It even
I have
undermines the
concerns from the
ability
Senate.
of
I even have some
hard-working
doubts.
and
I'm being honest with
law-abiding
you guys, man.
immigrant families
Just as
to
excited as
provide
all of you.
remittances to their loved ones who may just happen.
We're going to really have to step up to get
live
this through the
abroad.
Senate, like big time.
There are more than 100 different reasons
Right now, tonight,
to vote against the GOP
I
tax
think in a
scam.
few minutes, we're going to see a
And in the
vote
days, in the weeks, in the months to come,
for the lower
all
chamber
of
of
those
Congress to
reasons will
repeal
be
a large section of
exposed
the NFA.
for the American people and each and every one
It's huge.
of your districts. But this bill represents a failed promise. Last year, Donald Trump and House Republicans spent all of their time talking about their promise to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans promised that costs would go down on day one.
What's up, boo?
We're now more than
Obama
120
Jr., isn't it?
days past the inauguration. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is out of control. Insurance rates remain.
Look, guys, I've called out
stubbornly
Trump on his two-way
high.
BS in the past. Trump's
Our
doing a
Moody's
lot better this term.
Rating,
Really
our credit
is.
rating has
I'll
been
make a
downgraded.
prediction right now. If this can
And
get
you've
through the
got
Senate, Trump's going to sign it.
People losing confidence
I'm telling you, man. Like,
in this
if I
economy.
were a betting man, I'd
Republicans
bet you a lot of money
are
Trump will
crashing
sign
this
it.
economy
Senate.
in real time and
But
driving
hold on, though. We
us
gotta
toward a recession.
we got to get through this vote.
But beyond that,
Massey's a
costs
no.
are actually
The Republicans have a
going up.
razor-thin majority.
the trade
Unless
war
Massey's
that
changed his
Donald
mind,
Trump has
Massey
recklessly
is a no.
launched his
He spoke.
tariff
He spoke on the
scheme.
floor tonight.
will raise the cost of goods
According to my
and
math,
groceries
one more Republican can
and
defect
gas
along
for
with Massey.
everyday Americans.
That's all there is
the
right now.
Americans that you claimed
One
you were
Republican,
going to
one more
help, but the
Republican can
Americans
defect
that you are
away.
clearly
And look, I
hurting.
want to stick up for Massey a little
You've
bit, although some of you
destabilized
might
the
hate him right
business
now.
environment.
Massey's
Small
as pro
businesses
2A as
are at
anybody.
risk
He's voting no
of closing.
because it's
Farmers,
putting us further in
small
debt.
family farmers are
Okay?
in distress. Businesses can't invest.
That's
People
why
are not
Massey's voting no. Do
hiring.
not mistake Thomas Massey for
You are
being
actively
anti-2A. However,
crashing the
if
economy,
you want to give him heck
driving
because
America
the HPA's in here
toward a
and he's
recession.
voting no, hey, you can do that. I
promise
totally understand. Like,
to
that's
lower
fine.
costs on day one. Costs aren't going down; they are going up.
Massey has major
Now, as House
issues with
Democrats,
spending.
we believe that we have to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. We're committed to lowering housing costs and grocery costs and insurance costs and childcare costs and utility costs. America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many
Joker
people
and anyone else that
living
wants my opinions on what you
paycheck to
think is going to happen, tune into my stream I did before this.
to
It's
make
2
ends
hours
meet.
long. You won't have to watch the full 2 hours.
Here in this
I get
country,
into it. I
no
bet you if you watch the
American
first 15 to 20
should
minutes
find
of my
themselves
previous stream I
in
did
that
earlier
situation.
tonight, I kind of get
And you
into great
promised that
detail
you
on what I
would do
think's going to
something
happen. Not what I
about it.
wish is going to happen,
But things are
but I
not
think will
getting
happen.
better.
I think as of right now,
They're
we're going to
getting
run into
worse.
problems in the Senate.
We could have partnered together
If the American
to try
people
to
can
find
step up
a
enough,
bipartisan path
that could
toward
change.
building an
Okay?
affordable economy for hardworking
I think
American
the Senate's
taxpayers.
probably
But you
going to foil
chose
this and
to
neuter it
go
down as of right now.
alone,
If you want my honest
to
opinion,
try to drive
I'm here to tell you guys
your
what I believe,
extreme
not what you want to
right-wing
hear.
policies
Okay? Just remember that about
down the
me.
throats
You
of the
asked for my
American people.
opinion,
And that's what
but I'm just
this
as excited
one big,
as all of you,
ugly
though, right
bill
now. Trust me,
represents. Not simply
I'm waiting
a
for this
broken
vote.
promise as it relates to your failures on the economy. And despite the gentleman from Louisiana trying to articulate all of the so-called successes that have taken place, we know that this presidency has already been a failure.
This channel has streamed almost 20
Filled with
hours
crisis
out of the
and
last
chaos, cruelty,
30 hours
and corruption.
between the rules
And the
committee
American
and
people
this.
know it, which is why Donald Trump, at the 100-day mark, was the most unpopular president in American history. The American
What's
people
up, Commander?
understand. It's unfolding right before their eyes. No matter what kind of MAGA spin you try to
A lot of people are coming in at the end here. Welcome.
and things are going to
If you
get
like the stream,
worse.
give me a thumbs up. Subscribe
Why?
if you want to hang out later.
Because of this big,
The Hearing
ugly
Protection Act is
bill.
in the bill. The bill's on
Not
the
simply
table.
an assault on the economy, a broken promise. It's an assault
If this passes,
on the
we're this close
healthcare
to getting part
of
of
the
the
American
NFA
people.
removed. The Hearing
You
Protection
see, as
Act.
Democrats, we believe
We're this
in this
close from
country,
it being removed to the
healthcare
lower chamber of
is
Congress.
not simply a
That's where we're
privilege.
at.
Healthcare is a right.
There's a real Hearing Protection Act on the table right now. To put it very bluntly.
And from
right now,
Medicare to
it's on the
Medicaid
table.
to the passage of the Affordable Care Act and subsequently enhancing it, we've begun to move America to a place where every single person in this land could have access to the health care that they need to live a life of dignity and respect. At
I
this
assure you, I'm
moment
not
in
joking, guys.
America,
The Senate is
we have the
potential
lowest
troubles.
rate of
There's rough waters
uninsured
ahead in the
people
Senate.
in our nation's history.
Be
But
assured of
this
that.
GOP tax scam will reverse
I'm
that
telling you guys, it can't
with this
pass.
assault on healthcare. The largest
I hope the people.
cut
I hope the people.
to
will speak.
Medicaid in American history. And here's what it will mean for the American people. Children will get hurt. Women will get hurt. Older Americans.
Dude, what's up,
rely on
Irish Rover?
Medicaid for
Nice to
nursing
see
home
you,
care
man. I hope
and
you're
for
doing
home
good.
care will get hurt. People with disabilities who rely on Medicaid to survive will get hurt. Hospitals in your districts will
We were
close.
talking about super chats and tips earlier,
Nursing
guys. I
homes
just
will
want to share
shut
something
down.
real quick. I've
And
made lots of
people
good friends on this
will
channel over the
die.
years. Dude, my debit
That's
card
not
got
hype.
taken due to fraud.
That's
Like
not
it got hacked
hyperbole. That's
somehow.
not a
Like,
hypothetical.
I was just
People
venting to you
that
guys
you
like
all
people do
represent
one night on a
have
stream.
been writing to us.
I was like, man, my debit card just
to
got
make
taken.
that
Like,
clear.
I don't even know how I'm gonna have like
Thousands
test money
of
until
people
the bank takes their
written
sweet
to
old
us,
time to get my
everyday
debit card back
Americans
to me. Running a small
made that
business, and
clear.
I still remember that.
Let
Irish
me
Rover
just
popped in that night,
present
and
a
I wasn't
few
asking for nothing.
of those stories
I was just
into
like,
the
man,
record.
this sucks. I can't remember how it
I
came
have
up.
type 1
Like, this is tough right
diabetes
now. He came in with a
and
generous
was
super chat
diagnosed
and was
when I
like,
was
here,
7
man,
years
maybe
old.
this will get you by. Do you remember
Had
that,
jobs
Irish
with
Rover?
private insurance in the past, but I
Come on,
lost
man.
my
There's stuff
job
like
during
that
the
you kind of
pandemic.
remember sometimes.
With childcare becoming a major challenge, it made more sense for me to stay home with the kids,
You're welcome,
but that
problematic.
also meant losing my health benefits. Right now, we're all on Medicaid. It's crucial for me to stay alive.
I hear you, Fluffy. I'm
and
just
healthy.
turning him down, kind of talking to you
I
guys
need
right
insulin
now. We went
and
hours on
supplies
end
to
of me not
manage my
interrupting, just
diabetes
playing it through tonight.
every single
This is Obama
day.
Jr.
Without it, I could die. That's Shauna, who lives in Arizona's 6th congressional district. My youngest son has leukemia. He was a self-employed handyman.
Look, man, Massey's a
And therefore, he
libertarian. You
didn't
know,
have
shout out to my libertarian
sufficient
friends, man.
insurance.
You know,
When the cancer became more debilitating, he could
look,
no
guys, I just
longer
reject political
work.
parties. I'm not a libertarian
He's
or
undergone
Republican or a Democrat.
radiation,
Really, I mean, I'm
stem
not a
cell
Democrat. I'll
transplant,
never vote for a Democrat, no matter
and
what.
then
Right?
more
I found some good
radiation.
Republicans on the local level.
He is still fighting the cancer.
I like
And without
Representative
Medicaid
Cloud of Texas a lot right
and the
now.
fine physicians,
Man, I'd love to buy him a
he
beer.
would surely
I don't know that you can legally do that
die.
though. Like, you buy a congressman
That's
a beer,
Greg,
you could both go to prison.
who lives
You
in the
could. I'm
8th
not joking. You know.
congressional district of
You know what
Colorado.
sucks, guys? Right? Is Michigan
As a
Representative
cancer
Jamie
survivor
Thompson, good personal friend of mine.
with chronic
Her
illnesses,
husband Ron, dude, he's like one of my best
rely
friends. These
heavily
are
on
like
Medicaid
friends. You know, like
and food stamps
kids play
to get
together
by.
and stuff, kind of deal.
Without these
Dude,
essential
it's tough,
programs,
man. Like if you're friends with
people
one of
like
these
me would
elected
suffer. I'm currently
representatives, you have to
taking
watch
expensive
yourself,
medication
man. Like
to
if you're out
stay in
with your
remission,
friend hanging out, and it's like, dude, I'll
but my
buy dinner
condition and the
tonight.
side effects of my treatment
You can
make it
get in big
impossible
trouble for that.
for me to work.
I've literally had to pause a few times.
Unfortunately, my work
It's
history
like, man, I want to give my
also
friend Jamie this
disqualifies
for her
me from
birthday. Oh, you
receiving
have to watch yourself.
Social Security
folks.
benefits. I'm not
Once they're a
alone
representative, it's like can be illegal to buy
in my
them dinner.
dependence
Did you guys know that? Which
on
is
these
good as a
Medicaid
whole. It
and
really
food
is.
stamps,
Dude, trust me. I'm
benefits,
not for the lobbyists. It can just
children,
put you in
elders,
an awkward conversation.
and many others
If you're
who are
friends with
sick
like a
or
regular
struggling
person,
also
that
rely
doesn't
on
even, it's
them
not
to
even like a
survive.
regular politician, but
I
they
urge
happen
you
to
to
get
do the
elected
right
to a
thing
high
for the
office,
people you represent.
which is the case with my
Without food
Michigan
stamps
rep. And she
and
still is like a
Medicaid, the
regular person,
consequences
dude.
would be
I've been
painful
out in her driveway helping work on her
and even
minivan, for
deadly.
example, while she was sitting in the
That's
house.
Jalissa,
So
who
like,
had a
you
message
know,
for
but
her
it's still though,
representative
man, you got to watch
in
yourself. Like, you
Pennsylvania's
probably can't buy
8th
Representative Cloud a
congressional
beer,
district.
all right, legally,
What we're here to say,
but at least call him and
as
tell him
House
thank you or
Democrats,
something.
to Shauna, to Greg, and to
Dude, there's a few
Jalissa,
Republicans here and there
that
I
if
like.
your
You know, there's some of
representatives
them that are all
won't
right
fight for
people.
you,
There are.
we will. We will.
But the Republican Party, man, no.
We
The
will.
Democrat Party, hell no.
If they won't fight for you,
Most of my
we
friends
will
are
fight for you.
libertarians, but the
For
Libertarian
your
Party,
health
though,
care,
no, either, right?
for
Like,
your
oh, man.
decency, for your well-being, for your grace,
Oh,
and
give
for
me a
your
break.
dignity.
Give me a break, this clown. Ah,
Now, in addition to visiting
dude, this is
the
all
largest
garbage, man.
cut to Medicaid in American history, that's not enough for the MAGA
This is why I
extremists.
started this stream tonight, dude. This is totally
CDO
garbage. I'm
has
just here because of all of you guys,
independently
right?
confirmed
Like, if you
that
guys
this
weren't
one
here,
big
I would not
ugly
be here.
bill will also set in motion a $490 billion cut to Medicare.
A lot of my good friends are like,
In
2A
this country.
EDU, run for office, blah, blah,
Now,
blah.
unfortunately,
You
that
can do
should come as no
I
surprise
probably could get elected if you guys want to know the truth.
because we
I
know
hate
that our Republican
politics.
colleagues for decades
You guys might think I
have
actually
been
like
trying
this
to
stuff.
attack Social
I
Security
actually hate all of
as they're
this.
doing right now,
I hate that we even have to be talking about the
not
Second Amendment.
necessarily in
I
this
hate
bill.
that there has
Why?
to be a
Because
2A
the
EDU channel. Trust me,
1974
man. Like,
Budget
I'm a good old
Control
boy.
Act
I'd rather be out
prevents you
working on
from
my
doing
truck
it.
with my wife, my daughter,
But you've
shooting
been
my
going after
guns.
Social
Like,
Security for a long
I hate-
time, going after Medicare
I
for a
hate,
long
hate,
time,
hate
and
politics. In case you guys
Elon Musk,
didn't
who
know.
seems to function as your puppet master, has made clear his intentions, which you just follow.
What's up, Jordan? Dude, this guy's gonna ramble till he
As if
gets elected president.
You work for him, Elon.
This might be our next
Musk wants to
president.
take a chainsaw to Social
hope
Security.
not. Dude,
A
that's why we need the
chainsaw
Short Act to pass.
to
Dude, we
Medicare,
need the
as you're
Short Act.
doing
Could you imagine
in
if
this
this guy
bill.
gets
A
elected
chainsaw
president, or not
to
elected,
Medicaid,
but
as you're doing
voted
in
in
this
the
bill.
back room
Here's our
somehow?
message to you and the
Dominion,
American
if
people.
you know what I
No
mean.
longer,
You guys
no
familiar
matter
with when I
how
say
long it
Dominion?
takes,
Gets him in.
House Democrats are going to take
Dude,
a
I'm looking at the
chainsaw
pistol
to
brace rule,
Project
like, so fast.
2025
Pistol brace rule.
because it's is not in the best interest of the American people.
My fellow
And what
Americans,
this
I
bill
want to be clear.
represents is your effort to
We
try
need
to
to make
put into law
Guatemalans great again.
Project 2025. You acted like
Praise the
you
Lord,
didn't
read
know
the
anything
Bible, and
about
kill
it.
the babies.
This is why you have no
I mean, listen to
credibility
these
right now.
people.
You
This
spent
is
all
sick.
of last year lying to
Ugh.
the American people,
Sorry I'm
saying
being
to
so nice
them
tonight.
that you were going to lower the high cost
Too
of
edu,
living.
you're too nice,
In
somebody
fact,
just
you're
said.
doing the exact
I
opposite.
know.
At the same period of time,
I know, I'm too
you
nice.
acted like you knew nothing about Project 2025, and this
Praise the
bill
Lord and get
is
an
an
abortion.
effort to try to implement it
People make me sick.
into law. So you mentioned credibility issues.
Hey guys, drink them if
I
you
think
got
it
them.
exists
You want to save
on the right
20%
side
off of
of this
Blackout
chamber.
Coffee? There's a good
Now,
coupon code in the description.
not only have you gone after Medicaid, not only have you gone after
I'm sleep deprived.
Medicare, in this
You
thank
are
you,
to
Chris.
direct your comments to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's interesting?
Ooh.
Is that every time I've come on this floor, I can use sharp language. He can use sharp language. You choose to admonish me. I don't work for you, sir. I work for the American
I understand.
people.
I understand.
He's running for president. Al Green's going to come out with his cane. Oh, give me a break. You're not hard at all, dude. You wouldn't say that in a dark alley to the speaker. I guarantee you he wouldn't say that to the speaker's face in a dark alley.
House will be in order.
My money's on the speaker. Let's go. 9 rounds.
As I said, Mr. Leader, we've been very patient. Just listen to the majority leader of the other side who directed all of his comments to the chair. It is important for the decorum of the institution for you to do the
Oh,
same.
my money's on the presiding speaker.
You may proceed.
We can continue this.
You may proceed.
And every time I'm interrupted, that's going to add another 15 minutes to my remarks.
Fair enough.
Oh, give me a break.
Mr. Speaker.
Are you kidding me right now?
So what we've seen is the largest cut to Medicaid
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome
in
to the
American
two-way Edu channel.
history.
Has anyone told you
An
lately that I
effort
hate
to
politics?
devastate Medicare.
Did you guys
And of
know I
course,
hate
what
politics?
this bill also does is strip away some of the coverage provided by the Affordable Care Act. Millions of people will
I counted to
lose
10
their
backwards. I'm
coverage
trying to
as
be
a
polite
result
tonight. We're in
of
a
this
good mood.
GOP tax scam.
We're in a good mood, guys.
And so when you aggregate the assault
I've streamed
on
20 out
healthcare
of the
that's
last
taking
30
place,
hours, you know.
what we're likely to see
This is
is
kind of
at
a big
least
deal. Let's vote.
13.7 million people
Yeah, he
are
gave
going
him
to
15 more
lose
minutes of time.
their health care
You heard him.
in the United
He said,
States
so
of
be
America.
it.
That's what we're
You just gave him
fighting
15
for.
more minutes.
That's why we're a no, amongst several other reasons on this
I'm just sitting there,
bill.
fight, fight, fight.
It's an assault on the economy, an assault
Dude, there used to be real cannings in
on
Congress.
health care.
Go look it up if you
It's
guys
also
want
an
to read some
assault
good history.
on nutritional assistance.
There used to be real cannings
Now,
on the House floor.
in the 1960s, the American people were
Trial by cop.
shaken up and disturbed
Look, Alexander Hamilton, Aaron
by
Burr, make
images
dueling great
that
again.
they saw after some investigations exposed the conditions
That one
of
gear
some
guy. What are we
people
gonna
in
do,
America
man?
who were dealing
I'm about to get
with
delirious.
intense
guys.
hunger in rural America, in under-resourced communities, in communities
No,
of
you're
color.
right, Jonathan. It will be.
Images of children
I'm pretty much
with
delirious at
distended
this point.
bellies, families rummaging through garbage in order to find
Don't forget to
food
thumbs up the video.
so they wouldn't starve. That's what eventually led to the creation of what is now the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Because the American people concluded that in this great country, not a single child should ever go hungry. That's our position. Apparently, it's not the position of my Republican colleagues.
Look at those golf claps.
Because in this bill, In this bill, SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, will experience more than $300 billion
What's up, Brian M?
in cuts, the largest.
Yeah, man, Brian
cut
Massey
to
is not
nutritional
anti-2A. I was trying to
in
kind
American
of
history.
describe that earlier. I agree with
Literally,
you. But I
Mr.
mean,
Speaker,
he says he's a no
Republicans
vote.
are taking food
That's what he says.
out of the mouths of children, disabled Americans, veterans, and older Americans. That is another reason why we are strongly opposed to this bill. This is the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. It is indecent to rip food out of the mouths of
Make
children
Timu great
and
again.
everyday Americans. It is indecent. And to make matters worse, we know that as a result of this bill, according to an analysis from the Urban
Dude,
Institute,
Hatsoon, they actually
there
gave
are
him 15 more
18
minutes. Did you see
million
that a minute ago?
children in this country
Him and the
who are at
acting
risk
speaker get
of
into it,
losing school
and he
meals.
actually gets 15 more minutes.
Decade after decade after decade in America, we've made great progress.
Oh,
That
man.
progress, as it relates to alleviating hunger and food insecurity, is now at risk of being rolled back. And one of the excuses that
I
I'm
would
sure
cry,
we'll
but
hear
manly men don't cry on a live
from
stream, so I'm just gonna laugh.
the speaker
you know?
of this institution is that this one big ugly bill is all about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's interesting because month after month after month, we continue to hear that phrase. And let's be clear, as Democrats, we believe in trying to make sure
Green-eyed
that federal
spider, I know, right?
taxpayer dollars are spent in an efficient and an effective way. We're all for that. But that's not what's being done in this bill. No evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse has been presented in a compelling
AliExpress, Timu,
way.
too good a word for him.
In fact, you know what's interesting? You're talking about taking away nutritional benefits that amount to $2 per meal, $6 per day.
You're right, Kevin. Massey
At the
alone
same
cannot
time,
sway this
when
vote. I'm just
Elon
saying,
Musk
you've already got
and his
one,
federal contracts are
you know,
worth
that said he's going to defect,
$8
right?
million
I'm just calling a
a
spade a
day.
spade, I think.
If you're trying to
I think
find
the
waste,
Republicans are
fraud,
gonna
and
pass it.
abuse, I have a
think so.
suggestion. Start right there.
Okay.
Start right there. Don't
Guys,
take
look, I'm not
food
ripping on Massey.
from the
You know, I
mouths
don't know.
of our
Listen to what
children.
I'm saying here.
Start
telling
right
you.
there.
Massey's pledged these no. I just if you guys are trying to
And so
predetermine the vote score
one
here.
big
That's all
ugly
I'm
bill.
getting at.
GOP tax
I know
scam,
some of my friends in the
reckless
chat tonight have been
Republican
ripping on Massey.
budget. It's an
Some of you
assault
guys are ardent supporters of his.
on the economy.
Um,
It's an assault
It's not even about that right now
on
for me.
healthcare. It's an
I want
assault
you guys to have
on
your own views
nutritional
on that because I respect both
benefits.
sides of that. I do.
It's also an assault
You guys want me to tell you
on
my
tax
opinion?
fairness.
You know, you might get mad at me, some
I
of
mean,
you.
here's
You know,
the thing.
I'm actually a big Thomas
That is
Massey
the
fan.
largest cut
If he was the tie-breaking
to
deciding
healthcare
vote,
in
well, he
American
better come over
history,
for the Hearing Protection Act.
coupled by the largest cut to
If he's not
nutritional
the
assistance
tie-breaking vote, well, then
in
he should
American
vote his
history,
conscience, I guess.
in order to
I
enact the
don't know.
largest tax breaks for billionaires in American
Marcus
history.
and anyone else that likes
That's
blackout coffee,
unacceptable. That's
I can get you
unconscionable.
20%
And
off
that's
coupon code for your first
un-American.
purchase. Links in the description.
That's
But
un-American.
if you guys want to throw the channel a few bones without any money out of your pocket,
Because my Republican
come back
colleagues
to the
promised
description of my YouTube
that they would
video
actually
and use
focus
my
their
2A EDU
efforts
affiliate link before you
on
shop at
trying to
Blackout,
make
and a
life
couple
better
crumbs will come my way.
for everyday
If
Americans.
you use someone else's code,
But
then it'll help their channel.
disproportionately,
You know, that's how that works.
the benefits of this bill, as confirmed by independent observers, don't go to those who may be
So yeah, if you guys
at the
want to try
lower end
Blackout
of the
coffee, I recommend it.
socioeconomic
Tastes good.
spectrum. they actually go disproportionately to those at the highest end
If you already shop
of the
there,
economic
use my link if you don't mind.
spectrum. CBO analysis requested by Congressman Boyle and myself just confirmed that. Not hype,
Dude, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I just got a couple
not
thumbs
hyperbole,
on.
not a hypothetical.
Told you guys I'm actually
What
a
will
master
happen
fan.
if this one
But,
big
like,
ugly bill,
a couple people got mad at me.
became
That's
law.
okay, though. We're still friends.
And so it's an assault
You guys that are mad at me because I just said
on
I
tax
actually like Thomas Massey,
fairness.
we can
And
still
of
be
course,
friends when
that's
this is over, right?
coupled with the assault on fiscal responsibility. It's ironic to me that many of my colleagues on the other side
Dude,
of
I
the
say
aisle
to hell with all
claim
these clowns.
to be the
I
party
just
of
want to see
fiscal
part of the
responsibility.
NFA removed right now.
But as Richie Neal has often eloquently articulated, that's not what the record shows. The record shows something very different. And this
Ramo, I think
fiscal
they're voting in just a
irresponsibility
minute.
that comes from the other side of the aisle
Okay,
is
like,
actually connected
but here's the thing,
to
though.
the
This clown just
obsession
got 15 more
with
minutes.
massive tax
You know what I mean?
cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
They gave him 15
We've
more
seen
minutes.
this rinse and repeat scenario play itself out over and over and over again. President Reagan comes into office. And what is his signature
He banned machine guns.
domestic priority? His signature domestic
No fault
priority,
divorce.
massive
Open borders.
tax cuts for the super wealthy.
Open
And as a
borders.
result,
No fault divorce.
he escalates
Machine gun
the
ban.
debt and the deficit. Those policies, of course, are continued by his successor, President George H.W. Bush. But then President Clinton takes office. And in his 8 years, turns a deficit into a budget surplus.
Here's the thing, though, guys. This
That's
damn
fiscal
Protection Act can't go in as a standalone vote, you know?
And then after 8 years in office, President Clinton is replaced by President George W. Bush.
The Senate will
proceeds to
filibuster
follow
it if
the
he's trying to
same
get in a separate bill. If they
playbook.
have to be put in through this
You
reconciliation.
used to call it trickle-down economics. The American people
There's
aren't
no
buying
filibuster
it
on the reconciliation in the
because they
Senate.
figured out what trickle-down economics means. We may get a
51
trickle,
vote
but
threshold.
we're guaranteed to stay down.
There's a tie. JD
And that's
Vance
what's
is the
happened over and
tiebreaker.
over and over again. So President Bush,
Guys, I'm just
comes
talking
into
over this
office,
clown because we're here for
and
the
what does
vote,
he
right?
do? Massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. The 2001 tax cuts, the 2003 tax cuts turned a budget surplus into a massive deficit.
You guys
And then
gonna make
further
the movies in the
exacerbated
cut?
the problem with a failed war in Iraq and a failed war in Afghanistan, asleep at the switch as it related to the economy, which resulted in the Great Recession.
Dude, live life. But
President
man, what's up, dude?
Obama takes office
Dude, this guy's watched like
to
30
once
hours
again
of this in the last
demonstrate
few days.
what fiscal responsibility is all about. And in 8 years, takes the deficit that he inherited of $1.5 trillion and cuts it by $1 trillion, notwithstanding the
I hear you, dude.
economic
I need to
mess
go to
that he
bed, man.
inherited,
Like in a minute.
having to dig the country out
Dude, gold tie's nodding off.
of the Great
Look at him. He's
Recession.
getting weak.
And then, of course, after 8 years,
Ooh,
of President
watch him. Watch the guy with the
Obama,
gold
which
tie.
brings us
He's
to
getting close.
the current administration in its first term. As my colleague from Louisiana talked about, what's your signature legislative accomplishment? The 2017 version of the GOP tax scam.
Dude,
Where by some estimates, 83% of the benefits
watching this clown.
were set in motion for the wealthiest 1%.
Ooh.
And you borrowed
We have a
more than
sleeper.
$2 trillion to
Wait
do
a
it.
minute. No, Jordan's right. He is just praying.
Once again,
What's up, Jordan?
exploding the debt
The Democrats have been quoting
the
the Bible a
deficit.
lot tonight.
in the United States of America. President
Hebrew
Biden comes into office in his
Alibaba.
first 2
Obama.
years, notwithstanding all of the signature accomplishments, many of which did have
free
some
shipping.
bipartisan
Let's go.
support, particularly in the Senate. Significant accomplishments led by President
It's literally like, right?
Biden.
Right as we're thinking
Speaker
of
Pelosi,
names for this
Democrats
file, you can't
in the
even
House
make this up.
partnering with
Look
our
at the name of the
colleagues
person that just shows
in the
up
Senate,
chat.
notwithstanding all of those accomplishments, reduces the
I mean,
deficit in its first 2 years.
Nice troll
by
name, by the way.
1.7
But that is a good
trillion
name for this
dollars.
congressman.
That's what fiscal responsibility looks like.
Jeez,
So we're not going to be lectured on this issue.
Give me a break.
And then my
Seriously,
colleagues
this
have
guy
the
just
nerve
shows up in the chat, right? Well,
to
dude, your
talk
name
about
is
fiscal
perfect for this guy
responsibility.
right here, you know?
To try to
Dude,
pass
you
a
gotta love
bill
some of the troll names
that
that pop up in here
disproportionately
late at night.
benefits their billionaire donors like
Thanks for
Elon
making
Musk
me laugh.
and
You're welcome, man. I'm glad you like the
borrows
stream.
will add to the debt more than
And
$5
Gabriel, what's
trillion.
happening, man? Nice to see you. Long time
That's an
viewer of the
assault
channel right there.
on fiscal responsibility. That is
Wait,
forcing
Michigan,
our children
there's
and our
another
grandchildren,
OG.
all
What's happening, man?
of them,
Dude, these creatures are
to
lurking
shoulder
tonight, man.
an
We're watching them.
unnecessary burden that will limit their ability to fully experience the American dream. And so that's
Ooh.
why
Wait, yellow eyes. He almost just
we
nodded.
oppose
Or not yellow eyes,
this
yellow
bill.
tie.
An
Yellow
assault on the
tie.
economy, an assault
Dude, I'm so
on
tired,
health
guys.
care, an assault on
Can you
nutritional
believe it? The acting speaker,
assistance, including on our
speaker pro tem
veterans.
is what the technical term is for that when
An
they're
assault
acting.
on tax
The
fairness,
speaker pro tem
and an assault
gave him
on
15
fiscal
more minutes
responsibility.
after all that back talking.
As I close, let me make one other
He was given
observation.
15 more minutes after he started
I do
impugning
believe
people. And
that there are people of faith on both sides of this chamber. Authentically,
Barnes, here's what's happening, man.
people of
This
faith
clown
on both
just was
sides of
given
this chamber.
15
I'm
more
not one to
minutes.
question anyone's faith,
Hakeem,
but I do think we have to ask the
Hearing
question,
Protection Act is on the table, my man.
particularly
It's on the
when you
table
study
right
the
now.
gospel, and the gospel
The
in
Senate is going
particular
to be a
of
dogfight.
Matthew 25
Wait, he's quoting the Bible.
and 35 through 40, where Jesus talks about the importance of standing up for the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the homeless, the people who are confined, strangers in a foreign land. That when you know the gospel,
Who
when
are
you
they, though?
are
Who are they
charged
that
with
you reference?
trying to live the gospel, it
Where's
cannot
he
be
heading with this?
the case that one goes to synagogue or one goes to the mosque or one goes to church, as I do, but one goes to church to pray on Sunday
304.
and then comes to Washington, D.C.
Gunslinger.
to pray on the American people the
I
rest of
haven't
the
seen
week.
any 304s here in the house. tonight. Have you guys?
P-R-E-Y.
Obama 2.0. You
Can't
got that
pray
right.
on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on our children, pray on people with
Chris from the
disabilities,
740.
pray
What's
on our
happening, man? Shout out
veterans
to
who serve
Chris
this
from the
country.
740 YouTube channel.
And project that that is consistent
What do you think, Fluffy?
with the faith that I at least know, anchored in Matthew 25 and 35.
Yeah, pray or pray.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think this, in some ways, is a sad day here for this institution.
Michigan 810.
James Madison, one
Livingston
of our
County man,
great
huh?
thinkers, I believe it was in
Brighton area.
Federalist
Maybe?
51,
A little bit, something like that.
talks about
I might know
Congress
a little bit
at
about
its
the
best
810 area code.
should function as a rival
Might know a lot about it,
to
actually.
the executive branch.
You
Serve
guys would
as
be surprised some
a
of the
check
stuff I
and
know.
balance on the out of control impulses of an executive that may emerge from time to time. Congress, according to James Madison, at its
Robert
best,
Chase, what's happening, man?
would serve as a
Nice
rival
to see you.
to the executive branch. But unfortunately, our House Republican colleagues haven't followed the vision of this Madisonian version of democracy because you have consistently proven to be nothing
geez,
more
Jason
than a
Waits.
rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And the American people are paying attention. The American people are paying attention. So I think that when the story is told of the 119th
Is this live? No, not at all.
Congress,
You're watching replay from 5
when
years.
the votes
ago.
are ultimately
How's it going,
cast
Sergeant Rocker?
on that first Tuesday in November next year, that this day may very well
He's
turn out to
constipated.
be
Ooh.
the day that House
Dude, yellow
Republicans
tie.
lost control of the United
almost
States
lost
House of Representatives.
Golf clap.
Because the American people are paying attention.
Golf
They are
clap.
smarter than you think. And they know when they are being hurt. They know when their interests are not being served. And they know when they have been lied to and deceived. You see, they know
Man, the cold tie.
that Congress was meant to be a separate and co-equal branch of
Dude, I want to
government.
see Granny again. Do you
We don't
remember her
work for
from the
President
hearing
Trump.
last night?
We don't work for J.D. Vance.
I gave her a hard
We
time in
don't
the
work for
beginning, but I
Elon
took a
Musk.
liking to Granny as
We
it went
work
on.
for the American people. That's what House
You guys remember, right?
Democrats
We're in
are
this live
all
stream I did
about.
last night.
And
We called her
because we
Granny all
work
night. I like her.
for the American people,
I do know.
we will continue to stand up for an
I
economy
mean, they should still retire
that's
before they're
affordable
90,
and
okay? But
makes
I'm going to
life
cut
better
Granny some
for
slack.
hardworking American
Yes.
taxpayers. Will
Ms.
stand
Fox.
up for Social Security,
Representative Fox.
stand
I
up
kinda
for
like her,
Medicare,
man.
stand up for
I
Medicaid,
have to
stand
admit.
up for nutritional assistance, stand up
I
for
wasn't
our
married. I'd
children,
take her out for a
stand
cup
up
of tea.
for our
You know what I
veterans,
mean?
stand up for our seniors,
I couldn't do
stand
that.
up
That'd be
for
bribing
our
a
families,
congressman, but you know what I'm
stand
saying.
up for the American way of life. That's what House Democrats
Representative
will
Fox.
continue to do.
Yeah, no,
We
I'm
will
serious,
stand up
though.
today,
I took a
stand
liking
up
to her.
tomorrow, stand up this week, stand up next week, stand up this month, stand up next month, stand up
Lay
this
down.
year, stand up
Go lay
next year,
down.
stand up at all times
Sit.
until we end
Sit.
this national nightmare
Lay
and
down.
restore the
Stay.
American dream for every single person in this great land from sea to shining sea. Vote no. I yield back.
Go lay down. Oh, have I told you guys I hate politics?
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrat leader is mistaken. We aren't currently in the dead of night. We are voting for the one big, beautiful bill.
House will be in order.
We are voting for the one big, beautiful bill first thing in the morning because the relief for working families simply can't wait and will work until
Dude, it's
the
still
job's
late at
done.
night for
And we're
me,
going to
though.
do that. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, our Speaker, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson.
1 minute? That's all? Only 1 minute for the speaker? All right, let's go.
The
Let's
gentleman
do
from
this.
Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, is recognized for 1 minute.
After that very long and wandering speech, my friend, and after a long week and a long night and countless hours of work over the past year, a lot of prayer and a lot of teamwork, my friends, it quite literally is again morning in America, isn't it? All right, all right. And after 4 long years of President Biden's failures, President Trump's America First agenda is finally here, and we are advancing that today. What we're going to do here this morning is truly historic, and it will make all the difference
91
in the
years.
daily lives of hardworking Americans. The Dallas waitress pulling overtime, the Detroit mom counting bills late at night, the Kentucky coal miner waiting on his second chance.
Repeal the NFA.
These are the forgotten men and women of our country that we are all called here to serve. And the one big, beautiful bill will deliver for those people. It revives our economy. It will deliver historic tax relief. It will make the largest investment in our border security in a generation. It will unleash affordable American energy again, restore common sense to government, secure generational savings, and strengthen our national defense, while it also strengthens our essential programs like Medicaid for the people who need it the most. That's what we're doing with the One Big Beautiful Bill. To put it simply, this bill gets Americans back to winning again, and it's been a long time coming. This One Big Beautiful Bill is the most consequential legislation that any party has ever passed, certainly under a majority this thin. Legislation of this magnitude is truly nation-shaping and life-changing. It's the kind of transformational change that future generations will study one day. They'll look back at this day as a turning point.
We
in
just got
American
5
history.
more subscribers.
And it's
Thanks, guys.
exactly what we were sent here to do. Let the record show that when the House Democrats vote in a few moments, this is what they'll be voting for. Their vote will show that they are apparently for the largest tax increase in the history of our country. They will be voting for, when they vote against this bill, waste, fraud, and abuse. They will be voting against safer communities, American energy dominance, and American strength on the world stage. And today wouldn't be possible without the leadership of arguably the most powerful and the most successful and the most respected president in the modern era of the United States. Our Democrat colleagues mock the objective truth. We were delivered unified government, my friends, in November. The White House, the Senate, and the House were delivered to the party on this side of the aisle. So you can laugh all you want, all right? None of this would be possible without the leadership of the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And it would not be possible without the really hard work of the men and women on this side of the aisle. I just want to name our chairman of our House committees that produced and did all the hard work to produce the big, beautiful bill. Scripture says we give honor where honor's due, Mr. Leader. And we're going to do that here quickly. Chairman G.T. Thompson of the Agriculture Committee. Chairman Mike Rogers of the Armed Services Committee. Chairman Jody Arrington of the Budget Committee. Chairman Tim Walberg, Education and Workforce Committee. Chairman Brett Guthrie, Energy and Commerce Committee. Chairman French Hill, Financial Services Committee. Chairman Mark Green, Homeland Security Committee. Chairman Jim Jordan, Judiciary Committee. Chairman Bruce Westerman, Natural Resources Committee. Chairman James Comer, Oversight and Accountability Committee. Chairman Sam Graves, Transportation and Infrastructure. Chairman Jason Smith, Ways and Means Committee. And I want to make special mention of Chairwoman Virginia Fox of the Rules Committee, who, by my count, sat in that chair and led that Rules Committee for almost, seemed like 2 straight days, and I think she took 2 short breaks. She's the Iron Lady of the House, and I'm so grateful for all their hard work. See, the beauty of what we produced with the One Big Beautiful Bill over here is that this was a team effort. This was men and women who were elected to come here, the duly elected representatives of the people back home. They rolled up their sleeves. They got down in the trenches. We began this effort over a year ago. It was actually March of last year, because we anticipated and we believed that we would be delivered unified government, that we would have a Republican leader in the White House, Donald J. Trump, that we would have the Senate and the House, that we would have that moment of opportunity. And so we planned and we worked and we locked arms together as a team, and we have delivered this against all odds. The media has tried to divide us. They've written our eulogy about 10 times. And you know what?
They did say
Sometimes it's
1
good to
minute
be
5 minutes ago,
underestimated,
right?
isn't it? But we got this done, and I'm so proud of the work of every member of this House Republican Conference who worked in their committees. Every single member had a say in this. Every single constituent, the millions of people that are represented here, have their voices and their interests reflected, because we did this together as a team, and it's quite an achievement. I just want to say that all that tireless work has led to the hard work of crafting this legislation, and we've been ready since day one to deliver on this agenda. Unified control of government is a rare mandate. It doesn't happen very often. It's happened just 3 times for our party in the last half century. We do not take it for granted. And we are delivering on that mandate here today. The American people gave us a mandate in November. They sent a message with their vote. They gave this side of the aisle the
The Short
power, and
Act
we're
is
going to
currently
use
not
it
in the
to make
House
their
bill.
lives
For
better.
anyone just joining,
What we're achieving here
Fire
today
and
is nothing
Protection
short of
Act is on the
historic, and that's
table.
true.
When
House
this speech
Republicans
is
are getting
over,
it
we're
done
going to find out.
again. In the Republican Party, see, we believe in a
We're
simple
going to find
principle.
out if it passes the House.
We believe
hopefully in a
that
few
America
minutes here.
really is a shining city on a hill. Ronald Reagan used to talk about that. He was referencing scripture.
Short Act
He
will have to be
understood that
taken up in the
America
Senate.
is exceptional. He understood that, as it says right there above the speaker's rostrum, our national motto, that we trust in God, and God is our trust. These are the things that make our nation exceptional, and the people of our country, they deserve better. We've been working hard to deliver so that the people of our country see this again as a shining city on a hill, and that the people around the
You
world
heard it,
see
Scarface. They
us for
said
who we
1
should
minute.
be. One thing that we can
2
all
minutes
agree on
ago.
both sides of the aisle is that a strong America is good for everybody all around the world. All of us together, regardless of party, we're called here to stand together and defend those freedoms and to defend those foundations that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. All of us have to look and recognize that the shine has not been on that city in a while. We're here to restore it. And this piece of legislation, as large as it is and as historic as it is, will do that very thing. Now, look, we're accomplishing a big thing here today, but we know this isn't the end of the road just yet. We've been working closely with
When
Leader
I say
Thune
it's
and
on
our
the
Senate
table, I'm
colleagues,
using a
the Senate
proper
Republicans,
reference.
to get this
If you
done and
remember
delivered to
earlier,
the
one of the
president's
votes we
desk
watched,
by
they
our
said
Independence Day. That's
it's been
July
made,
4th.
the motion's been
Today
made and
proves
laid
that
upon
we
the
can
table.
do that, and we will do that.
So the
And it doesn't
amendments,
matter how much
the
the media
Rules
doubts
Committee
us or
that
how much
contain
the
the Hearing
Democrats,
Protection Act
give us their narrative.
passed the
Doesn't
House
matter how long the
hours ago
speeches
now.
are. It doesn't change the
So they're
fact
technically
we're
been laid
delivering,
upon the table,
and we're doing
sitting
it in a
there,
big way.
waiting for
So
final
to our friends in the
passage.
Senate, I would just say the
After this
president is
speech,
waiting with his pen. The
I
American
see my
people are
fingers.
waiting for this
It should
relief.
be voting
They
on the
are
final
waiting for these
passage of
life-changing
HR 1,
results, and we are going to finish this job.
otherwise known as One
This
Big
is a
Beautiful
historic
Bill Act,
moment that we will be talking
with
to our
amendment
children and
number
our grandchildren about, and
487
everyone will remember.
right now
America's
being amended
back.
to it, added
I
on
yield
to
back.
it, being the Hearing Protection Act. That's where we're at.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 2 minutes remaining.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Missouri with 2 minutes remaining. I yield back. Gentleman from Missouri yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 436, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Third reading.
Okay,
The bill
see?
provide for
So now it's
reconciliation
been
pursuant
picked
to
up off
Title
the
II
table,
of
per
House
se.
Concurrent Resolution 14.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry. For what purposes, the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Han of Massachusetts moves to recommit
No,
the bill
no, don't
H.R.
do
1
that.
to the Committee on the Budget.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady from
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to
trying to
Clause
stop
9 of Rule
this
20,
right
this
now.
15-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 1 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1701 if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
Oh, man. Guys, I'm trying to hang in there. She just moved what's called a parliamentary trick. I hate politics. Okay, this is what's known as your classic motion to recommit. Essentially, okay, I'm going to put this in non-law professor terms. She's trying to send it back to committee, in essence. She's trying to stop the vote. I don't think she has the votes to send it back. But pursuant to the rules, they got to run another 15-minute clock. Just to put it as bluntly as I can, it's a stalling tactic. She's trying to run out the clock. This is probably not the last trick they have up their sleeve. I don't know if you guys were watching earlier, but before I got the live stream going, before I got my third live stream going in the last 2 days, they tried to just literally like adjourn. They tried to adjourn session earlier today. Right now, we've got 1 Republican voting yay, 74 nay, 122 Democrats voting yay, 2 voting nay. So right now, as we speak, it's 124 to 78 in favor of recommitting. If this motion prevails, I'm saying if, I don't think it's going to prevail, guys. If this motion were to prevail, again, I know like it's more, I'll just put it bluntly, this will go back to committee. I'll put it back to full screen when there's something to look at. Okay, I've tried to do my best to explain everything going tonight. Does anyone have any questions at the last minute while we're sitting here hanging out? Tell me what the best super tech oil filter is if this passes both chambers and gets signed by Trump. Dude, here's the deal, guys. This ain't gonna happen. I mean, jeez, it better not happen. If this vote prevails, and right now the Democrats are ahead by like 50-something votes. If this motion prevails, like you guys remember, there was like 22 hours just in the Rules Committee alone. I can't remember which committee she said she wanted to send it back to. But if this goes through, this could just send this back for days. I don't think it's gonna prevail though. But sure as you know what it is doing right now? I need to go to bed, man. Like I want to hang out with you guys. Don't feel like I'm complaining, it's just like, dude, we need to get this vote through. We can all go to sleep and be happy about tonight. Get motivated to put pressure on the Senate, right? We had a good time hanging out tonight. But hey, it was a good night, but it needs to come to an end. Do you guys agree? This is still nighttime for me. Some of you guys, good morning. Turn your camera off and full screen. Dude, it is full screen. Guys, I literally have it like full screen. I hope nobody's whining this late. Nobody needs to whine right now. Like for real, guys. No whining. I've been a trooper with all of us. We're all troopers here. I'll actually do what I want, clinically Sedek. Like for real, man. Like I'll do what I want. No, guys, look, I'm pissed off because they just did a stall tech to take 15 more minutes, and it's late at night for a lot of people, all right? Exactly. Turn your phone sideways, guys. I get it. People are getting cranky. A lot of people are tired right now, but it's okay. See, there's a lot of things people need to think about. Just for you guys, give you guys something to think about, right? You do know that, like, I'm streaming this off of the official house page, which you guys would not be having a good time in that chat because it's like super lame. Right? Now, keep in mind, we do have laws in this country that YouTube abides by and tons of YouTube rules. You do know under what's called fair use, right? Fair use for this channel to be able to stream it in from the official government channel, this channel has to add something to it. Now, that could be my commentary. And that's just me being here to hang out with you all. But at the same time, even just my logo on the bottom, that is actually adding to make it fair use. So there's reasons why, okay? Turn my camera off. I can do that, see? I stop my camera right now, but that 2A EDU is still there. See, that's a lot of this is like technicality stuff, stupid games you have to play, all right? But I did it on this channel because there's a 2A crowd that hangs out here, and I wanted the 2A crowd to be able to hang out. And you guys have talked about guns tonight, calibers. We've even gone through some history, World War II ammo. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't like that, guys. Like 2A EDU, just shut up and turn it off and go to sleep and just make it completely full screen. But the problem is none of you guys work at YouTube, right? And you guys won't be the ones that decide if you want to nuke my channel tonight. I mean, see, here's the thing, my man. Nice to see you tonight, Narrow Mind. I'm not actually streaming this from C-SPAN. See, that's the funny thing. I'm actually not streaming from C-SPAN. Go stream from C-SPAN on your channel. That's all you do. You do you. This is my channel, right? What's up, Frank? How you doing, man? Look, I've been streaming this all night tonight. For anyone who's just joining, I'm going to throw my friend Frank in here with whoever else that's just popped in. Action Man, same thing. The one big beautiful bill, okay, otherwise known as HR1, was laid on the table. All debate had ended for it seemingly, with the Hearing Protection Act is part of it. That is part of it. The Hearing Protection Act, removing silencers from the NFA, is about to pass the House, or was about to pass the House. It still have to pass the Senate. There could be some pitfalls there. Don't think we're on easy street yet, guys. But Democrat made a motion to recommit a minute ago. We were supposed to have had this vote a long time ago. Made a motion to recommit, which if this motion prevails, will actually send it back to committee, basically. It ain't going to happen. At least I hope it doesn't happen. But this just stalled us 15 more minutes. We should be seeing a vote any minute now, unless or until the Democrats do more games and more stall tactics. So that's where we're at. We've been merely minutes away from this vote on the omnibus spending bill, budget bill, reconciliation bill for a couple hours now. That's where we're at. So hopefully that fills everybody in on what's going on. Yeah, Darius, that's why I'm here too, man. And welcome to the channel. Literally, like, that's why I'm here. The Short Act is not part of the bill. That's going to have to be added in the Senate. That will have to be added in the Senate. If it does, and I hope it does, and I anticipate it will, hopefully it doesn't get neutered down too much. MC, what's happening, man? Do you think they will pull a fire alarm again? Don't rule that out. I don't rule it out. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 20 hours out of the past 30. The Senate can't do a literal filibuster because on budget reconciliation, it's filibuster proof. It'd be a 51 vote majority threshold in the Senate. But keep in mind, there's the Byrd rule that could throw a wrench in the spokes. There's a series of committees in the Senate. Get ready to call those senators. Two minutes, 45 seconds. The yeas have it 188 to the nays 154. 190 to 155. We do not want this motion to go through, guys. Some of you might not want the package to pass at all. Thomas Massey has pledged he's a no vote, for example. But if you guys want this to pass, this H.R. 1, which includes the Hearing Protection Act, you do not want this current motion to prevail. This motion prevails, this gets catapulted essentially back to committee. There could be another 20 hours of debate or something, I guess. Maybe 50 hours of debate. Who knows? There was 2 Dems voting no. Now it's down to 1. Now it's down to none. There was a Republican voting yay, then no, and now they're back again. These people are literally sitting there, some of them. They have buttons at their desk. I've sat at the Michigan House of Representatives. I've sat at my representative's desk during opening day. I was her special guest. And there they have a series of buttons where they just sit and push. I don't think this is a whole lot different than that. I've never been in this DC chamber, but in the Michigan House, they just have buttons. There's the red button for no, the green button for yes, and then there's a black button for pass, and there's a few other ones they can hit to do other things. Carbon Spider, I think John Crump said no Byrd rule. Well, look, guys, I don't know what he said, right? There is a Byrd rule, whether anyone likes it or not. Maybe what he said, or maybe what you meant to say is the Byrd rule won't stall or it won't apply to the Hearing Protection Act in this case. I hope that's true. That's up for the Senate parliamentarian to decide. Okay. So hopefully that is the case, that no Byrd rule will apply. I hope that's true. But there is a Byrd rule for these reconciliation bills, though. Like, look up the Senate Byrd rule. BYRD is how it's spelled. BYRD. Look it up if you guys want. If you Google it, AI will give you a little thing. You can go search right in the congressional website, and, you know, it's a thing. Will it necessarily affect this? I don't know. I don't think so. I think probably, though, there's going to be some speed bumps. Look, I know the Byrd rule doesn't apply if it's a tax. But there's a chance that the Byrd rule will apply to the repealing it from the NFA part. But as long as it's down to, as long as they take it down to zero tax, that could satisfy the Byrd rule. Yeah, no vote means they're not voting. They haven't voted. Yes, look, I understand this, guys. I've talked about this at nauseum so many times in the last 30 hours. Look, I'm going to read this one more time. This is from the GOA they put out. The manager's amendment on the one big beautiful bill does not include the Short Act. So they're going through all that. And their previous one, this is all part of the same tweet. Let me pull this up real quick. This is on my X account, 28EDU on X. The manager's amendment to the one big beautiful bill includes the Hearing Protection Act, fully removing suppressors from the National Firearms Act of 1934. Awesome. As a backup, under the Byrd rule, the transfer and making tax is also reduced from $200 to zero. That means clearly, according to the GOA, the Byrd rule is of concern here, and it's something that's being considered. All right. And I've never said once that the Senate is going to strike this down. I've never said that at all. And I'll say it again, probably, meaning there's a decent probable chance. The Senate is probably going to mess with this in one way or another, in my opinion. Does that mean I want it to? No. That does not mean I want the Senate to foil it. I'm just saying there's a likely chance that the Senate will probably mess with this. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I know they took suppressors down to zero tax. I understand this. Welcome everyone who's new to the channel. I know. I know that we'll see how this works out, okay? I want it to pass completely 100%. If the Senate doesn't agree to the House version, the Senate can pass something else or refuse to put that part through. They can neuter it to something that's not as good, like maybe keeping them on the NFA, just reducing the tax to zero. All right. And it can be kicked back to the House or go through a reconciliation process. And look, man, I'm just telling you guys things that can happen, not things I wish are going to happen. I'm not dooming this. I'm super excited. I'm as excited as all of you are right now. Don't fall asleep. Remember, the Senate can still foil this, and it's likely they probably will try. That's all I'm saying. Look, some of you guys talked about this earlier. That one congressman that was standing up there, him, allegedly backed by one of the companies in the silencer industry, tried to foil all of this. Okay? Dude, we literally had one of the guys up here tonight, and you guys all knew it when he was up here earlier. This was almost foiled in the House Ways and Means Committee. Somebody would have to be naive to think that somebody's not going to try to foil this in the Senate. Will they succeed in neutering the language in the Senate? I hope not. And enough of us can get involved. We'll be able to get this all the way through. But I don't need people citing another YouTuber. But 28EDU, this other YouTuber said this. I don't care. Even if that YouTuber is my good friend. Just been around politics enough. If anyone's going to sit there and say, we got this, it's going to go through the Senate, no questions asked. Well, They might have been the same YouTuber that just a week ago said, we got this. The Short Act and the HPA are a done deal in the House. And guess what? The Short Act isn't in the House bill, all right? So I get it, guys. It's late, but man, a lot of you in the chat are saying, but two-way EDU, such and such YouTuber said this. Then go watch their channel if they're smarter than me. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's been around long enough that I'm trying to give you a realistic take. And if nobody's paid attention to anything I've said for hours now, I'm very optimistic. This is history in the making right now. Y'all better get busy and pressure the Senate if and as soon as this passes. Right? That's it. Yeah, all the other YouTubers are asleep. You know, it's like, it's that whole thing. But actually, so-and-so said that. Look, it's fine, guys. Here's the thing, though. I'm not a professional YouTuber. The whole appeal to authority thing doesn't do much to me because I'm not an authority. I'm a guy that owns a landscaping business that's passionate about the two-way and sacrificing income for my business because I'm right on the edge of the seat like all of you are. That's why I'm here right now. Writing a letter could be more effective, but if time is of the essence and you don't think it'll get there in time, considering it takes them a while to actually get through their mail in many cases, maybe it's calling or emailing at this point. You know, with the way the postal service works, like Jordan's saying. So my short answer would be writing a letter could actually be more effective, but time's of the essence. So maybe not the best move right now, right? I'll tell you what works the most. I've gone through the Michigan legislature, the Senate building, the Bensfield Senate building, and the Anderson House office building. I walk around and I go in their offices and I talk to staff. I talk to representatives and senators, sometimes in the elevator, in the hallway, in their offices, on the sidewalk, A through Z. That's actually the most effective, is talking to them in real life, if you can do it. Much easier to do on the state level than the federal level. I totally get it. But that is the most effective. But I will tell you, my Congressman Tim Walberg, he spoke at one of the committees earlier yesterday morning, and they mentioned his name tonight briefly. The speaker did, and he holds a coffee hour quite frequently where you can go there to have a cup of coffee and he'll speak. And if you're there, most likely you'll be able to talk to him. Now, he doesn't have time to talk to every individual person for an hour, but you can literally get a minute or two of his ear in real life. And I would hope all of your congressmen hold coffee hours somewhere near your hometown. That's the most effective, if you want to know the truth, is talking to them face to face, like them actual, like not their aides, but actually them. But talking to their aides is actually important too, because they keep stats, they keep tallies, they use advanced software. When you call and say, I strongly urge passing the Hearing Protection Act and Short Act as part of the budget bill, they'll actually, that aide or staffer, they'll check a box in the computer and tally your vote. See, guys, this is a bit close.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. It's a 5-minute vote.
Now, here's the thing, guys. I'm just going to throw this out there. I did see a passing reference in the chat earlier. Someone said, dude, the Republicans have an 8-seat majority. Well, the Republicans just stopped this from going back to committee essentially by 4 votes. Okay? Now, this is going to pass in a few minutes. You want my prediction right now? This will pass. But I'm still kind of sitting on the edge of my seat because it's not a complete landslide. If you notice, all members are not voting. One member's deceased, right? Democrat, recently deceased. But I haven't seen any of these votes won by a margin of 8. Just saying. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the vote on passage of H.R. 1, otherwise known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which has all kinds of bullcrap in it. All these bills do. However, it does contain the Hearing Protection Act. You're about to witness in 4 minutes, but it could turn into another 15 minutes. The lower chamber of the United States Congress take the first step to repeal a part of the National Firearms Act in 91 years. Just remember, guys, as much as I try to be realistic that there could be some pitfalls in the Senate, make no mistake, I am very excited right now. Two Republicans have voted no. They may change their vote. Just look at the screen right now. Turn your phone sideways if you need to. You'll see it. Trust me. Two Republicans have voted no right now. My money's still on this is going to pass. I think it's going to pass. It's not a done deal. Those Republicans could change their vote, though. We see this happen. They could switch it to a yay at the last minute. We could see another Republican vote no too, though. Massey verbally declared he would vote no. Okay. The nay vote is known to change, guys. It's known to change in the next 2 minutes here. All right, I'm just telling you. But in real time, I'm the real-time commentator right now on this score. As of right this minute, right this second, 2 Republicans are voting no. There are 435 members of the U.S. House of Representatives. 435. Currently, 2 nay votes by the Republicans. No yay votes by the Democrats. All Democrats have voted no. All Democrats are recorded.
One minute for me.
They've just called 1 minute verbally. You know what I like about the Michigan House of Representatives more? There's a board that we could be looking at. Remember all those Michigan middle of the night votes? There's a board where their name goes right up on the board for complete transparency, where you can see it in real life. I wish this had the same transparent process. Okay, 5 votes away from tying, 6 votes away. 6 out of the 9 remaining Republicans have to vote yes. Four votes away, 4 out of 7. Hey, I'm not trying to make you guys nervous. I told you this is going to pass, all right? I'm just calling the score as I see it. Right now, 212 yeas to 214 nays. The clock has expired. They're now going to be called again. They're going to be called for one last chance momentarily here. It's now tied 214 to 214. This is going to pass, guys. 214, 215. There we go. Silencers have been removed from the National Firearms Act in the United States House. They have not been removed yet because they still have to go through the Senate and the president has to sign. I'll tell you right now, Trump will sign. Trump will sign. This is going to go to the Senate. See, one voted present. One voted present. Man, I hate to be that guy, but for all you guys that are like 2-way EDU, you're wrong. It's going to be this. It's going to hold on a minute. I told you this is not going to be a blowout. Who told you guys? Look, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I have to be. I've been ribbed a lot in the chat tonight. Maybe not a lot, but I mean, when I told you guys this is a nail biter, people said, oh no, we're going to win this by a landslide. I mean, I'm just saying. I've been around this a long time, guys. I told you that this is going to prevail. But I mean, you know, it's 215 to 214.
Vote, the yeas
Listen,
are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
yeah, yeah.
USA, USA.
The bill has just passed the lower chamber of the United States Congress, including the Hearing Protection Act. Heck yeah, guys. Heck yeah. By one vote. Stars and Stripes, will you do me a favor, brother? Next time we're doing a nail biter vote, and everyone's like, but 2-way EDU, watch this other guy's channel and all this appeal to authority.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid
Telling
on
you
the table.
guys how close this was going to be. Told you it was going to be close. I'm sorry, I'll shut up or I'm going to be showboating, but I told you all this is not.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1701, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1701, a bill to require the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State to monitor efforts by the People's Republic of China
right,
to
now
build,
she's just
buy
reading
strategic
bills
foreign
in.
ports and for other purposes.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Thanks,
and without
man.
objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
All right, guys.
Pursuant to Clause 8,
This
Pursuant
is cool.
to Clause 8 of Rule
Experience this
20, the
together.
unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules.
It passed.
The House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1969 as amended, which the clerk
See,
will
they're
report by
suspending the
title.
rules just like they do
Union
in the
Calendar
Michigan
number
House.
76, H.R. 1969, a bill to amend and reauthorize the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed,
Guys,
no.
look, dude, the
In the
Hearing
opinion of
Protection
the
Act,
chair, 2/3 being
as
in
part
the
of this
affirmative, the
omnibus
rules are
budget bill, has
suspended.
just
The bill
passed
is passed, and
the
without
United States
objection, the
House of
motion to reconsider
Representatives.
is laid on the table.
I hope you guys understand the point I'm making here. This is not a done deal, meaning everyone needs to blow up the phone lines, and the emails of the Senate. Big time. Don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep in the near future on this. It's really going to be up to the Second Amendment community at this point. That's where we're at right now. That's literally where we're at. Is the Hearing Protection Act unadulterated, the real version of it, going to get signed by Trump? That's up to the community. That's up to we the people right now, really. I'm not sure when the Senate's going to vote exactly. Stay tuned to the channel. I'll give you guys updates. It's gonna be a dogfight. It is. It's gonna be a dogfight. But this is good though, man. Like, look, you can't win if you don't play. As much as I keep telling you, it's gonna be a dogfight. Here's the thing though. We literally have a fighter jet that says Second Amendment that's gonna be flying up in the air in an old-fashioned strafing machine gun dogfight. You know what I mean? This is the first time in 91 years we've even been able to enter this fight. Just think about that. Think about like Mike Tyson in his prime. I'm a little older. I remember when he was in his prime in the late 80s, mid to late 80s. Just an insane beast in the ring. The Second Amendment's going to go into the ring against that in the Senate. There's some bastards in the Senate. There are some real rhinos in the Senate. Look, we've been covering on this channel for years this stuff. John Cornyn and 19 Republicans in the Senate broke the filibuster to pass the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was the most draconian gun control that's been passed in this country since 1968. Don't forget, just 3 years ago, on something that wasn't budget reconciliation, 19 Republicans came over from some of the most red, gun-toting Second Amendment voting states, came over and voted with the Democrats for far-reaching gun control, the most this country had seen. Now, we had an AWB that expired 94 to 04. But essentially, the biggest gun control that's on the books right now since 1968 was passed with 19 Republican senators. I'm very optimistic. This is a huge win. This is a huge win that basically the Second Amendment community, because politics is downstream from culture, does get to go into the ring and literally have this fight. So this is a big victory tonight. It's truly a big victory tonight. Don't say we won and then just like go lay down. Really what I'm trying to emphasize tonight. I think a lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Stars and Stripes. I never said any comment about other YouTubers. You didn't? Well, then cool.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to Section
You're
1K
welcome,
of
Fun to
House
Learn.
Resolution 895, 110th Congress, and Section 4D of House Resolution 5, 119th Congress,
Should be
I
nonpartisan,
transmit
but
to
it
you
is
notification
very
that
partisan.
the following individuals each have
All right,
signed
good night,
an
M.
agreement
Gabriel.
not to be a candidate for the office of senator or representative in or delegate
Yeah,
or
the Hearing
resident
Protection Act's
commissioner
been
to
changed like 3
the
times in
Congress
the
for the
last like
purpose
2
of the
days.
Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 until at
You know,
least
changed
3
back
years
in our
after they are
favor
no longer a
real
member of the
recently
board
here,
or
but
staff of the
man,
Office of
it was almost
Congressional
rhinoed out
Conduct.
in committee just a couple
Karen
days
L.
ago.
Haas, Grace Lieberman, Bill Luther, Lorraine C. Miller, Lynn A. Westmoreland, Omar Ashmawi, Indahara Benitez, Doctrell
It will be nice to
Cromartie,
finally have a home
Christina
defense
Crump,
tool that won't make you
Helen
go deaf.
Eisner,
I agree.
Jean-Paul Theroux,
I agree.
Peter
Huge
Tilley,
victory
and
tonight.
Amber Vinzen. Copies of the signed
Period.
agreements
End of
will be
story.
retained by the Office of the Clerk as part of the records of the House. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber,
Two
Clerk.
Democrats in the Senate voting yes. On the one big beautiful bill? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, maybe.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
Senate office open
The
soon.
Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 22nd,
You can't even make this up. Thanks for the
2025.
super chat,
I
Redneck.
hereby
Like, well,
designate
nobody's
the
mentioning
period
any other
from Thursday,
YouTubers
May
in here tonight, I
22nd,
promise.
2025 through Monday, June 2nd,
Thank
2025
you for the
as
super
a
chat.
district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
All right, I'm just taking one last look at the chat. I'm going to jump off here and go lay down. You're welcome, Terrell. You're welcome, HF Supernova. Dude, this is pretty sweet, guys. This is pretty. Now, keep in mind, this is an omnibus package. This is a budget reconciliation package. Yeah, don't forget, now that it's going to the Senate, it's not only that they need to keep the HPA in there without neutering it, but now we need the short
Pursuant
act.
to Clause 13 of
That
Rule
would
1
remove
and House
short-barreled
Resolution
rifles and short-barreled
435,
shotguns
the House stands
from the
adjourned
NFA.
until
That's
10
a big
a.m.
deal.
on Friday, May 23rd,
That's a big deal.
2025, as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable
Guys, it passed the
Gerald
House.
E. Connolly.
That's what happened. Passed the House. The first chance to repeal a part of the National Firearms Act of 1934, our first chance in 91 years, just passed through the lower chamber of Congress. That's what just happened. Right? Good to be with all of you the last couple of days. Don't forget, for anyone that's new here, I stream every Friday night. So I'll be live streaming, I guess it'd be at this point tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. These are different kind of streams than what I normally do. You know, I probably won't be streaming on Friday night watching the Congress. The House of Representatives stands adjourned. It has adjourned till 10 a.m. All right. Well, you notice there was that whole disclaimer at the end that it can't be used for whatever. Well, that's why I did commentary on it tonight under fair use. Patrick 7, epic. Yes, sir. Good night, Jeremiah. Good night, Clinically Cynic. Be cynical, but let's be optimistic tonight, right? Yeah, what a great community. Lots of good people in the chat. Lots of good people. USMC Big B says, 2A EDU, thanks for wading through these tough waters. Well, you're welcome, man. Whew. Man. They get 3 hours of sleep. Yeah. You're welcome, intelligence. Roll Tide. There we go. Alabama's in the house, right? Roll Tide. Has just subscribed. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I am going to go lay down. And good to see you all. And we will see you back on the channel again very soon. Let me get this off my screen that just popped up out of nowhere. All right. I will be streaming here again on Friday night. And maybe a regular video will be coming up again soon. You never know. All right. Let me check my chats one more time. And thank you for all the super chats, everybody, once again. All right. Thanks for watching and have a good one.